one, so ended up losing all of the rest of those. He's brought a lineup of Hunter. Oh, I just get to read it. He's brought a lineup as I go look at his deck list now to
I
find out
got it.
what
It's
those were.
Hunter, Rogue, Warrior, Freeze Mage, and Paladin. No,
Oh,
I said Freeze Mage and not what the others were, but hey, yeah, it is Freeze Mage.
just lasting, PTSD, I suppose. it will,
Yeah,
it will
with me,
never go
definitely.
away. The funny thing is, just to go on a small tangent, you and I were casting the Japan Major, and we were talking about the mid-range Murloc Paladin, which Cross had a hand in developing, so did Strifecrow, and we were making the remark that there's some decks out there that without certain deck builders, they would never be made because,
Yeah,
it takes a certain level of skill in order to make a good deck. Just because if you're a good deck builder but not very skilled, functionally or in mid game, then you're not going to be able to prove that the deck is good in the first place, right?
yeah.
As we take a look at Dog. And the funny thing about Freeze Mage is, if we didn't have people like Laughing and other Freeze Mage aficionados out there, I don't think that some of these Freeze Mage lists would continue to persist.
Yeah, like when they're trying to get rid of it, why don't they? Like, they probably need to hire George C or Laughing or one of the Ukrainian boys just to sort it out and say, no, it still works. Nerf this as well.
Yeah, exactly. They will find a way. If there's a way, they will find it. We do take a look at these bans. And speaking of which, the Freeze Mage does get banned out. And this is exactly what we were expecting in this sort of scenario, right? It's kind of like, depending on how you put your deck list together, you're either banning something like Rogue or something like Freeze Mage.
Yeah, and they're the two that have bitten the dust. Talking of PTSD, this Druid deck has Yogg Saron in it.
All the decks have Yogg-Saron. All the Druid decks have Yogg-Saron in them. All six of
Wow.
them. I counted yesterday. I made sure and checked. They all have Yogg-Saron.
Six Yogg Sarons. So we've got to remember how to cast that card accurately and fairly.
Yesterday, the one time we saw it on stream yesterday, it just basically did what a normal 10 drop would do, which is extend the lead for the person who was winning. So that was nice.
Which is fine, right? That's what
Yeah.
a 10 drop is supposed to, not like the 37 drop we had last summer.
Yeah. The 37 drop. It's like just counting up all the mana. It's like, something doesn't seem right about this.
But thankfully that all got sorted now. Also nice to see these guys are progressing past rank 25. I know we cast a lot of this last year, and like
Well,
everyone was ranked 25 with one rank 24 chilling somewhere.
I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of rank 25 this time, which is good because we don't want the same players coming back over and over again. Obviously, China has a bit of an issue with, desiring that invite system so they don't get any crazy, no names into the global
Yeah.
championship. But I think Dog is a first timer, Rain is a first timer, Black Magic is a first timer. So a pretty large amount of first timers here.
So going into Hunter versus what we know is Yogg Druid. We saw there were Jades in there as well. I assume it's just a straight up Jade Druid with Yogg thrown in, which is basically what we were playing before the rotation.
Yeah, exactly. The one interesting thing is looking at certain players' tech choices. For instance, Nygod had a Tinkmaster Overspark. Some players ran double Earthen Scales. Some players ran things like Naturalize. So I'm just curious to see what Dog has in his list. I'm gonna go try to find that right now for you guys, and you can play this one for now.
Right, so basically, Druid used to have trouble with Hunter. It's been a while since we've seen many Druid Hunter matches, but I would fancy the Hunter to do this. Looking at this start, at some point that Hyena is going to get a huge amount of value, and with no Jades made in the first three turns, the Druid's not going to be able to make the required challenges to the card. However, with a swipe, he's going to be able to clear at some point. He is going to get 8 armor if he manages to stabilize, so he'll get out of range of the steady shot. And he does, of course, have that Ancient of War. So it all depends whether Hope is running Hunter's Mark. That would be a huge check. And I'm just going to have a quick look there. Okay, bear with me. I didn't do yesterday's cast, so I am a little bit scrambling for information today on the players.
Well,
Obviously, there are 8 to learn.
the same thing is for me, right? Because there's 5 decks across all of the players, and it's all scrambled up because of the round robin system, and they're kind of just randomly facing opponents rather than moving
But
up
there's
and
no
down.
Hunter's Mark. No Hunter's Mark in X Hope's deck. So he is going down unless he's got a deadly shot.
As far as Dog's list is concerned, he has 1 Earthen Scales, 2 Feral Rages. He has, I guess, the double Gadgetzan Auctioneer, double Drew of the Claw, pretty standard stuff. I think if you put in those weird tech cards, you have to cut one of these more standard cards. He does have the Ancient of War, which surprisingly wasn't in the list of some of the other players. So
Right, I'm just trying to find out if there's a deadly shot. I don't recognise the imagery, unfortunately, and I don't speak Chinese particularly well.
yeah, not too.
By particularly well, I mean at all.
Yeah, same thing goes for me. People assume I can speak Chinese because I can read some of the characters on the just the cards, right? Because there's the same in Japanese and Chinese. Like, nope. And it's kind of funny when we were in China earlier this year when I would be able to understand something and then they say something to me in Chinese. I'm like, I have no idea what you're saying. I can read it. If you write it down, I can maybe read it, but I can't understand it if you say it out loud. But anyway, we have an actual
I dread to
Hearthstone.
think one of you ended up ordering me for dinner over there a few times. So don't worry, Linda. This is fine. This is meat.
Yeah, I just pointed to. I didn't say anything, right? But anyway, we have an interesting situation right here where Dog just kind of wants to. He doesn't want to stop and kill this Heine, but he kind of has to because whatever he plays, it gets traded into and potentially you get completely wrecked. By the way, this Jeweled Macaw got a Bittertide Hydra, which is absolutely awesome if you're X up, and he is going to go for the Tundra Rhino. I do like this play. It's saying Druid has a hard time dealing 5 damage, and ooh, wow, that is a Feral Rage off the top.
It is, but it's decision time. I think you have to kill it. I mean, there's almost certainly Highmane on 6, deck lists are open. You don't know about the Hydra backing it up, but when you've killed it, that's your second Feral Rage gone, and Hunter can start steady shotting you. And how are you going to win?
Yeah, that was just an amazing turn 5 for X-Hope, regardless of whether he went for the Bittertide Hydra or the Tundra Rhino, because both are just massive things that your opponent has to deal with. If they expend energy, if they spend mana dealing with it, then you have a free board. You have initiative to play one of the greatest cards in the game since the classic set.
Right, and this is why it's such a good play last turn, because he knows that there aren't many ways of killing this, and if it does kill this, then the Bittertide or the Savannah Highmane or both are just going to live forever, basically. That's all the removal gone. There is no mulch anymore, even for Druid. And so, yeah, X-Hope's just cleared the way here, and it's going to come down to, can he smash through this Ancient of War, and can Yogg do Yogg things on not many spells?
This is the one downside of X-Hope's situation, though, because this Ancient of War will kind of overshadow the Savannah Highmane in this particular situation unless Exo can pick something up. Even if he does pick up something like a Kill Command, you're feeling okay as Dog, eating a Kill Command and a Highmane. So Ancient of War showing its value right here. Something like a Jade Golem, or excuse me, Jade Behemoth wouldn't be nearly as effective. And we'll see what Exo decides to do. Probably going to see the Bittertide Hydra, yep, as well as his Goleka Crawler. And Dog is saying, oh boy, as you see him exhale.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so I've dealt with the problem. No, the problem's getting worse. And just to reiterate, I don't think there's been a single Jade played yet, so this Jade Spirit's not going to help a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
He's probably going to have to cast it because he can nourish and stuff. But
Aya helps quite a bit. This is the problem. This is the issue with Jade Spirit, right? It's kind of like a 4 mana, make your next Jade, and oh yeah, there's a 2/3. Obviously, people know that to be the case, but it's not something you can really play on curve or even as your first Jade ever, unless you're just desperate and have nothing else to do, because typically you want to do everything else before you play the Jade Spirit. Because it's basically a late game card, or it should be treated as a late game card.
And you had to consider that carefully, because there was the option to just nourish and play any spells that come off it, pop the Highmane, take a beating, and then just play Yogg. That was definitely a thing that he would have considered there, is to just go all in on the Yogg. But he has decided to play Hearthstone instead.
Right. By doing this, he's able to go for a Coin Yogg next turn. I know you're saying just the Nourish, but he could have gone Nourish, Coin, Jade Spirit. If you don't do a whole lot this turn, then it's really bad anyway. Yep. So this is a bit better. Looks like he's going to take damage onto the Bittertide Hydra. Is X-Hope instead of splitting up his Highmane. Gets a Nesting Rock. He is drawing all of his late game, which is fantastic for him in this spot. Sometimes you get really just sunk by that.
But yeah, Nesting Rock I think was overlooked for the first few days in Hunter. And then the middle of last week, people just started throwing it in there, and it's just absolutely insane, especially in the mirror. If you got Nesting Rock and your opponent hasn't, you just sit there with your Highmanes, your Tundra Rhinos going crazy.
I think the thing about Nesting Rock is that this particular expansion, there's so many good cards. One of the few expansions where there's just too many good cards almost, whereas other expansions like, well, there's this card and that card, and that's about it. And yeah, so there's so many good cards in this set, and Nesting Rock came out later on, so people were already thinking about their deck ideas, and then, oh yeah, there's this Nesting Rock card. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's just a 4/7 for 5. What sort of stats is that? Oh, it might have Taunt. Like, who cares?
Here
We've
we
seen
go.
Taunts before. Yogg time.
7 spells.
7 spells.
The Aya can still attack. So
Thanks as
Isabel,
ever to
Mass
the
Dispel's pretty good.
Chinese production. There is pretty handy, and yeah, like you
Holy
say, the Aya can
wrath.
attack. This could be good.
Well, only a couple more spells left. Tracking, we need to get it done in the next couple spells here. Jade Blossom's not going to do it. Lava Burst May, though. Goes to the face, unfortunately. And I think that's a Hunter's Crate or something like that. It's where you get something buffed in your hand. But X-Hope, he's not going to be afraid of anything at this point.
Yeah,
It's
it needs
almost
to be
certainly lethal.
misdirection, which I don't think it is.
Even if it is misdirection, he's attacking in the correct order.
Yeah, he's playing it correctly. And X-Hope taking a 1-0 lead. First thing of the day, getting closer to closing that gap. If he can win this reminder, he will be only one game behind Dog in the standing. So very important game, this one.
Yeah, the problem is that you once you get one game closer to Dog, you can't really control his destiny. You wish you could just play him over and over and over again, right? And keep sending him down.
The other thing, of course, is we haven't got the grid, but there's a good chance that Dog will have to play somebody else who's maybe on 3-2, and then one of them's guaranteed to lose. That's the other way you catch people up in these events.
Yeah, definitely. And there is the fact that you can control your own destiny, right? If X-Hope goes 3-0 here, which typically you have to do just to get to this position in the first place,
Yeah.
X-Hope in order to get to these top of these Gold Series tournaments, he had to go with these massive qualifiers. They make it extremely hard for qualifiers to get in, and much easier for people who are already in to stay in. And so when X-Hope got to the Summer Championship last year, and again to the Winter Championship this year, he had to go through a bunch of qualifiers to do so. And he knows what it's like to need to win 3 in a row.
Right. And that is how the Chinese scene works to some degree. When you go through that tortuous process, and sometimes even twice, they do then sort of accept you as one of their own, and you start getting the buys and the slightly easier paths, I think.
Just as a quick aside, I want to shout out to Moyan, who has qualified so many times, and yet we still don't see him at these, at the top of these major events. Typically gets knocked down by one of the top players at a crucial spot, but he has qualified so many times. I feel so sorry that he's not one of the players that you see going, repeatedly to the global championships.
He just he started to get better as well, right? At first, he was a little bit of a meme, and then he's like, oh, I'm actually good at this, and started working at it, I feel.
I think the most impressive thing that Moyan did was get through a 512 pro player only qualifier, like only people who were on teams and were like sponsor people, and he got through all of that, and then he got beaten by Jongmo twice and sent home. I was like, oh no.
I'm not sure I could even name 512 pros on teams. That's one stacked lineup if you're like number 512 and you go all the way through.
Yeah, exactly.
Not saying that he would be, but yeah.
Wow. Well, obviously, like the top 100 are the ones who are really known, and then after that, it's the kind of people who are trying to make it. But yeah, pretty insane. And we have an interesting decision here for X-Hope. Motion Ward is not the worst, especially since it would be on curve. Hired Gun doesn't really want to choose that because he just wants to likely go for another Stonehill Defender the following turn, unless he needs that power, and does go for the Motion Warden. So first time in a while we've seen that card. Ooh.
Yeah, and I think it's a mistake that a lot of people make when they're doing the Discover there, is taking the really good cards, the Tar Lord and so on, because you've got to get there. Your deck's built for turn 6, 7, 8 anyway, so just fill that gap in nicely in your curve. It's just so sensible. I like it a lot.
Alright, Poison, Divine Shield, and Wind Fury. Looks like it's probably Poison, or else you have to attack one with a Divine Shield. And your Divine Shield, I suppose you're saving a minion anyway, but then you're losing the damage to face. So it makes almost little to no sense. It makes almost no sense to go for the Divine Shield because you're damaging one of your minions anyway, and you're not getting the 3 to face. So yeah, just go for the Poison. In the end, wow, gets a very nice minion to play on turn 4 if his board is somehow cleared here.
Yeah, double Whirlwind is one of the options. Ghoul into Whirlwind, but you'd have to wait one turn.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you mentioned this, but X-Hope did mulligan away the quest, so...
yeah, I forgot to mention it, but yeah, getting rid of the quest against aggro is very good. We've seen people that don't, and especially in the Japan major, we're like, why? But yeah, getting rid of the quest is something you can do against decks that are going to beat you down, because if you don't die, you'll just win with your armor up anyway.
This is a very tough turn for X-Hope. He could go a little bit greedy and go for the Stonehill Defender, because he really wants to go for Whirlwind and Ravaging Gold next turn in order to clear all of this up, but looks like he can't really wait. And this makes sense, because if your opponent plays Houndmaster next turn, you want to execute and then do something else, and you can't play Ravaging Gold the same turn, obviously. So I do like this turn here from X-Hope, not taking any chances, just want to get back onto the board and kind of curb this aggression from Dog.
Yeah, and he's looking like he's going to be able to hold the fort for turns 4 and 5. But Dog has also got pretty much the perfect curve for him as well. So we probably see the Infested Wolf here into the Houndmaster.
Well, anytime you can just guaranteed get a Houndmaster get damage in the face, it's kind of nice. I'm curious if he goes all
Yeah.
face here, but does trade. Okay, so getting your opponent down to 15 is kind of nice, but
Yeah, Execute Whirlwind cleared everything the other way, I guess. Sure.
Well, Exhope in kind of an odd spot here. He can play the Mogushin Warden, and sometimes it takes all the damage. If your opponent has another Houndmaster, though, they get through pretty nicely. He could just execute in Hero Power, which feels pretty bad. So I'm looking at a Mogushin Warden, but I suppose he's just gonna make sure to take care of this Crackling Razor Maul.
It always feels bad when you only get rid of half the damage on the board. And he's hoping that Dog has run out of stuff, of course. Hunter can sometimes just have a handful of 5e bats here. But yeah, he's going to be disappointed if that's his hope.
Well, Dog, what does he do this turn? He can play a 2/2 that spawns 2/1/1s or a 3/3 that spawns 2/1/1s.
I think you just play the Rock. Do you care that he's got no taunt? Like, the
very
Warrior
true.
only plays 5e War Axe.
That is
So
true.
the 4/7 with 4/7 with taunt's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, and if your opponent's face taking the Houndmaster, you're feeling pretty good about that. I can see that.
He does have to decide, though, whether he wants to... Yeah, he's going to go with the way that Hero powers every turn. So he's just going to play 2 mana off curve for the whole game now and make sure he gets that Hero power weaved in every single turn. That was the other decision.
Yeah, because Hunter hasn't been around for a while, some people might be wondering, why would you Hero Power when your opponent has the same Hero Power? But the point is that you're ahead on board, so you're kind of tempoing them because they don't have time to Hero Power. They need to deal with the board, and it usually requires all their mana to do so.
And so, yeah, Dog's now set up. This is a really horrible looking turn, but he's just proceeding with the plan we just described. Play 2 off your curve, make sure that Hero Power gets pressed every turn. And at some point, the Warrior's either going to have to start doing the same back, or he's going to have to not do it back and then just play on curve. You're actually going to keep the 2 damage. It's going to register. So getting close now to fatal damage. Fatal damage?
Fatal damage.
New phrase for Hearthstone.
It's fatal. Exile does pick up the Matrix, which is really nice for him. Might as well put a 6/9 right onto the field. What a great draw. And yeah, Dog can't be too happy about that one, but he picks up the deadly shot right off the top.
Yeah, he might be a bit happier about this one.
And the question is, does he weave in Halo Power? I don't think this time you do so, because Rat Pack is pretty nice. It's just just damage over many turns. Unless you feel like you can lethal next turn, which maybe you might be able to. Let's see, he's at 9, gets a 7 with the Hero Power. It's close, but if your opponent puts a taunt in front, you most likely don't have lethal. If they put up a 5, they put like an Ally Armorsmith, all of a sudden you're really big trouble. So it's close though, because if he plays the Curator, then he just dies, right? Speaking of Exile.
Yeah. And of course, it's always hard. I mean, one thing you do in Hearthstone, you make your plan and you try to stick to it. He made his plan 2 or 3 turns ago, and so he's wrestling the internal, right, was the plan right when I made it, but has anything changed enough? And so sometimes it's hard to reset your brain and just get back into a 0 state before thinking about what you're doing next.
Yeah, the thing is, Dog knows he's almost certain there's no Ally Armorsmith, and that's the best card that your opponent can have. He played the Hatchling earlier on, and now X-Open is in a really rough spot right now, right? Because he can do something like, Battle Rage, Stonehill Defender, and Hero Power. He can go for Morgan Warden and Hero Power. He can go for Double Taunt. He can go for Curator. Those last 2 options I just mentioned, though, he just dies. So, yeah, he's recognizing that, okay, I need to actually Hero Power up because my opponent has been really adamant about shooting me in the face.
Yeah, and it's working out really well for Dog here. Now he can probably just play the Rock, I should imagine.
Well,
it all depends. The problem is if he sets up too much stuff for the Brawl, Whirlwind Brawl will just clear like everything. So
I think since Dog has continued down this path of steady starting every turn, I think he should continue to do so, right? If you go for the Kindly Grandmother plus Rat Pack and Hero Power, he's gonna go for the Rock, like you mentioned. Okay, so
either's fine, right? This one just plays around Brawl a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. The Brawl, you have so many Death Riddles, so in that case,
that's why I say that Brawl, Whirlwind, and Hero Power was exactly 8 mana this turn.
Right.
So it might have been something he was trying to avoid, is getting those Death Rattles Whirlwinded.
You've seen 1 Whirlwind. Does he run double Whirlwind? And let me go ahead and take a look at Excel's
You've seen 1
list.
as well, actually.
He runs 2 Whirlwinds, yeah.
So, I mean, that may not have been his entire thinking, but that's definitely an eventuality this plays around. And the Armorsmith, just to give hope, a little hope, as it were.
Wow, Shield Bear is really good here, actually. I think you go for that one if you're Exo. Just
One
hold
mana,
on.
gain 4 health.
Gain probably 5 health since you're putting the Armor Smith right behind it. Yeah, I would just slam that guy down. None shall pass. Is that what he says,
Yeah,
or that Black Knight? I'm getting confused.
Black Knight says it in the movie, so it's probably Black Knight, but I don't know for sure.
Anyway.
And this 1/7 Mogashan Warden is looking like it's going to get quite a lot of work done thanks to the help of its armor smithy friend. And this armor smith is going to be a serious consideration for getting kill commander. He's going to have to do the exact numbers Dog is to work out how much armor this armor smith's going to gain. Because if it's more than 5, you might as well kill it now.
Well, you saw there, it's 5% to get the last kill command in the deck and get lethal, but now... Oh, wow. Dog was so close. It felt like Dog was just winning the entire time, but Taunts with an Armor Smith behind it is just brutal. And the thing is, if Dog doesn't attack in, then Exo can do his own attacking in on the other side and just gain his own armor, other than the Shield Bearer, obviously. So it's just
the
an
Drakes are
awkward
going to
situation.
clear up next turn as well.
All right, so yeah, he has to do this. I think this is the correct call. He has to get rid of this Armor Smith, or else the Armor Smith's going to gain way more damage than 5, or gain way more armor than 5. That would the kill command would do the face eventually. So you have to take care of the Armor Smith this way.
Dog, this is a really good turn. He's just decided, look, I cannot beat certain cards. I can't beat Brawl into stuff that I've been playing around. I'm all in, and I'm going to show you I'm all in by going all in, basically.
Speaking of Brawl, finally comes in the hand of X-Hub, and looks like he's going to go for it. He could go for Battle Rage first and then
Yeah,
Brawl.
he's going to kill
Primordial Drake.
He's
going to go for Primordial Drake instead, and yeah, pretty big wall in front.
This is big. Can you pick up a random Dread or something like that?
Gets an Ultrasaur, which is a big card. Can't play it now, strangely enough, because it's really, really expensive. But that will be nice in future turns. Doesn't go with his plan of hero powering every single turn, but still pretty nice dude to play out.
And this might be interesting because the Brawl might happen now. Oh, Sleep with the Fishes is also huge, though. Excuse me.
Sleep with the Fishes can take care of the Nesting Rock, but he already had a minion on the field to do so.
But next turn, he can play it with the Primordial Drake to get rid of whatever the card is in Dog's hand if he wants to go that way, but he's going to clear up now, which also works.
Okay, she's going to leave the Nesting Rock and not even Sleep with the Fishes. Well, I think this is your only chance to Ultrasaur. So might as well go ahead and do it. Nesting Rock can trade into the first Primordial Drake, and what was Hope's reaction? I didn't get to see.
Yeah, Hope was like, oh my god. That's a big minion.
Well, he does have the Curator and an Armor Smith to put behind it. He's already seen a kill command, so he's not going to get killed over the top. So I think that might be the play here. Armor Smith typically it provides you more armor, having already been in the field. So gonna play the Curator. No beasts or dragons left in the deck. Deathwing is very sad that he's not featured here, but yeah, these are just not the best options here for Dog. He had a huge chunk of his mid-range game earlier on. Hasn't been able to use it now.
This is the stuff that Hunter didn't have access to, though, maybe a month ago, where you couldn't just play your 1-drop into an Ultrasaur, and you couldn't have the crazy starts you could have with Crackling Razormon. This is why Hunter's back in. You can see here, it's putting him a really good fight against a Control Warrior that has done rather a lot of stuff.
Oh,
you can also see why you mulligan the quest away, by the way. This game's been a shining example of that.
Yeah, you really don't want to have a dead card in your hand this entire time. And looks like he's going to go ahead and Battle Rage. Doesn't want to attack in his Primordial Drake first. Going to get the Hyena out of the hand here so that doesn't cause a threat in the future. And this ends up being a really good turn for X-Hope. These Armor Smiths are just a pain in the neck for Dog, especially if he picks up Unleash the Hound. He doesn't want to have to deal with this nonsense.
Yeah, and can kill everything now. And Nygod's gone to 4-2 apparently. Oh, he's 1-4-2.
Who was he playing?
I didn't see. I wrote down all the symbols earlier, but I didn't pay attention because I wasn't sure. I thought it was telling me he was gone to 4-2 record, not that he'd 1-4-2.
Characters, learn the characters, not symbols.
Symbols, characters.
I think it might have been a hamster. Anyway, well, we'll find out soon enough. That is Black Magic defeating Hamster 4-1. So that wasn't Hamster
Yeah.
earlier, which means that was probably Rain earlier, which means that Rain is probably just out. And I think Black Magic is just super out. He's 0-5 now.
So super out.
Hamster is now Hamster now has a chance. He was 1-3, now he's 2-3. So
And this, of
Hamster,
course, is the downside of the round robin format, is that there's now players who potentially aren't playing 100% because they don't care.
yeah, definitely. Though you kind of want to save face. The only thing that would be problematic is that, for instance, Jason Joe and X-Hope are teammates now, so that might
Right.
be something where.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're going to lose like because they don't care. I'm just going to say that at the back of your mind, when you're out of something, just all the adrenaline floods out of you, and you just play slightly worse. That's helpful though, and this health total is still there. We're talking as if the game's over while we're going through these other results, but actually, this is still ticking along just for another moment or two.
Yeah, without the quest, there's no timer on this game. It just kind of drags on and lingers on. But there's an execute off the top. And he has a way to get rid of this Houndmaster, but it's kind of painful. I'm not sure he wants to go down that route, so it's going to hold on to it.
It's interesting that the Armor Smiths have been forced into this by Freeze Mage being favoured against Warrior. And the Armor Smiths are doing really, really good work in this particular game, but they weren't here for this matchup, they were here for Freeze Mage, I think.
Is there a reason to hold on to this Glocker Crawler to buff it? I don't think so.
No, I don't think you can get a Pirate and your opponent doesn't have one. Yeah, you just plop it on the table.
I was thinking about B synergy to
Oh, okay.
like if you get something to buff that guy up like a Houndmaster. But there is a Bloodtooth Brave at the top. Wow, the draws have been coming at the perfect time. At least like the last couple of turns here for Exo. But if it had been the Bloodtooth Brave into execute, it might have been a lot worse. But let's see what comes
Leok's
off of
fine
this.
here. Piglet's not too bad.
He has to sacrifice the Huffer. The Glocker goes in first. He can just use his face and leave the minion on the table. That might be a better way to go about it.
Yeah, I think you need to use your face here. I think you need to do the minion. All the way through this game, the numbers haven't lined up well for Dog. He's having to overkill, waste damage a lot of the time. Through no fault of his own. It's just the taunts that have been played have been just the right shape all the way through this game.
There is a dead-ish card. I mean, this is a pretty good card here for Exo, but there are dead cards like the Sulfurous, or excuse me, like the Quest that he could pick up. Whereas Dog, I think he has at least one high main left. That is a really bad card, though.
Yeah, doing the quest in this position seems almost impossible. So, unfortunately, though, for Dog, I don't think it's going to matter too much.
Well, Exo is in a really something good spot right now because of the taunts that he's picked up, and Dog having picked up very little, he's in a bit of trouble. Whirlwind can clear this up. I think you just commit the Whirlwind right now and be on your way. In fact, he's doing attack phase just to make sure this is faster. It seems like, the risky play by hitting phase. This is actually the safe play because you're getting your opponent's less turns.
Yes, 2-turn lethal on the board now.
Why couldn't my opponent be Pirate Warrior? Dirty Rat's a pirate, right? He has that funky hat on. he's twirling his beard.
Yeah, something like that, right? And yeah, you can tell when the game's getting pretty close to over because we're not even looking for outs anymore. Has he got a second Jewel Makor that he can get something from? Another Ultrasaur?
Well, he has high mains. If he had just drawn high mains, he would have completely overwhelmed these taunts that Exop has put on the board. It's just that Exop has drawn his large health taunts and Dog has drawn his low, the low end of his curve the entire time.
I always like to see this, by the way, even though the game is basically over, when a player sits there and goes, right, how do I mess this up? What can go wrong? What's my best way to make sure it never, ever goes wrong?
Well, he's considering, okay, if Dog gets timing off the top next turn, Exop has no damage, right? So, Exop has no damage in hand, so therefore, he wants to get 2-turn lethal if he can. Right?
Yep.
If he can do so, he wants 2-turn lethal. What he can do is Ghoul, see what the fish is, none of his minions die, he goes all face, and Unleash won't really help Dog that much because he can't get through all the minions. And I kind of, that's okay, but then maybe you don't have it for the future turns in dealing with the Hyenas, for instance. Right. And also, if he doesn't attack face with this this Dirty Rat, then perhaps he doesn't have it. So yeah, I think he did it the correct way here.
Yeah, this is an elegant solution because it kept lethal on the board and made sure there weren't many good pickups for Dog to do anything with at all.
Alright, so here we go. We have a clear onto the Bloodhoof Brave with one Doggy remaining. if X-Hope goes face, I think it's pretty much settled because there's nothing you can pick up, and yeah, the Ally Armor Fist is going to be it. Kill command is not going to really matter, even if it's come off the top here. It doesn't really care about the beat, just wants to kill his opponent as quickly as possible, and now picking up a high main just means he's dead.
Looks like X-Hope's got to go to 2-0. Just realising, I should have known this when I looked at the schedule anyway, but the next game must be Trunks versus Jason Zhou, which means that one of those guys is going to lose. So a win here for X-Hope really does put him into this.
The next match on the schedule is Hamster versus Black Magic.
Okay.
So that's... Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, but that's been played, right?
They just showed that. Yeah, they just showed that result. So I guess.
So I think they've changed it to Jason Zhou versus Trunks, because that game obviously is almost a decider for who gets into.
Right. Yeah. Black Magic is totally out, which is strange because they had him twice on the schedule. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh my Gold Series page, which means you're gonna hear the because the stream is on that page, so you're gonna hear the stream for a moment. Just bear with the extra sound for a moment, guys. Alright, so looking at the... Yeah, you are correct. It is Trunks versus Jason Zhou, followed by X-Hope versus Rain, and then Hamster versus Nigod. So all of those are impactful matchups.
Yeah, no surprise to me they've decided to go with X-Hope's first two games. Obviously, he's one of the bigger names, and he's one of the guys from 1 and 3 that could make the comeback. Definitely the guy I would have chosen to. I always like this about Chinese production, by the way. They seem to have everything nailed in terms of versatility, in terms of actually which games they show, in terms of 6 hour-and-a-half long matches in one day, all that stuff.
Well, the only problem is they changed the time yesterday immediately, like, all of a sudden to be 2 hours earlier, and I freaked out. I freaked the F out as that was happening. I'm like, oh my goodness. Especially because I checked, like, 2 hours before it started, like, okay, it is 4 o'clock. And then I checked again, and then... Oh no, crap, it's starting. So, anyway, it's going to be Paladin here for X-Hope versus Dog. And
this is assume the Murloc control / mid-range Paladin, depending exactly what your definitions are. That has been played by Cross and Strife Crow and everybody.
This is an interesting matchup because we used to see the standard Druid versus Control Paladin before Gadgetzin, right? But that Druid was I want to kill you Druid. Whether it was, the way back in the day, the combo Druid, or, after Standard came out, the Malagos Druid, or there was a bunch of... Basically, Druid has always been sort of like a mid-rangey I want to kill you deck. But now it's I make really big guys. So there might be an opportunity for X-Hope to outlast the Jades, even though you don't really do that. And by outlast, I mean... You have one turn where you just delete all your opponent's Jades, and then you make your own guy, and Druid can't deal with it, right? And you just push for the win there. But it does involve X-Hope being the aggressor at some point, despite him having more value in the deck inherently, the Jade Idols aside.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how he times the removal, assuming he gets it. But he, like you say, this game will go long enough. He should get the equality consecration in hand or other ways to deal, because the deck deals with big things quite well up to a point, and it's going to come down to this battle of game of chicken almost. Like how much stuff are you going to put on the board compared to how much am I going to clear one go. And there's actually a Pyromancer in this deck as well, which isn't in all the decks, which is why I just paused there briefly.
That was an interesting choice from X-Hope to go for Repentance. I'm not sure what the other options were. I was looking away for a moment to looking at his deck, but...
One of the options was a Kodo, actually, so I was quite surprised by that.
Well, he has a Kodo in hand. Was that
No, he didn't at the time. No, it wasn't there at the time. That was his second pick.
Huh. Yeah, I think you just go for a second Kodo there, because you're hitting Ancient of War, and you're hitting maybe Jade Behemoth, and that's kind of about it, where you really care too much about the health total. Obviously, this Jade Spirit is not going to be really affected by that all that much. But yeah, anyway, going back to what I was mentioning before, I'm curious to see how X-Hope goes about this, because you can just avoid having to clear your opponent's board and put something on yourself if you just are aggressive yourself. And this is certainly an opportunity for X-Hope to do that, because Dog's hand is utter garbage.
Yeah, it really is, although he'll be scared because those Jades are up to 3 already, so At the back of his mind is how do I deal with a 4/4 next turn and a 5/5 the turn after? But currently we can see that probably doesn't matter too much.
Oof.
The
The
curse of Druid. You put that card in your deck, young man. You can deal with it.
This is exactly why Clento took one Innervate out of his deck for a little while. But all right, we're gonna see Getaway Kodo back into the hand of X-Hope, and we'll see what he decides to do here. If he decides to go for the Pyromancer right again this turn, I imagine he's going. Obviously, he's going for the Acolyte. I mean,
I think he'll just go Acolyte. He may not Hero Power.
Yeah, I think that Hero's Power is reasonable enough, right? So
as long as you play the Acolyte first, so that if there's a swipe, the Acolyte survives. That's okay. Well, here comes Aya bringing her army of golems with her, and they're getting pretty big now. This game's going to get, like we said, it's going to get to that sort of cagey spot where one player's going to have the golems, one's going to have the removal, but only for like 1 or 2 turns.
Dog is playing around Elder Peacekeeper, which you see in the hand is in the hand of X-Hope right now. I wonder if that was necessary though, because you basically 3-for-1 yourself. You spent 2 cards to deal with a minion that drew a card off of you killing it. Whereas he could have just saved the Innervate, and if he ever draws Gadgetzin, he just goes nuts. And he has 2 Gadgetzins in the deck, I believe.
Okay, I've been a little bit behind on the deck, so I do apologise for that, guys. I think it was a little bit last minute.
Yeah, he has 2 Gadgetzins, so I just feel like you kind of have to save the Innervate, especially because he didn't use it to great effect there. It wasn't like the most. He wasn't removing a threatening minion on the field as far as tempo is concerned. He was just removing it, based on the value that it gained. So,
and this went from fairly close to almost emergency really quickly. Like X-Hope can deal with everything that's there right now in a multitude of different ways, but that's going to die quite quickly as an idea. These 2 Peacekeepers are kind of the end of it.
Yeah, he's able to turn 6/6 into a 1/6. The problem is Dog just doesn't have any follow-up unless he picks up something. He's been picking up something the last 2 turns. Well, there's Yogg. So maybe this is the time to go off with it, right? Maybe get a couple sprints, get into your deck.
Yeah, I think Swipe just hit you in the face for 7, plus the one for your Hero Power hit you for 8, and then next turn Yogg is a lot more powerful because first of all your opponent will have more minions on the board, and secondly your Yogg might actually just kill them by mistake.
Yeah, the question is, do you have enough time, right? Because Druid needs to develop its Jades, and if your opponent is taking control of the board, sometimes you don't have time to do that. So I'm not against this play. Let's see what.
This is good. He attacked with a big minion, but kept the 1/6 back in case of buffs. I like this. He got the big chunk of damage in.
Well, so far so good so far.
Rubbish minion a chance.
Oops. Hunter's Mark on the Yogg. Yogg, you're so masochistic. Hit yourself. That's probably better than the Yogg at this point. Moongate Portal gets another 6-drop. A Black Knight, not too bad. Starfire kills the Black Knight. Just whatever. I guess it's a really convoluted way of drawing a card.
Yeah, that's probably okay, right? I mean, it didn't work out very well for him, but he's made a 7/1.
And he drew 2 cards.
Drew 2 cards for 10 mana. Okay, that's pretty bad.
It's okay. It's not the worst thing ever.
Big.
You know what?
Big.
You know what? Druid, without Azure Drake, they're desperate for card draw, okay? They'll do whatever. They'll take what they can get.
Wow.
Well, X-Hope, he's wondering if he can be greedy. If he's too greedy, he might just die. And we do see if he does something like Infestator and Doomsayer, then he could easily just die to like a Wrath and the swipe in hand. So he's wondering what would be the best way to go about this. Does decide to change to the 7/1 instead of the 5/3 despite having more health, and just plays the Rag out.
Yeah, that's really. It looks like a really obvious play, but it's really good play because he knows this Rag, if he could get rid of the 5/3, will survive a lot longer later. And it must have been tempting to use up your Aldor to turn that into a 1/3 and then play Rag next turn. But he's got vision of the game. He can see that's just never going to work. So
Uproot! Uproot! We've done it.
Wow.
He's seen one Aldor. And if there's a Sunkeeper Terram, it's a 3/3 anyway, so it makes no difference. Wants to finish off this game. And unfortunately for Dog, X-Hope has the exact right answer for this. Even picks up the Ivory Knight to help himself out. So, goes for the Blessing of Kings. Had a couple of other support options, but yeah, this 10/5 is now at 1/5.
Rip uproot. But he's made a lot of friends in the process. That's all that matters.
That Dog can clear this board while cycling this Wrath, so that's not too bad. Also, the Blood Mixed Down cycles as well, so not too bad of a pickup. I suppose he could have done the same thing anyway with hero power, but yeah, dog is kind of hanging in there, especially because X-Hope's hand is pretty anemic as well. You have to keep in mind that Blessing of Kings could be pretty huge if the dog leaves a minion onto the board.
Right, so 23 health to get through, though. I don't see how he's going to get that done without getting to at least 8, 9 in his Jades. I guess 7/7s do damage pretty quickly.
Well, he needs card draw. That's what he needs. He needs Gadsden, he needs Nourish, those cards, right? And if he does get those, then all of a sudden X-Hope doesn't really have a great way to deal with all of them.
Do you just play Elise here, or do you wait? Like, just wastes a card, but gets that pack going. Not even playing the tournament, actually, so just going to take it very, very steady.
Really good draw here for Dog, able to go 5 damage on the Wrath while cycling it.
Right, and this is the downside of not playing a minion last turn. Even if it was just a tour, just everything can now just kill this.
So do you draw through to the card? I think you just Wild Growth and Hero Power right now. And don't play the excess mana, because what are you going to do with 2 mana?
He also had the option to trade in the Blood Mage, I guess, as well. But yeah, you might as well just do this.
Just get the Earthen Scales if he picks up Gadgetzin later on. Another thing he could have done is just Wrath or Fandral and Wrath and then toss his Blood Mage away, but I guess it's pretty threatening on the board and perhaps Exo might want to deal with it. I'm actually a bit perplexed by Exo play last turn, right? He could have just gone for Elise and just not Doomsayer and just had board control. Like, why do you need to Doomsayer? Like, what are you setting up this turn?
Yeah, I don't mind the Doomsayer because it stops your opponent from making a big Jade. So if he picked up Jade Spirits or something, he just wouldn't be able to just plop it on the board and start getting control back. But I felt you had to put something alongside the Doomsayer to make sure that either the Doomsayer goes off or the something survives.
Right. And doesn't either, so... Dog was able to build a board last turn. We have a charging Bearcat on the field now. Looks like he's going to go ahead and
Is that what it's called, the 4/6?
No.
The Bearcat?
I don't think so.
It is now.
It is now. I've always called it Bearcat. It's just awesome. But Gadsden's the field. I think that it's probably fine to just play the Druid of the Claw this turn and then hope that you draw more next turn. Because Gadsden, not only do you get an extra draw for a spell next turn, but you get potentially the spell afterward if you were able to draw with the Earthen Scales. But he's going to go for it now.
Okay.
I suppose this is a bit safer as he does pick up the Nourish, so that's kind of nice regardless. What it does is Exo, speaking of Dog, he hasn't seen any way to deal with this board so far, so if he just clears this right now.
Right, and X-Hope's going to have to sit there and work out which of these things he wants to kill, because the Gadgetzan can lose in the game, but the Fandral is no fun either.
Yeah, Fandrel's not too threatening, though, because there's no Raven Idol. I guess Fandral
does its work early, yeah.
There's really nothing left. Ancient War has already been played. You've already seen a Wrath. I don't know if you've seen the second Wrath. It's really annoying when you go for both the Jade Idol that goes into your deck, that shuffles into your deck and gets one. That's really nice value. Right. But Gadsden just does it by itself, right? He just cycles them in. He just does it the long way, but then he just gets them anyway. So I think that he has to kill the Gadsden, and I think it's just time to go for Blessing of Kings.
And then probably Elise alongside, just to try and get that pack, because he needs that pack for some removal, to be honest.
Right.
For later, not for now particularly. He's got things now covered for a while, but in about 3 or 4 turns time, yeah, he can heal. He can dilly dally a little bit until he picks up the equality that he hasn't drawn yet.
Well, where's the beef, right? Like, he just needs beef in his hand. He has his Blessing of Kings, he has his Elise, but once he plays those out and those get taken care of, he has nothing left. So I think I'd rather. Well, eventually, yeah, but then Elise gets you the pack, which is guaranteed.
He needs this pack to get some stuff.
Yeah, Tyrion 1 out of 14, N'Zoth 1 out of 14. You want to just get the pack in so you have more stuff to do. Here is that Raven Idol. This is absolutely perfect, Eward Dog. I'm curious if he goes for the tempo of the Druid of the Claw or if he just goes for Jade Idol into Nourish. I think Jade Idol into Nourish might have been a bit better here. I guess he wants more card draw right now before he goes ahead and does that.
Yeah, he also gets more information, so he knows the best way to make these trades now, whereas before he'd had to have guessed it all.
I think that the Jade Idol is very important, though, because you really need to cycle it, or else you're not going to win the long game, and getting the tempo of this right now is huge. So you need to do this before Fandral dies. Fail rate is reasonable as well, though. If you're face tanking the Cairn, you might as well just swipe it anyway.
Yeah,
So
looking good. Exo's going to need that Tyrion or that pack very soon.
well, while Lorna dies, I'm gonna go ahead and cast this one. So Elise gets taking out the rest goes face. Karen has kind of a hard time choosing what to kill between all these minions. I suppose he kind of has to kill the 7/7, but Vandal still looms as a threat, especially if he continues to make Jade Idols or Jade Golems, excuse me, while putting them back in the deck. And I think that Dog has sealed this one.
Yeah, no equality there. Thanks for covering on. I was dying. No equality all the way through the game for Exo. He's held on to the activators for a long time. He does have the Forbidden Healing to buy himself a turn.
Yeah, but then he needs to go Tyrion into N'Zoth or Pack or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. He plays Wig of Flame, whatever that guy's name is.
Burn Bristle.
Trade into 7/7, heal face maybe. That buys him a turn or two. Get equality, clear the stuff that's there, draw Tyrion, get a good stuff out of the pack. He's not got a very good chance, but he's certainly not 0 yet.
Ooh, wow. Going for the slightly greedy play here, realizing that Wicker Flame is going to soak up some damage, especially because there's only a 7/7 on board.
Yeah, that's actually a very heads-up play.
Yeah, very interesting.
The trouble is now, Dog is drawing a Jade nearly every single turn, and we were talking at the start, or I was talking at the start at least, about how he uses his equalities, how Hope uses his equalities. He might not even get the chance to do that. He hasn't drawn one for the entire game, which is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, well, there's still 14 cards left in his deck, so it's not the most crazy thing I've ever seen in my life. Looks like we're having a little bit of lag on the tiny stream here. Hopefully this clears up in a bit.
Right, so this is it. This turn needs to do good things.
There's the equality. We found it. Found the equality. And that pretty much has to happen. Yeah, he has to do it or else he's dead, even if he kills the 8/8. So, Karen into the face, and Dog knows exactly what that means.
Means he's been hit in the face. 8.
Yes, your opponent either has a board clear or he's conceding. One of the two, right?
Right, so here we go. And obviously the Cairn will survive, or the Bane, or whatever it's called, will survive. So we'll have something on board, but something on board doesn't challenge 9/9s too well. Yeah, and X-Hope knows this, so he's just sticking the whole lot out there to give himself any sort of stuff at all. Oh dear.
Wow, yet another...
Do you play around the top decked 1 in 13 equality? Are you that far in front?
Yeah, I think you could just play a 3/6/9/9 and swipe. I think that might have been better.
Pack. The pack.
All right, what can we do with the pack here? Obviously, you traded
Blow
your
up our own dudes.
Yeah, you throw in the dude first. Let's see what he can possibly get.
He's gonna be so sticky if he picks equality out of this pack.
Let's take a journey to Ungoro.
So or
explore Ungoro. He can wipe out everything in his deck with the Hemet. He can play a target.
That'll leave him with like exactly N'Zoth and Tyrion. That might not be a total disaster, except he'd be dead, I think. Can you move that panda, somebody?
I think it's time to explore Ungoro. It's time to start discovering. It's time to start discovering. So maybe you can discover something insane. Maybe you can discover Meteor.
Yeah, he discovers game 4 because I think it's the top card of your deck. Not, I don't think it changes your hand.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, okay. I've never actually seen that card be played.
So he's discovered bottom right, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
And it goes to 2 games to 1.
Looks like we have people requesting the
decks.
The decks. Here's the decks. I don't really know. I know how to give you guys the decks. I don't know how to give that guy permission to post links.
Yep. One of the great things about today is we do get to interact at least a little tiny bit here and there. So
just a tad bit. Well, that is 2-1 for X-Hope, or 1-2 for Dog, however you want to look at it. And gets a win with his Druid. Druid's been performing pretty well thus far. I think it only let someone down once, and other than that, it's just kind of steamrolled.
I'm just looking at that trophy. You know me and the trophies. When they don't get dropped on the floor, they are so awesome.
That is an inside
I
joke.
can't remember who it was that. Yeah, one of the winners dropped the trophy on the floor. He was so nervous one time he just broke in half, and unfortunately, I think it appealed to most people's sense of humour, even though it wasn't particularly funny for the player involved.
We had this conversation before, and then I was racking my brain trying to figure out who it was, and then I did figure out who it was, and now I've forgotten again. So
It was whoever won Gold Series, the spring or summer qualifiers, right?
it was Shanghai, Gold Series Shanghai.
Right. So whoever won Gold Series Shanghai dropped the trophy on the floor, and I don't know. I don't think he was too bad because he had a whole pot of money he had just won, but it was kind of sad.
Was it in a pot? It's just
Probably. I mean, you've seen the Chinese production. It is pretty amazing sometimes. You wouldn't suppose they just gave him a pot of gold.
a literal pot of gold. Here you are, a Chinese man with an Irish accent. Like what? What's going
We've
on?
had gold and Hearthstone hearts and stuff before. Why not? Anyway, a game of Hearthstone is occurring.
Yeah, it kind of is. All right, so this hand is reasonable for a dog, even though he doesn't have a weapon, because he gets to get patches out. All that stuff gets buffed up by the South Sea Captain next turn. Eventually, he wants to pick up a weapon, but for now, he'll do. He'll live with
Now,
this.
this hand could go either way for X-Hope. He's got a lot of the starting requirements for a decent hand, but doesn't have anything to do on turns 4 and 5 of any note, and those are the turns where Pirates really smash you in the face if you're not careful.
There's a lot of room for mind games with this particular pick. All of these are reasonable options here, because if you get Redemption, you can redeem a Burn Bristle. The Noble Sacrifice is the most obvious, I gain tempo, like no matter what, I'm denying damage from my opponent. You can also, but one of the things that you could do is have a taunt and get the Getaway Kodo in the way, which is a really big deal. Looks like we're going to see a trade here. It says slightly weak to Coin Consecration, but you're still leaving up the South Sea Deckhand. So it makes sense in that regard. And we have yet another Hydrologist in hand here. If X-Up goes Pyro Coin Equality, he does clear the board, because I know that they get buffed, but he does the 1 damage first, and the South Sea Captain doesn't buff himself, right? So he will go to 1 health as well, and the board is cleared. So that might be worth exploring here to go Pyro Coin Equality. You had to do it in that exact order, by the way. You can't go Coin Pyro Equality.
Sure, yeah. I'm going to just believe you on that one.
Well, it does 1 damage, and then does 1 damage, and they die. So, yeah. Anyway, gonna go for the... Wow, I was not expecting this. I suppose he draws a card. I suppose he needs healing, right? So, he does this now. This does require that X-Hope go for Pyro Coin Equality next turn, even though he has enough mana to go just Pyro Equality. He needs to spend something. He needs to do something to do the extra damage, and he will draw 2 cards if Dog doesn't take this out right now. And if he takes it out with the South Sea Captain, then
he also kills more things next turn as well.
Right, yeah. And if he takes it with the South Sea Captain, then X-Hope can just go Pyro Coin Noble Sacrifice. So this is interesting. The only thing here is that so he can actually X-Hope can still. Oh, this is tough because X-Hope needs to go. If he goes Pyro Coin Equality, he doesn't kill the Dread Corsair. But then he can throw in the Acolyte. Wait, hold on, I'm confused.
I'm still sitting there trying to work out how it all works, because I thought the captain would keep them back at 2.
No,
but it doesn't. You're right. When you play the equality, don't they become 1/2s or 3/2s or whatever?
Wait,
because equality sets it to 1 in the pirate buffs, but I'm never sure. My mechanics is much worse than it should be. I watch way too many Hearthstone science videos and still forget how the mechanics work. The fact he hasn't gone for it seems to show that it doesn't work. I'm going to go with hope.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. It does set it to 2. My mistake. All right, but he has found a way to clear anyway, because he goes for equality, Pyro Coin, Noble Sacrifice. So yeah, I was mistaken by that. Sorry about that, guys.
Don't apologise to them. Apologise to me. I was all scared and confused and terrified in front of a live audience. No, it's fine. So do you play Greenskin here?
You kind of just have to, right?
It's really sad to play a 5/4 for 5 when you've teched for your own deck and your deck just said, no weapons for you, son. Yeah, it's the only way you can keep the hate coming, because you know that X-Hope's right on the edge of stabilising here.
All right, well, Obviously, chat is helping out and explaining the whole thing. I want to explain to the people who are maybe not in chat or maybe watching this on YouTube. So, even though I just explained it incorrectly, let me just explain it correctly this time. So, if even if they're at 1 health, if you play equality, it sets them to 2 health because it sets them to 1, and then the pirate and then the Chelsea captain busts them back up to 2. So that's where I messed up. Is that I thought it would just die, but by setting it back to 1, it actually sets it back up to 2. So that's where the people still don't get it, even though I was wrong the first time, obviously.
This is where Hearthstone's better than other card games, though, because we have a computer that judges
Yeah.
rather than people. You do it, and if it works, that's the rules. If it doesn't work, that's the rules. You don't have to sort of put your hand in the air and call for a judge and say, "Hey, Mr. Judge." You just do it and see what happens.
Well, this is a tough choice here for Doug, right? Because if he goes Heroic Strike to face, then he's pretty close to just lethaling the following turn. Whereas if he Heroic Strikes the Outer Peacekeeper, that's less tough to clear his board, and perhaps he gets there with the minion damage. And we've seen, for instance, Nygod go for the trade here. It looks like Doug is kind of desperate to get the damage in, though.
Yeah, he's going to walk into everybody's latest favourite card, though, the Steed. And this is just so difficult for any aggro deck to get through.
Run a 3-mana Ironbark Owl, or Ironbeak Owl in your deck.
How long before somebody starts playing a bad silence card, whether it's Spellbreaker, Ironbeak Owl? It can't be long. I think there's more and more stuff coming that needs silencing. There's Taunt Warriors, there's Taunt Paladins, there's Taunts. And we can't be far now.
I like the decision of Blizzard to nerf Owl as well, because it makes it so that these decisions are hard, right? Before, it was like, oh, I just throw it in my deck, it's easy. It's a tech card, and, like, yeah, it's, you know... Yeah, it's not that great of a card.
Every single deck right now.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's not that great of a card, but it's really cheap. You just throw it out there. 2 mana, get rid of it, right?
Yeah.
But 3 mana is just so much harder to utilize that card and actually do stuff that turn. So you're basically just silencing, and that's it.
Yeah, and on aggro decks in particular, like 3 mana really just kills your curve. I love this key. I want one of those.
Anyway, to answer your question, like how quickly, we do have, I think, I'm forgetting who it was. There's a player in this who has double Spellbreaker in a few other decks.
Right.
It is Hamster. Hamster has a Spellbreaker in his Warrior, in his Paladin, in his Druid, and that's it.
Just in 3 of his decks.
Yeah, just
casually.
Just the ones where he has room for it. Doesn't have in his Rogue or Shaman.
Don't ever change Hamster. Don't ever change.
He's like, I already have Hex in my Shaman. I'm good. Anyway, getting to the next game. X-Hope now up 3-1. We kind of missed that. We were just... It seems like these games are back and forth, but X-Hope just ends up winning them at the end.
Right. So Rogue versus Hunter, one of the decks that actually has it. Oh, it's not... Wait. Okay, yeah, it is Rogue. I'm going crazy today. I'm sorry about that. Hunter, one of the classes that can just take down this Cavern Rogue deck if it gets a decent curve. The weakness of Rogue, even though it plays like an aggressive deck, it actually isn't. If you just hit it in the face, there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, if Derek were casting, he wouldn't even have to speak in order to know that this is Cavern's Rogue. You could just feel like the hate and emanating from him. As
everybody, I'm still celebrating the demise of Reno Jackson. I'm not allowed to hate other things for at least about 6 months.
I always was wondering why you hated him, but I don't know. I guess you're dirty.
I think I won everybody over by the end.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
Chat, Reno Jackson. What about it?
Discuss.
Yeah. So, anyway, I'm not allowed to hate other decks until that's well and truly out of my system. And so, Cavern's Rogue is beautiful, wonderful piece of craftsmanship. D2.
By the way, X-Hope decided to keep prep because he realized, he's a bit of an underdog against the Hunter.
Right.
And so needed to hope that he gets the quest really quickly and then prep it out. Might be a bit of a mistake because you kind of just need those options in the first place, and then you can hope to get prepped later on. But that's
it makes sense though. If you try and play the deck as fairly as Rogue can play, which isn't very fairly at all, you're just not going to get it done often enough. So I think that gambling and taking the prep and then trying to get the other pieces of the stuff, prep's the hardest part to get. The other pieces sort of all interact with each other quite simply, so I think I like it. think it makes sense at least.
Well, decision time here for Exo. Does see the Glocker Collar come out, which has got to not feel that great for Dog here, as he doesn't get to feast on one of the pirates. I'm curious if he's dropped the Swashbuckler, and maybe that's a reason why.
I think he was considering going prep into Mimic Pod so he could still play something. Now that the initial gamble of taking the prep has failed, I think maybe he was considering keeping it, but it looks like he's saving it for Vanish.
Right, I was just looking at a Dog's decision to play the Glocker Crawler last turn, but this is really nice if you are Exo, because Shadow Step is one of the best cards in the deck, and he can basically complete the quest right now, if he so chooses. Oh, no, he can't, because he can't bring the Balefin after the Ferryman takes it back, but he can do it next turn. So he can go for this and put the Ferryman back, and then next turn he can just put a bunch of 1/1 taunts and turn into 5/5 taunts next turn, and he has the mana to do so, and he has a 5/5 charge coming. So in conclusion, I think X-Up wins the game. I just I don't see how Dog wins this, because next turn it's going to be Bilefin, Shadow Set Bilefin, Shadow Set Bilefin, Prep Quest, or Prep whatever, or Crystal Core, and then he has a charging 5/5, and then he has 3 5/5 taunts in the field. Thing from below, eat your heart out. This is going to be nuts. It's going to be absolutely nuts.
We're going to keep an eye on Dog, because he looks so attentive all the way through, and this may be just a case of, okay.
Look at this turn. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This turn is absolutely nuts. Oh.
And this is going to blow the round robin wide open, with Dog dropping to 3-2, assuming this does win, and X-Hope going up to 2-3. Especially as in a minute we're going to have Trunks versus Jason Joe, and if Trunks wins that, Jason Joe will be 3-2 as well. Because I need to say something while he goes through the motions.
I'm just admiring. I don't know if I want to, Craigasm or puke. And he gets the patches. I forgot about that. Patches. Everyone forgot about the patches.
So talking about patches, how long before they patch this card?
I see what you did there. Oh my goodness. There's 30 damage on the board. What just happened? Dog is just mouth agape like.
So after
what?
turn 3, X-Hope could not win this game. 2 turns later, his opponent is like, all right, I'm right, buddy.
Scoop it up.
You got me. Let's. I enjoyed that game of Hearthstone. I played some minions. I got to watch my opponent. And
Mimic Pod into Shadow Step. Mimic Pod into Shadow Step is so ridiculous. Because you've just drawn those cards, and you've drawn massively tempo cards, but you haven't really lost much value, right? Because you've drawn the exact... You've drawn 2 of them, so you're only using 1 card to do that, and then you're getting all the value out of the token 1/1 anyway, so that is...
Dog was just laughing as he walked away there, by the way. Like, what can you say? You can't get angry. You know it's a thing that happened. It's just like, yeah, I didn't misplay that game. Yeah, maybe I did, because my Galactic Clawler. But it wouldn't have got much value. Patches just came in. No, this will teach you to eat pirates.
Our center Chinese commentator knows exactly about that. I don't know if you guys remember Lebo all the way back from, I think, 2014? Yeah, when he defeated Tiddler Celestial in one of those finals and he got $100,000.
Yeah, he's still like in the top 10. When you look at earnings lists, he's still in the top 10 to this day.
And now he's a caster. But yeah, that is him.
How times change.
He knows exactly how to win tournaments that way with disgusting stuff like, Zoo and Shaman double Rockbiter nonsense. But
it must be horrible to go top 4 in a massive event and then end up as a caster.
Yeah, I know. I don't even have to come back to that one. But anyway,
I think the comeback is at least I've come top 4 in a big event. But anyway,
well, yeah. Again, anyway, our next match is likely going to be Trunks versus Jason Joe, which is a massive match. Trunks is in first place in the entire top 8, whereas Jason Joe is right on his heels, and both players likely to go to the Global Championship. So this might be a preview of things to come. And on top of that, one of them can secure their spot in that top 4. So don't go anywhere.
数千人受伤，数百人丧命。
对
还终未报到，我们不会让您失望的。
我们会竭尽所能的。
暗影守望特工情报显示，归零者派了重兵把守，他们完全控制了那里。
就把他们交给我吧，我有个特别计划。突袭小队就靠你们了，注意确保新兵安全。
放心吧，长官。
当心身后！护送工程车
向前推进，没问题。
牺牲了一切，而你们却因为无知，囚禁了有能力拯救世界的人。所以，当军团归来时，你们才会束手无策。
后面有敌人掩护侧翼，没有部落，我们输定了。
总有一天，你们会明白牺牲的真正意义。因为这次，我们将力挽狂澜。萨格拉斯之墓在等着我们。现在，凡人，跟我来，进入深渊。
大家好，欢迎回来。然后
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the China Spring Championship. I'm New2, with me is Lorinda. We still have the same Chinese casters, which is good to see. They're working hard. But our next match is maybe the match of the tournament, or at least the match of the top 8, considering we have Jason Zhou, who is at the top of the standings, and obviously very well known even amongst Western fans, having gone to BlizzCon last year, and played in the NA versus CN. By the way, I think your mic is muted.
Is it?
No, just kidding. You moused something. And never mind. You moused something and I didn't hear any sound coming in your mouth, so I got confused. Anyway, and we have Trunks, who is less well known, but he is the top of the standings, so that is certainly cause for making this a really good match.
Yeah, and everything is closed up now with Rain going to 2 and 3, we think. And also, obviously, with X-Hope going to 2 and 3, that gap is closing down. So if Jason Zhou loses this, he's in that 3 and 2. Suddenly, it all becomes a bit messy. And Trunks, of course, would go to 5 and 0, and he'd just be looking down on them all going, well, I'm through, guys. What are you going to do?
Have they played a match in the meantime? When we were doing our last match, did they play a match?
No, so this is the second... The other 6 players have all played.
Right.
So they've split it into... This is like the second part of Series 1. There's 6 games today, and there's 3 rounds, so I think we're covering 2 from each round.
Right. Okay.
I think. So I think everyone else is having a break now.
Right.
And then I think when we cover the third match, everyone plays their next match as well.
That makes sense.
I'm only guessing, by the way. I'm not got some sort of Chinese authority that I'm using here.
Yeah, well, it certainly makes sense logically. And we're taking a look at Trunks, who is 29 years old, an old fogey like you and I.
Wow.
I'm actually happy to see some of the older players in here. We've seen a few 29-year-olds, for instance, and Jason Zhou himself is 28, and he is a seasoned Murloc Raider at rank 22 here. Takes a while to get to rank 22. You got to go to the top 8 of 3 Gold Series championships, which means if you're a Murloc Raider, you probably have made, nearly 6 figures of income just off of Hearthstone alone. So that is one rich Murloc Raider.
Wow. Yeah, rank 22. I like the way they're doing this, but I think they've set out for a very, very long haul with it. When somebody reaches Legend, I think they just give up the Gold Series and start the Platinum Series or something.
Shut it down. Shut it down. It's over.
Like somebody did it.
Yeah, if someone gets a Legend, they are a millionaire off of Hearthstone, and it's 10 years
like,
into the future.
When he just finally gets the Legend, 2097, because they give him some points for reaching repeated top 16s.
They just give him a massive golden Legend symbol. Like, here you go. You've done it.
We joke, but so much strange stuff happens in the Chinese scene. Like, really good strange stuff. Some of the sets they use, some of the prizes they award. I love all that stuff.
Well, no surprise after seeing that last game. Both players have banned the Rogue out. I believe that there have been times where Jason Zhou or perhaps Trunks didn't ban Rogue in the past, and they've changed it up right now. Certainly, it's up to, alterations as far as what your ban strategy is concerned, because not all of the matchups are completely figured out, and things can change in the middle of the tournament, like, oh yeah, maybe this matchup isn't quite as good as I thought it was, or vice versa.
Right. I thought Jason Zhou, yes, I did see a bit of his play when I was watching on and off. I thought he looked a little tiny bit shaky by his standards yesterday.
Yeah, definitely.
1 or 2 plays. I think there's a play where he didn't take eye for an eye against Freeze Mage, I seem to remember.
Yeah, that was the big one, especially because you're never really going to get good value off of the minions on the field, and eye for an eye is one of the best ways to finish off the game when you can get your opponent down low enough and they have nothing to do about it.
So hopefully he's had a night to reflect and have a look through. He'll have had friends, teammates, colleagues, etc. explain to him things that he could be doing slightly better. He is one of the better players, so he will obviously improve rapidly with a little bit of advice if he is making a mistake or two.
Alright, so getting into the first game, it's going to be the Druid on the side of a Jason Zhou, and they're all playing Jade Druid, so no need to wonder what is going on the bottom side of the screen here. And for Trunks, he is playing that Shaman. I'm going to go ahead and double check what he has in here, and does have, the Jade package as well, though I do not see, actually no, it does not have the Jade package. He only has the Jade Claws. So it doesn't have Jade Lightning or Aya. So mostly based on the elementals here for Trunks. And
he might be tempted just to play this Portal here. When does it ever get use against Jade anyway? and set up playing a 2/4 taunt into his Flame Tongues the turn on turn 4.
Well, you can set up something later, right? You can go for the Maelstrom Portal in conjunction with Thalnos and or Lightning Storm to clear up something, so something to keep in mind.
Yep. And, okay, the trade happens, and now the Shaman's going to just presumably gain... Well, just play a 2/4 taunt. He may just go for the free card while it's available. He's going to do that. Defend it next turn.
Yeah, both of these plays are weak to charge Druid the Claw. So I think he's thinking like, well, I might as well go for the 2 cards potentially if my opponent doesn't have that, rather than do really not much of anything with the Hot Spring Guardian. And I can understand his thinking right there. So he can go ahead and hex this, but then you're kind of giving your opponent a coin, which isn't the best. He could just develop. He can play the Fireflame Phoenix, which doesn't really do a whole lot. This is one of the problems with playing the Phoenix, because if you don't have any follow-up with Elementals, it's kind of a weak card.
Just to point out there, they're showing the record of Trunks on the left-hand side. The 3 players he has got to play are X-Hope, Dog, and Jason Joe. He's not through yet by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, he can still go 4-3 and get in, so that's...
Well, if he loses to X-Hope, Dog, and Jason Joe, 4-3 might not get in.
Yeah, that's true, because the tiebreakers might mess him up. But
that's what I mean. He'll have lost to all of the players who have done well. So that's interesting.
X-Up is the biggest one there, right? Because everyone else is just kind of like, well, Jason Joe... If he loses Jason Joe might have a better record anyway. And so he's not even worried about tiebreakers. The big thing is losing 2 players who are under him right now. But does have to give up the coin because the 4/6 was too much to deal with. A lot of times people overreact to Burgly Bully, and they say, well, I have to deal with this card because for some reason it's in the back of their head. It's like a mind trick. It's like a Jedi mind trick where it's like, oh my god, this guy is associated with Antonius and Gadgets, and so therefore I must kill it. But by itself, it's just a 4/6, and so you can just play your own minions. But in this case, it was a bit too threatening here for Trunks, and if it allowed him to get another card off this Manti Totem, then it's pretty worth it.
Yeah, and also going just coins into Yogs later on is kind of scary as well. You don't really want that Yogg to be powered up and played earlier, sometimes with just more coins.
So, interesting decision here for Trunks. He can go for something like a Tar Creeper and a Flame Tongue Totem to make it harder to get through that Tar Creeper if you turn that into a 5/5. I think it might be worth his while, especially because you not that big of a deal, but you get rid of the frog, and you don't have to commit something like, a Maelstrom Portal to deal with it later. I think that might be worth his while, honestly. Yeah, and it looks like he is going to go for it.
Sure. Going to be an exciting couple of turns with Trunks drawing loads of cards and Jason Joe getting abuse out of this FanDuel, depending exactly what he picks up here. He must be tempted here, yeah. He's going to coin, innovate. If he picks up Nourish, he can't play it.
Well, the fail rate by itself is reasonable, but if he really wants Innovate to be able to... yeah, it looks like he's just going to stop here, potentially. The thing is, he wanted to Fail Rage plus Hero Power to take out the Tar Creeper, so then he could just Fandral into that Flame Tongue Totem or even the Manti Totem. But having picked up the Wrath ends up working out for him anyway, and now there's 2 massive threats on the board that Trunks probably has to deal with. Probably he wants to deal with the Gadgetzan much more than the Fandral. Fandral isn't nearly as threatening as it used to be with Raven and not in this set anymore. And Nourish is kind of annoying, but your opponent's already at 6 mana, so... He
might just choose to deal with both. His work is done with the Mana Tide, so he could Flame Tongue and just trade everything in, as well as Hex. He may decide that these cards, the Hex, will be useful against a 7/7 Jade, but the next turn 8/8 Jade comes down anyway. The Flame Tongue is useful right now. The Mana Tide's done its work. I think we might just see him throw caution to the wind here and kill both. The other option is just to obviously Elemental the Auctioneer and trade in.
Yeah, I think that puts the most just, meat on the board that your opponent has to deal with. And you've already seen one piece of removal come out. Looks like he's just reaching for the Flame Tongue and going for Phoenix here. So just putting multiple minions onto the field. And forcing your opponent to use a hero power in this case is kind of annoying, unless they exactly have Druid the Claw, which they probably don't at this point.
Obviously, Bloodlust with the wide board is an ongoing threat as well. If nothing happened here, he's got 22 damage next turn. Obviously, things are going to happen here, but just to show the sort of threat he's throwing out there.
It looks like it's going to be hero power, just to get rid of this and then take out the Flame Tongue Totem. Realize he's considering that a bigger threat than the Manta Totem, thinking that Trunks has already drawn a lot of cards, but it's still, in my opinion, a pretty big threat, leaving that Manta Totem up. You're giving your opponent a couple of nourishes, just leaving it on the field.
Yeah, I think when it goes past a certain point, sometimes you just feel when it's done its job, it might as well stay there now and I'll deal with the other stuff, but that can be a mistake. But I do understand the reasoning.
Right, well, there are a few reasonable turns here. I don't think that Trunks needs to utilize his Lightning Storm because he has a pretty nice Fire Elemental plus Lightning Bolt. Onto the Fangel, he can get a value trade onto the Jade Spirit as well. The question is whether you think that Lightning Storm is ever going to be good from here on out. But even if that's your concern, you still might... I think you're better off just having it be a dead card in your hand than having a really poor turn right now. Because Lightning Storm potentially doesn't do a whole lot, right?
Yeah, if it rolls low, I guess you've got the... You haven't got anything. You've got the one bolt.
Right. The thing is, he's super overloading by doing this.
Right. Yeah, he's going to lose the board big time here, whatever he does now.
Well, let's see what he decides to do here. Okay, he's just going to go ahead and trade in and play Hero Power. This is somewhat mana efficient on this particular turn, but...
Oh, if he hero powered first, he could have considered just bolting there.
Yeah. It's not... Obviously, it ends up being a clear-cut mistake, but the reason why he didn't do it in the first place was because if he had... had certain values on the Lightning Storm that were different, then he would have to use the Lightning Bolt and or the Maelstrom Portal. But the fact that he rolled high on one of the minions means that he didn't need to use that anymore. So it was kind of like, well, I need to do this just in case. But then in the end, because it was kind of weird, because he rolled high, he was allowed to hero power, which is like a strange way to think about it.
But then he could have hero powered before playing the weapon if he wanted to just use a clean bolt and kept his Phoenix alive.
Right. Well,
so there's a really weird situation where you have to actually do your hero power somewhere in the middle of the turn for it to be correct. Okay, so he's got loads of card advantage. But
he's still in a reasonable spot. Yeah, well, the Jades are still only a 3/3, right? And the next one's going to be 4/4. It's not too big. He does need to, like you mentioned, just gain board control. Because if he doesn't gain board control now, then he's not going to ever have it.
Yeah, this is like the tipping point, the next couple of turns where... Something like a Jade Spirit for Jason Joe could be absolutely huge now that Lightning Storm's gone. Because you can't double storm away a big board now.
Alright, so this works out perfectly here for Trunks, though, because he doesn't have that great of a board right now, but it sets up for Calamos next turn, and he doesn't overload himself.
This is okay for Jason Joe.
Well, okay, there's a Lightning Bolt with spell damage and a Calamos. So he can go 3 to all, and Lightning Bolt... He has a clear board. The only problem is you throw away everything but the Calamos.
And you walk straight into... Not many spells Yogg, but Yogg versus a whole army is when Yogg's at its best.
The trades are just really awkward here if he does go for Calamos. Huh.
Yeah, that 3/6 is actually tortuously hard to deal with here. I guess he just uses a waste of Lightning Bolt if he does that.
I think it's okay to just go for Calamos. Everything trades in, and Calamos, Lightning Bolt, everything trades in. You have a 7/7 that your opponent can't deal with because they don't have mulch.
And the Yogg's not too powerful because you've removed a lot of your own board as well, oddly enough.
Right.
Sort of plays around it a little bit. A bit like playing around Brawl. A random, terrifying Brawl that might do anything, but a Brawl nonetheless.
Gonna go face here, which is a bit risky because that 401 could trade in a bit easier if there's some sort of swipe or other clear onto the Hot Spring Guardian. But if I has face damage...
Nourish will delay the Yogg for sure. He can power it up and power up his hand at the same time, so obviously he would take that option.
What if he just seconds Nourish and then he overdraws with the Yogg next turn? It just looks like he's gonna go for it.
Wow. Oh, is there anything he could do here with this Innovate? Yes, there's lots of things he can do. Will he do them? No, because he's got Auctioneer in his hand.
Well, if he really wants to go Yogg next turn, he can go Wild Growth excess mana innervate Yogg just to get the extra spell damage or extra spells in there, and then he immediately just like Starfires just Yogg.
I think that Jason is basically setting up a situation where he can play a Jade every turn from now to the end of the game if he doesn't die. Like he's got the Behemoth in hand. He's still got the second idol in his deck. He's got Auctioneer. He can just go into the mode where he cycles through a million of them. But the first thing he's got to do is secure his position and not die.
Yeah, and that's kind of hard to do when you're facing the pressure that you are from Trunks here. And I think you commit the Phoenix here because it's damage to face right now. The guy's a little bit clunky. And you're getting a 3/3 on board, which is fuel for your Bloodlust. And I think this has to be a Yogg. I don't see any way out of this.
Just need to count up if Aya and Behemoth is enough to not die, but I don't think it is. So I think it's Yogg time. He agrees. The Telltale hero power into Innovate.
Well, he could have gone for Wild Growth instead, but I guess this is enough. And 12 spells it is. Living, Spores, and he's going to Shadow Step it back, and goodbye, Yogg. Game 1 goes over to Trunks.
That's harsh. 1-0 to Trunks.
I thought you were about to say, that's Hearthstone.
That's harsh. No.
Of course it is. That's the game
I'm not
we're
a
playing.
mean caster. What do you take me for?
Hey, if you won't say it, I will. That's Hearthstone.
Okay. 1-0, Jason Joe. The way that Yogg was nerfed is good because it doesn't make you completely curse your luck when it doesn't do the thing you expect as well. Like
Right.
before it was nerfed, if it just blew up your own board, you'd be like, oh, that's really horrible. But now you kind of know that it's a huge risk. It's a good one with a positive expectation, but it's still a huge risk when you do it. So you're not totally sick when it goes wrong.
Or you kind of are because it's a really big match, but what can you do? That said, you can't really expect him to just clear the board like that, right? I mean, even one of the most powerful cards in the game, Deathwing, if you play it, there's a downside to clearing your opponent's entire board. You're losing your entire hand. And for Yogg...
What about Blood Bloom into Doom D2? What's the downside there, huh? 2 mana, clear your opponent's board.
Well, the Doom costs
Draw
0.
a million cards.
The Doom by itself doesn't... Are you just talking about the actual deck?
No, just this card. Just the cheating.
Oh.
There's no downside apart from 10 health.
Well, you play the other card that prevents you from taking damage on your own turn, and then suddenly it's a 5-mana combo, but you take 0 damage. Wow. The combos.
Combo. Alright, we've got Druid versus what I believe is Quest Warrior. There's a quest in his hand, so it probably is.
It's Quest Warrior with Pirates. It's a hybrid. No. We've seen this a few times this tournament, and Druid usually just crushes.
Right. That makes sense. Now that would explain why so many people have brought Druid to this event as well.
The only
Like
time the only time we've ever seen it fall apart is that one time in the Japan Major when none of the Jades were drawn and it just kind of died because the Quest Warrior was able to get his quest up and all the Primordial Drakes, which the guy was running, died to the hero power.
And although this start doesn't look particularly great for the Druid, next turn's going to be fine. He's going to play the Blossom, get everything going, and it should be all fine because this Warrior can't really do anything. Oh my goodness!
Oh no! Jason Joe has made a habit of doing that.
Why do people do this to themselves?
Jason Joe
There
has done
must be
that.
some tech that I don't understand, but it seems to happen a lot.
He's done it every single time. That says thank you in Chinese, by the way. He's like, thank you. And yeah, we had Trunks immediately switch over from going to Jade Blossom. Jade Blossom is almost always played on turn 3 unless you're playing a huge aggro deck, right? Except for this case.
Like, Jason Joe must have crunched some numbers somewhere and, for whatever reason, reached the conclusion that you just play Dirty Rat on turn 2 every game.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's not every game. He doesn't do it against certain decks, but Druid, you typically don't keep those minions in your opening hand. The problem is that the Druid deck is filled with Jade stuff and clunky cards that you can't get out because you have to ramp into them, right? The best minion you can get is Jade Spirit. And other than that, you don't really want to face a 3/6 Jade Behemoth. You don't want to face an Aya. And
on the other side, if you know your opponent always Dirty Rats on 2, You can start keeping massive minions in your hand.
That's exactly the conversation that Derek and I had yesterday. We're like, do you just keep your clunky minions against Jason Joe because he's going to get them out of your hand?
And why not? 2 mana for your opponent, and I'll have a 4/4, thanks.
Yeah, we were saying this yesterday when he was playing, right after Jason Joe kind of messed up in the same fashion with the Dirty Rats. We were thinking about his opponent. He's like, maybe you just mulligan hard for Antonitis here. Just hope that you get it. And yeah, things are definitely not working out well for Jason Joe. The one advantage of pulling Aya is that you don't get the battle cry, but still, it's pretty hard to deal with, and it's very cheap, obviously, for your opponent.
Yeah, and you still get the Death Rattler. You can set that up anyway. It's just absolutely... I don't know. It's not a strategy that I'm fond of, but Jason Joe is a better player than I, and obviously has his reasons. And it's a strategy he's using. It's not like it's a one-time brain fart. It's something he's doing on purpose.
Yeah, and getting consistently punished, unfortunately, for him.
Yeah, I mean, how... Yeah, so take that the other way. We know the guy is clever. How confident do you have to be in your analysis to keep doing it, even though it's not going your way? He is confident that he's doing the right thing.
Yeah, look at him. He's not even, like, putting his hand in his or putting his head in his hands, excuse me. If you saw a less experienced player, they would have just, they would have, put on the whole show for the camera, but like, oh my god, I can't believe it, and all that kind of stuff. But Jason Joe's like, happens.
Yeah, I did the right thing. I gave my opponent 2 cards, killed my minion for 3, and made a 4/4. Nothing went wrong.
I'm surprised that Trunks is going face here. He doesn't really need to. He has longevity on his side now that his Jades are big enough. Your opponent's not really close to the quest, and even if they do, you're almost to the point where you're going to have just Jades bigger than the Rag Hero power. So I'm not sure that was really necessary.
Yeah, I'm in favour of cleaning up boards, but then that's my natural habitat, is just tidying up boards.
Well, Earthen Scales comes in the hand of Trunks here, and that will help out with the Gaddison as far as that's concerned, and picks up a Jade Idol, so he can, on the right turn, if he picks up an Innervate or something like that, he can start going off with Gaddison and Jade Idols.
Okay, this kind of explains his previous play, by the way. He didn't need to trade so much there because he's ended up killing it for sort of cheap anyway.
Right, but he didn't know those exact trades were going to come, especially
No, but he had the Nourish in his hand, and I'm going to give him credit for maybe he thought that could happen. Maybe.
Okay, he's going to start loading up the board. I suppose this makes sense because you might as well just finish up the game right now. Your opponent has very few cards in hand, and there's no way for Warrior to draw all that many cards. I think that Jason Joe's running double Battle Rage, but still, it'd be unlikely for him to just out of nowhere draw a bunch like right now.
And the hand that Trunks has means that 3 minions kind of forces the Brawl, but he's got a good enough hand to recover from that. And if the Brawl doesn't come, he's putting enough damage through. Maybe the Bog Creeper here is going to be okay.
I always want the Mastodon. I'm always looking for that Mastodon. By the way, Rain has defeated Nightgod. That is a big result.
And they are playing other games at the moment then. So Nightgod goes to 4-2, and I think Rain might now have gone to possibly 3-3. Did we say that he beat Black Magic?
He played Black Magic yesterday, so he didn't play him today.
Oh, so he's 2-3. Okay.
Yeah, most likely. Unless that's a result that they just re-showed.
Yeah, maybe they re-showed some, which has confused me.
Yeah, I think that Nightgod might be at 3-2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'll go get the standings sorted officially at some point in between games, just so we can stop going and about the exact results. Obviously, we are getting limited information, guys, so we're dealing with what we can, but we'll bring to you what we can find.
Well, in the meantime, Trunks getting very aggro, just smorking in the face with the Fatal Rage, doesn't really care, and Jason Joe says, I choose death, even though he had a couple tons to put in the way, had no real way to deal with that Gaddison, and that's going to be 2-0 over to Trunks, who is one step closer to being at the HCT Global Championships. I think this might be, if he wins, he's basically guaranteed in. I don't think anyone can catch him, right?
I don't think 5-2 can be caught by enough people. I think you can have you can have a 4-way tie on 5-2 or something crazy, but he'll be through. He'll be definitely through.
Yeah, so 2 games away. This is pretty massive. I was expecting to see a bit closer of a match. It's still time for that to happen. Jason Joe actually has come back from 0-2 in this tournament against X-Hope. So, but borrowing a comeback here, this is pretty massive here for Trunks. 2 games away from going to the Global HCT championships.
Right, and if he does lose, we said earlier, he does play Dog and X-Hope. So it's not just a case of, oh, it's massive because he'll get in. It's massive because if he doesn't win this match, there's every chance he doesn't get in at all. So not every chance, but decent chance. He'll definitely want to get it done first attempt here.
Well, here we're going to go again with this particular matchup. I believe we had Druid win this earlier today.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I think we did.
There's so many matchups. There's so many times that these matchups get played out that
yeah, Druid did beat Paladin earlier today in the first match, according to my notes, which are usually okay.
Right. Oh yeah. That was when there was a board clear, but then just an immediate refill with the Jades, which basically happens a lot in this matchup. So it's incumbent upon Trunks to really just get a fast start, which is hard to do with this particular breed of Paladin.
Jason Joe's hand, yet again, not ideal, but can change fast. He's got the Blood Mage. If he wants to cycle that into a 3-drop Jade, things can still go fine for him.
Yeah, the big thing about Jade Druid is you really want those Jade Blossoms early. And it's just an obvious thing to say, but they're doubly important. If you think about it this way, it's a Wild Growth and a Jade Idol in one card. And it costs the same as both cards put together, which is insane by itself. And there's an Innervate, which he can use right now to either nourish for cards or Fandral, just to get some pressure onto the board. Fandral cannot be dealt with True Silver, but unless he picks up another Innervate...
He can also nourish for mana. I think he'll go for cards, but there is the option to go for mana and just go crazy with this big stuff that he's got.
He is going for mana, it looks like. Yeah, his hand is pretty dense. He can go for the Fandral next turn, along with Hero Power, to take out anything that's... or to take out a Silver Hand Recruit.
And they make a 10-10.
That is true. They can make a 10-10. Now, this is an interesting spot for Trunks. Do you go for the Acolyte, or do you go for something like Doomsayer to prevent what your opponent has coming up? Because they just nerfed for mana for a reason. They have a plan.
They've done nothing for 3 turns, and then they've played the Blood Mage, which is usually a dead giveaway. They're desperate for something, and now they've nourished for mana. You know his hand is full of big stuff.
The problem is, though, if you play Doomsayer right now... You play Doomsayer and then you have no follow-up. You can equip a True Silver or something. And then your opponent just kind of does the same thing anyway.
Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it?
So it might be worth it just to play the Acolyte out right now.
The Doomsayer with no follow-up is criminal. However, he'll probably be counting how many outs he has to have a decent follow-up. He agrees with you, plays the Acolyte, and now he's got to weather this storm for a turn or two.
Alright, so decision time for Jason Joe. Just going to go with the Fandral like we imagined. And so for potentially that 10-10 like we thought. There's no Aldor in hand, and there's no Quality in hand either. And this might be a good time to play out the Doomsayer just to prevent that from happening.
You may just True Silver this. Though, just make sure no accidents happen with a second Nourish or something. When you see one Nourish, you quite often see the second if the first one is for mana. He's going to draw his card and see how he feels.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take care of that right now. And
yeah, so for where he's sat, another Nourish would just lose him the game.
Yeah, just getting the cards and the ramp at the same time is just so devastating. But Aya is... I was going to say right on time, I guess he's not going to play it because it gets taken up by the True Silver. This is a lot harder to deal with, especially if there's no Aldor Peacekeeper in hand. Well, just kidding.
There was no Aldor Peacekeeper in hand.
And this might be a turn to just go for Aldor plus Doomsayer, because you're okay giving up the Aldor if it means that your opponent skips their turn. And then from there, you can go for Ivory Knight, which isn't the biggest minion, but it's something.
Yeah, Jason Jones is... I like his gamble, actually, going for the mana, but he's going to need to draw something to go with this Auctioneer sooner rather than later to keep this coming. Oh. All right.
Very interesting. It says that the Doomsayer is the weakest card in his hand. So rather than use one Doomsayer right now and have a kind of a dead-ish card in hand, he now has an Aldor for a very nice tempo in the future. So I kind of like this.
Yeah, and also with no mulch, killing 2 minions as Druid is really difficult because, like, Feral Rage, you can't attack twice with 2 Feral Rages, for instance. So splitting the damage in a way that kills them both is definitely going to make them go off, and getting the tempo back into the Ivory Knight.
Yeah, and keeping his Aldor is a pretty big deal as well. So any large minion that Jason Joe puts in the field, he still has an Aldor to just say, nope, follow the rules, mister. And also the Sunkeeper Terran back in his deck, so still has options going forward. Question for Trunks here. I think he just goes for the biggest minion, right? Because if you go for the Stonehill Defender, you're not playing out the second minion right now. Or
Right.
you want to go for the Tyrion anyway, right? So, ooh, Dino Size. Immediate Dino Size. And Jason Joe says, +8. What is that? Is that a lay on hands? I wonder if he's even considering Dino Size.
Yeah, you'd think it's lay on hands instinctively. Dino Size. There's one other as well. Perhaps there's not any more. Avenging Wrath, is that 6? So, yeah, perhaps that's the only 2 8s. All right, so here we go. Aya's going to do her thing.
Only a 1-1 so far, though. Hasn't built up the Jade at all, obviously. And here comes the Stonehill Defender. So let's see what he can get. Ooh, Sunkeeper Terror. That would have been a pretty horrible set of choices right there, if not for the Sunkeeper Terror. We've seen so many horrible choices lately, but that was able to save that one. Usually it's just, Tyrion and Sunkeeper in the same pack. Like, no big deal. But this...
Here we go. It's
wow.
Rogue time.
Wow. Picks up the Wild Growth. That's absolutely huge here. Wild Growth turns into a Nourish, and the situation gets another one. I think you just go for the second one here as well. I don't think the swipe is as important as just getting a Nourish for 2 mana.
There is the option, maybe. No, this is fine.
He can go for just Wild Growth, excess mana again, and then Wrath. You go for it. This is... The Wild Growth
Oh my goodness.
is just draw 1 card. When you go for the excess mana, it's draw 3 cards when you have Gadget on the board. It's definitely worth it.
And he's got a 2016 Yogg in his hand. Because all of these spells are adding up so quickly. He's got so many cards in hand, they've all just piled into one white stack. This is a heck of a turn here.
I feel like
He's
at this
just
point...
broken Hearthstone.
Yogg's going to triple sprint into Astral Communion. Just like... I feel like that's where we're headed.
You're a cruel man.
I don't know. Yogg doesn't seem very nice today.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah,
How
this game went from being pretty even to, perhaps even Paladin favorites, and now it just seems pretty over. Because every single turn, Jason Joe can just go off with Jades, and he has the inevitability with the Jade Idol.
Yeah, the one wild card, I guess, is that Dino Size, if Jason Joe hasn't spotted it, which I'm sure he has. But if he doesn't bear it in mind, maybe Trunks can force through some kind of cheesy win. Like, just get enough on the board to go, oh, look, Dino Size, lol, you die.
That's what I think. That's what I say whenever I see that card. Anyway.
Die now size.
That could be just the play, right? You kill the Gadsden with your True Silver, and then Dino Size go face and go, and hope that your opponent has just all nonsense in their hand. But gonna take it a bit slow here. Gonna go for the Ivory Knight instead. Gets a lot of... Did he play Ivory Knight or did he play Hydrologist? What the heck was that discover? Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, so double getaway Kodo here, which is pretty nice right now. Because all of these minions on board give you something else. They're all discovered.
Yeah, one
minions.
thing this Paladin deck does is just keeps the cards coming, as you would expect from something that Strife Crows come near. It just doesn't run out of cards by perpetual stupidness.
Sure.
But that's what it does.
Well,
yeah, here's Druid doing what Druid does. It's drawn all those cards, and now it's just going to abuse them. There's probably 1 or 2 more turns before it's completely out of hand.
I was gonna say, speaking of perpetual stupidness, just Jade Idol after, or Jade Golem after Jade Golem after Jade Golem. And right now, Sunkeeper Charm isn't that great. It's okay, but you're making your opponent's minions bigger. I think that kind of has to be saved. It might be time for Dino Size. True Silver is reasonable in this spot as well, but you're not really doing a whole lot else. I suppose True Silver plus Consecration, but you're only killing 2 minions that way. You can kill another one with your Hydrologist, and you're actually giving your opponent a 4/4, which I suppose you can trade your Ivory Knight into.
You also really, really want to try and keep that Consecration for the quality later, but he does have the... this is so horrible. He's going to have to do it, I think.
Well, he has equality. He has the Pyro in hand for equality later on. So if he Consecrations now that he's played his Pyromancer,
yeah,
the trade with the Behemoth is awkward.
He needs to hurry up because these death rattles are going to take a moment. Okay, he's doing this differently. Okay.
Yeah, I think he had a different plan, but he decided to change it. Now he's like, well, I don't know. The trades aren't good enough. So, and I think he just said he made a mistake. And so, that gets a little bit of information to Jason Joe, however. He didn't attack last turn. He doesn't know what the secret is quite yet. And he's going to go ahead and give the Stonehill Defender back to his opponent, which is good news for Trunks. about the only good news he has at the moment.
Well, I mean, the other good news is he's 2-0 up and he's 4-0 in Gold Series. That's pretty good news.
It's a little bit, yeah. Overall, talking about this game, right? In the short term, good news. Long term, yeah. Long term, he's feeling pretty good about himself.
So Jason Joe just trying to work out how to wrap this up with no mistakes. He knows his opponent's got a handful of stuff because the turn previously was just all over the place.
And this Burgley Bully is super good in the right spot. Right now, it's not that great because you're going to overdraw, but just play some stuff out and be on your merry way. And Jason Joe probably has this wrapped up. Just has to just trade into the minions on board. I don't think you even care if you're. I mean, your opponent can just. Your opponent can trade their true silver into your Io anyway, so I don't think he really cares that much about Io dying.
Yeah, Hunter weaves in hero powers. Jade just weaves in playing a big minion every turn. Just make sure you play one a turn and do the rest of your things afterwards. 5-5. This is now the tipping point where Trunks will lose control of this game. He hasn't even got the Dino-Size cheat option at the moment either.
Well, he could just hero power and Dino-Size and turn to a 10-10, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the greatest here. Alright, well, another chance at the Stonehill Defender does pick up Tyrion amongst a couple other okay options. And now is, again, decision time. Do you go for yet another getaway Kodo just to just to get another value option out of the Stonehill Defender? This turn just seems very awkward.
Yeah, how do you go about getting this N'Zoth? Your plan to not lose this game is to N'Zoth into Tyrion, right? So that's how you don't lose.
Yeah, N'Zoth into getting Tyrion back. So, bit of Sunkeeper Tower value. Not as good as you would like in general. But the problem is there's just not enough, value on the board here.
Right.
Or there's not enough damage on the board, not enough pressure on the board here for Trunks. For Jason Joe, he doesn't really care. He's like, okay, this is an awkward trade, but I don't really care. I just make more Jades.
Yeah.
As long as
he's
I'm not
literally
dying.
making sure he plays a Jade every turn. In a minute, he's going to get more Jades. And if things ever somehow get out of hand, he's got the world's biggest Yogg, which will then Shadow Step itself again.
I don't think he ever needs a Yogg. I don't think he's going to risk the Yogg. The Yogg can just draw the rest of your cards and then make
you wouldn't play it. Yeah. Unless things somehow turn against you. I'm just looking for the worst cases, and I don't see how Trunks ever gets out of this one, really.
Tyrion's kind of a start, right? Because N'Zoth can be pretty nasty in the future. If Trunks gets a board clear, and then your opponent only has, one Jade card remaining, so they have one big guy, but not a whole lot else, and then you play play the N'Zoth, and your board's filled again, and you're, it's when it's 5 against 1, one big guy isn't really that big of a deal. I think that Trunks still has a chance in this game, but he's kind of against it every single turn, and if Jason plays this right, he can probably finish this out.
Yeah, just looking for how it could go wrong as well. I think he's played both Behemoths and his Ancient now, so he might not have any more taunts left, which means that if Trunks can somehow balance doing some face damage with not dying, maybe that Dino-Size comes into play. Again, I'm clutching at straws because that's kind of the position we're in right now, but there are things he can do. Maybe the N'Zoth can set up a lethal while surviving on one or something at the same time.
Let's have Jason Joe. I'm kind of curious about this decision to Wrath for 3 right here. I suppose he just wants to keep his 6/6 alive and, put a threatening enough board on the field right now, get the extra 6 damage in so that he's forcing his opponent to react. I can see the merit behind this play. I was just thinking that if he wants to go super infinite, he might want to save the Wrath for draw after he cycles into his deck. But all that aside, he has put the pressure on, and that means that Trunks needs to respawn or else he is going to die.
Super Infinite. Sounds like a really, really bad, boring superhero. Just goes and talks people until they give up.
That's exactly what I was referring to. Anyway.
Obviously, yeah.
If Trunks plays N'Zoth and trades his Silverhand Recruit and his face into the Jade Behemoth, is he dead? He goes down to... Yeah, he's just dead, isn't he? And since your opponent has only 3 cards left in his deck, most likely you're running into a swipe. I think one swipe just kills him. Yeah, one swipe just kills him if he does that. So he cannot play N'Zoth right now. Unless... has he played an Infested Tauren? Maybe that might make a difference.
I don't believe he has. He's just played Tyrion, that's all. Pretty sure he hasn't played a Tauren. He's played about. Oh, these things don't have death rattle; they have battle cry. Don't worry, as you were. I'm looking for anything, Dieter. I'm looking for anything.
I think this is double Stonehill. Oh, and he's gonna play the Wicker Frame. Okay, I think he was planning on going with the Forbidden Healing, but ended up getting Wicker Flame in the end. And the question is there a lethal?
This is lethal. I think swipe both minions, takes the Wicker Flame down to 2-1. You then
yeah, that's lethal. Because yeah, you can double swipe the two. Yeah, you're going through it, but double swipe here. You bring your opponent up to 10. Excuse me. Because you've already done damage with the swipe, and unfortunately for Trunks, 13 is more than 10. So that's going to be game number 3 going over to Jason Joe.
Emotional as ever as he gets his water and does absolutely no moves whatsoever.
Yeah, he's
2-1.
He's either smug or he's just kind of like, oh, I guess I was gonna say he's either smug, and I was gonna think of another emotion, but he's just actually either smug or smug. It's just one.
Yeah, it's the caster thing, right? Where you're going through the list of cards and get someone told, right, he could get a card like Kill Command,
and also Kill Command,
but... and also smug. Yeah.
Yeah, Jason Joe is just, even when he's despondent, he's just smug as well. So anyway.
And he is ranked 23 or 22 or something on the Gold Series system, so he's doing pretty well. He can be as smug as he likes for some time before he gets too many people past him.
He is a Murloc Raider.
I think Omega Zero is 21. Somebody's 21.
Who does have the most experience in all this? I think Jongbo actually, strangely enough, has a lot, because he's the one that kind of bridged the gap between the start and leading up to the present, but he hasn't really featured lately.
Yeah, he was the guy who won 2 opens, and they start saying, okay, I think you probably don't need to qualify anymore, you're a bit good.
Yeah.
And kind of, for me, he was when the Chinese scene really started getting rolling in the West as well. He was the player that sort of said, hey, look, we can play this game, guys.
I think I've seen 121. It might have been like Breath or something.
I think it might be Omega Zero, but it might be... Yeah, Breath won a lot.
But the thing is, Omega Zero...
hasn't done many of these, but I think they've cheated him some points.
The one major tournament the first time he went to a major tournament was the summer, or sorry, the fall tournament, and before that it was just Golden Series, quote unquote. Even though those are big tournaments, but it wasn't like the massive seasonal tournaments. So
I'm just wondering if they've cheated him some points. Maybe there's other criteria, like we can give you some points if you do well in World Championships.
Yeah, just winning streak your way to like rank 15.
Wow, what if they get win streaks? Yeah.
multiple championships in a row, three championships in a row, and you get to skip a rank.
Hunter versus Paladin.
Yeah, this is a bit better of a matchup for the Paladin, though it can get rushed down. Probably still favored for the Hunter. And this is one of those matchups where you kind of want to go for the tempo rather than the value, which means yeah, he's going to go for the Noble Sacrifice.
Yeah, this is where the slightly more mid-range Paladin, the one with lots of Murlocs, is pretty good. Because you can actually challenge their early board and then start to play the big taunts.
By the way, another Dynamancy.
Sure, why not?
Make your beast bigger. It's a really nice value card. The only problem is Hunter just runs out of cards to play. At that point, you just rather have your hero power killing them.
Yeah, I've got a hero power that does 2 damage without a beast. I don't get. But anyway,
the presence on board is pretty huge. I can attest to that. But what we're gonna have here, gonna have a nice Misha. That's pretty good. Doesn't die to Consecration. Probably the best one.
Yeah, and again, just highlighting what we said earlier, in that Trunks has just picked a card from his Discover that goes on curve rather than necessarily the biggest card, and then he can just keep curving. This is what we saw in the Warrior match earlier. Just best to just play on curve in these defensive matches.
This is tough because if you play Stegodon and your opponent has Houndmaster, it gets a free kill, and then even if you Aldor afterward, you feel bad about just losing a turn in a Stegodon. If you Aldor and no sacrifice right now, then your opponent Houndmasters, and then you feel bad because you just Aldor something that got buffed. So either way, like, do you want to face a 1/6 and give up your Stegodon, or do you want to face a 3/6 and not having give up your Stegodon, and presumably the Alley Cat would die to the Noble Sacrifice? The other thing is that you wouldn't have the 1-drop to play afterward, and so you can't play 4-1 since you've already played 3-1. And so, yeah, all that's just leading to say Stegodon and hope you don't get Houndmastered.
That's probably the thought process he went through word for word. And he's not going to get Handmastered, but he is going to
Surprise!
get...
Dinoman Seed. Surprise! And this is the problem, right? Because Dynamax is actually so good in this situation because you Aldor it and then it gets buffed again. You turn that into 1/4. It's like, just kidding. It's now a Fen Creeper again.
Yeah. Colour me not convinced just yet, although in this particular game it is going to be very, very hard to deal with, I must admit.
The nice thing about Dynamancy is in that stage where you're fighting for board, the problem is you have to spend one turn, paying 2 mana for it, right? But once you get it, it's really good for catching up on board because all your minions just get bigger and you can turn your little runs into bigger guys. And if you're ahead, yeah, and oh my goodness, that Kodo. But in this case, once you get ahead and your opponent doesn't have the records and answers for your stuff, you get even more ahead because they can't put the right size minions on the board because you just make yours bigger. Two Storm's going to help quite a lot here, but it might be too little too late.
Yep, and 16 with no healing in hand apart from Ivory Knight, which is some reason Ivory Knight in the previous meta was really good as healer, but in this meta, it often just doesn't do enough because what you're facing is so large that there's no longer anything can happen, so you can't heal for 10 either, so there's a lot of small healing. I think the card's been substantially nerfed.
I just saw the pain in Jason Joe's eyes as he had to play a high main instead of Diamante. He really wanted Diamante. He's like, I guess I high main. I guess I high main on turn 6 with the board. And yeah, this is one of those really annoying situations where like I can't believe I'm losing the Dynamancy. You can't play the Aldor because now it just turns into a 3/7 and it still hits you in the face.
Yeah. Okay, can't argue with that. It looks like it is fantastic tech for this matchup, and probably against the Control Warrior as well, in fairness.
Yeah, if you're... Like in the match that we saw earlier, it would have been so much better for Dog to have just taken the board back rather than waiting on this hero power because of the fact that Control Warrior, yeah, it just matches you if it catches up. But this is pretty devastating. And let's see. How much do we have? Oh, we have the Noble Sacrifice online. So Jason Joe can't really get damage from the high main right now. Unless he gets a Wind Fury.
Yeah, Wind Fury would be interesting here if you choose to go for it. Which he probably would.
That is, I believe, Stealth, +3 health, and +1/+1.
Yeah, the pictures are really descriptive on these ones. I know when we were doing games with Kazakus, the pictures were just grim because they're just different colour potions, so we had to actually learn the Chinese for them. But I found with these that the pictures do what they say.
The funny thing is that when we were doing the cast with the Japanese cards, they use different symbols, but they use the ones they use for Chinese have like basically the same meaning. Like the health means like life force in Chinese, whereas in Japanese it's like body strength. But it's still like understandable if you know some Japanese.
So it's the same symbols but means sort of half different things, basically.
Yeah, it's like basically using a different word in English, like basically a synonym. But I don't know, it's pretty funny to me.
The Chinese, Japanese crossovers, something that I'm going to have to learn both languages just so I understand it. Okay, so lots of damage in hand here as well, building up, by the way. Just the surprise 10 from hand is going to end this game very, very soon. Not quite yet, but I think it's just going to make sure that Jason Joe can get over the finishing line when all the taunts are done.
Yeah, this
Wicked Flame is irritating.
Yeah, can Trunks hold on? I've been looking at this game and it just seemed like it was inevitable, right? Jason Joe was just getting further and further ahead, and Trunks has slowly climbed back into it, starting with that True Silver. Just he was still behind, but he was starting to be able to deal with it, piece by piece, and just clawing his way back into this game. And that Spike Rich could loom large.
Right, and we're going to see the downside of Dynamancy if Jason Joe doesn't get through here, because then he won't be able to do those final pieces of damage using his hero power because he won't have any minions. And with double equality and a consecration and despite Steed in hand, that's a real possibility that might actually happen.
I'm curious as to why he's buffing his high main right here. I feel like he could have smacked in with his high main and then buffed his
That was my first thought, but I think that having the buffed high main presents several problems in that you can't get rid of... If you get rid of the high main, then you can just consecrate the 2/2s. But if you consecrate the 2/2s, then the rat does its thing. It's not quite so good, I think. Whereas the other way, I think you could probably have got rid of both death rattles.
Well, there's a pretty good consecration right now. I think it might be time to just use consecration, right? You trade into the rat pack, you trade into the grandmother, you consecrate, you just hero power, and you're only taking 5 damage, and you have the Spike Ridge T to back you up, as well as another consecration.
Yeah, everything is going the way, suddenly, of Trunks. And...
Kind of. There's still the double kill command. Let's not forget that there's still double kill command there.
Right, but I mean, how does Jason Joe do any more damage this game?
Oh, he's just going to clear the board.
Thunder Rhino, maybe?
This is nice. He's just going to clear the board this way with the Call of Consecration. Even going to kill the Hymen, which is a really big deal with that Dialmancy hero power. And so Jason Joe just can't, use that to get some extra damage. And Jewel Macaw is a pretty nice pickup for him. Unlike Web Spinner, immediately gets the card. And Crockless does turn into a Yeti, which is nice.
Yeti. Whatever happened to Yeti? He sits there watching those Druid games, crying.
He looks wistfully on as a Crockless gets buffed to his size.
In my day, we didn't have all these cards that were better than me.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Yeti.
Wow, just immediately gives it up. He says, I don't have the opportunity to kill you. What a turnaround from Trunks. We were just having a nice little conversation, and all of a sudden Trunks had just scratched and clawed his way back into that game.
3-1. Trunks, not only on match point, but it's going to the World's Spring Finals point. If he can just pull out a win with Warrior, and it is Pirates.
That was one of those games where if, for instance, if you went to the Chinese chat, or if this was broadcast, on like a massive channel, had like 30,000 viewers, like the entire chat just goes GG. GG, game over, Hunter wins. You know when that happens? Whatever. Game over.
Yeah.
And somehow, someway, just one turn. There wasn't any blowout turn, too. There was that one Equality Consecration, but there had to be so much to get to that point because there's so many. He had to kill 3 Death Rattles just to be able to use his Equality Consecration. And just little by little, turn by turn, other than that turn, there wasn't a single blowout turn that entire time, with just little tiny advantages the entire game. And that puts him on match point here.
I was doing the... Oh my goodness, here, it's that card. But this time it's right to play it on turn 2 most of the time. Jason Joe, king of the Dirty Rats.
Dirty Rat's pretty good against Pirate Warrior a lot of the time, but there's actually some pretty buff minions in Trunks' hand. Are we going to see Coin Dirty Rat?
I was wondering, right, the amount he's done it. It's obviously just better to do this, but he scares me with these rats. And he forgot to say well played when his opponent went turn 1 patches as well. I'm pretty sure that's a misplay. I always say well played when my opponent goes turn 1 patches as Pirates.
So this is interesting. Trunks is thinking about whether he wants to play this Blitzel Raider. I think you just kind of do. But
yeah, it just the weapon just sits there forever anyway. Like, it's not going to stop it happening. You might get a damage or 2 extra in if you draw a weapon then play it, but it's just way too slow.
The question is just Jason Joe now hero power, or does he do his standard Dirty Rat play right now? Because putting more minions on the board just means you take a lot more damage, even if you have the Dirty Rat in the way in some situations.
And he is so far in front that I guess he doesn't know.
Frothing Berserker is really bad, though. Let's just be clear. Frothing Berserker is really bad because he would have, if he does trade into, for instance, the Blitzel Raider, it turns into a 3 attack, and then it turns into 5 with the attack from the patches. So Frothing Berserker would be pretty much a disaster there, and does take the risk. Gets rewarded, quote unquote, because now he gets to take out the Frothing Berserker, or excuse me, the Coracle Elite, and there's no way to get through this Dirty Rat. No play at all for Trunks.
On the other side of it, if he hadn't played the Rat, he could have just taken down the Bloodsail Raider and had nothing against a 1/1 and had loads of time. And I'm still not convinced by the Rat shenanigans, but
this
only
allows
2-3 damage onto the Rat here.
It is a taunt. It's really annoying, and it allows him to display his Acolyte behind it, or Silicon of Thunder, whichever.
So how does Trunks get into this one? I guess Jason Joe actually hasn't got much going on beyond this Discover effect coming up.
Well, he doesn't need to have much. He just needs to not die.
No, sure. I think Jason's in a very, very powerful position here. Just trying to work out how he could ever not win this. And It will involve picking up Arcanite Reaper sooner rather than later, that's for sure.
So Jason Joe utilizes his axe right now. It takes less damage because 1 is a lot of times equal to 2 in this situation against a Pirate Warrior. Or excuse me, 2 is a lot of times equal to 3 unless you're facing off against South Sea Deckhand. So next turn is likely going to be Fire War X plus Hero Power or Fire War X executes something along those lines. Corkney going to take out a Dirty Rat here. Ooh, wow.
Often you would have gone the other way there and played the Corsair just because you keep back the charge, but one of his very few outs is just to pick up Arcanite Reaper here, and if he does pick it up, he gets a really good swing turn. So I quite like this as well. Makes sense to me.
Interesting that Jason Doe just doesn't play the Ravaging Goal. I suppose taking 5 damage is not, is something that he wants to do right now, and playing a taunt after you've taken the damage doesn't feel too good because your opponent could just play a meaning to get through that, then you're taking the damage again. So having a taunt up and the ability to play a taunt after that, potentially, if you get one from your deck, is somewhat important. But
have people got greedier with weapons? This isn't anywhere near the first game we've seen recently where people just haven't drawn a weapon as pirates. Have they cut 1 or 2 down?
I think the problem is you haven't played enough Pirate Warrior. Because I certainly have, and this happens quite a bit, which makes me even more angry when my opponent has the perfect starting hand. Right? This actually happens quite a bit. Pirate Warrior isn't the complete garbage. Every single turn or every single start is amazing. This happens a lot.
Right.
It does.
I'll believe you on that.
I tried to play Pirate Warrior to satisfy a quest, and I basically lost like every single game, and I was left scratching my head like, what? I thought this deck was supposed to be good.
Okay. I just seem to remember that there were like 8 weapons, which means this shouldn't happen, but maybe they've cut 2 out.
No, they're running all of them. They just they can't draw them sometimes.
And yeah, when they don't, I mean, this is just what happens. They could put up a fight for a while, which is why there's no concede or anything coming in here, and they can do surprising damage in 1 or 2 turns, but if they just don't do a lot of damage in the first 4 or 5 turns, they're in so much trouble. And it's so difficult to see how they can get through this now. This is one of those games where if it's a physical card game, you just flash your hand at your opponent and they go, oh yeah, okay, let's get on.
Or if you're playing actual Hearthstone, you do the same thing. He's going to play fishes and kill off his own minion before attacking. I suppose he's playing around the eventual... Oh, he's going to execute. I was going to say, is he playing around way down the road, Mortal Strike, the second of... But no.
Yeah, I mean, Jason's just literally got to not die, and yeah. Finally, Trunks is aware. You know what? There's just no way I ever get into this. Goes to 3 games to 2. Trunks still got 1 more to do to get it done. D2, is he going to do it?
Well, going off against... What do we have here? Hunter and Paladin?
Yeah.
Looking okay, because there's no horrible matchup in that bunch.
Right.
And so just by virtue of it, right, if you have a 50-50 matchup twice, then you're 75% to win. Let's see if these knife juggles can hit.
You don't have the same knife jugglers as me either. You have a lot of things very different to me. Knife jugglers are not 50-50.
Hey, just because my knife juggler speaks Japanese doesn't mean that he knives any different.
Okay.
They say the same exact thing, actually. このリンゴを頭に乗せてくれ.
You need to do that more often.
What, the knife?
That was amazing.
The Japanese knife juggler impression?
The high-pitched Japanese knife juggler impression, I think, is a part of your repertoire we're not going to let go.
I'll try to weave it in.
Wow.
Well, back to serious business for
I'm stunned. I'm done. I'm off. See you.
Oh,
Harrison Jones in the Paladin deck.
And you mulligan it away because it's too slow.
Because it's too slow to do the job you put it in there to do.
I think it's in there for card draw. Rip Azure Drake.
Yeah, Azure Drake. What happened to that lovely card? I don't know.
Oh,
okay, so good looking hand for Jason Joe. He's got the taunt. He's got the hydrologist. He's going to have a chance to do equality memes.
Keeps the upgrade. And gets a pirate anyway, so rewarded for a pretty greedy keep here.
It may have been... this might not be doing him a favour. He may be having much deeper reasons, but it may have been a result of not getting a weapon last game. That's
Right.
something that someone, I didn't get a weapon last game. I'm damn well going to have one this game. I'm keeping my upgrade.
Yeah, and his entire hand was pirate, so he's like, of course I'm going to get a pirate this time, right? But he could have tossed the upgrade and just kept the Fire War Axe, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, he's going to get a fast start, but it's going to be a fast start on defense as well. So I really like the look of Pyromancer into Getaway Kodo here.
Yeah, that'll help him absorb some damage and get it right back. So this is really interesting. Sometimes you don't always go for the value as this deck, but sometimes you do what you can in order to make sure. But if he does go for the Pyromancer and Getaway Kodo now, then he's buffing his one Frothing Berserker up to 8 damage.
Yeah, Acolyte might just be more tempting now.
The problem is playing any sort of minions doesn't feel too good. Although if you're on the side of... Oh. Interesting. So next turn is the Pyromancer Getaway Kodo. Yeah, Jason Doe didn't want to play any minions because it allowed for the Frothing to buff up.
2 damage.
And you never know, like there could be some sort of your opponent just plays like a Fire War Axe and kills the Acolyte, or some sort of charger in to kill the Acolyte and get more damage that way. Or your opponent just like, I don't really care about you drawing cards and just throws 3 minions in there, and then you take a lot of damage and you don't have time to heal and clear the board.
So much stuff. That upgrade coming in massively useful now, though. You do that thing where you count the damage in hand and you've got absolutely plenty. Obviously, you're against a healing deck, so it's not quite so straightforward, but right now, Trunks will be getting pretty excited.
I don't know. He seems a bit concerned about the secret, because if he upgrades and puts on Heroic Strike and smacks the face and you hear the "Get Down," you just put your heads in your hands. So, and by the way, "Get Down" would be something that Jason Joe would pick in this particular matchup. So,
yes, because it's preserved. It's just gained so much life. Yeah, this is awkward. This is really awkward. Yeah, he's just going to do the sensible move and then proceed. Wow.
Using his mana, Mortal Strike is very clunky. He just wants to make sure that he can get there. Vestitorin's going to come into play here and get in the way. He can turn this into an Arcanite Reaper, but then he doesn't develop his minions. Oh, wow. He can turn it to a 6/2 weapon right now. Wow. Okay, well, good night, Infested Tauren, but that's going to get away Kodo back.
Yeah. Get the Tauren back onto the board. The great thing with Tauren here is it's protecting huge lumps of damage.
Yeah.
Even though it's only a 2/3, it's protecting 5s and 6s and all that good stuff. So,
and the slime is actually valuable. That's the thing about going against Pirate Warrior. They're almost as good at killing massive taunts as they are at killing tiny taunts, which is to say they're good at the former and horrible at the latter.
We've got it, and he's going to go through
Wow.
5-0 in a stacked round robin, and there's no way now that Trunks can be caught, or at least for the top 4, which is all he will care about in the short term. He will be going to wherever they hold the Spring Championships, previously in the Bahamas.
Yeah, the Infested Taurens couldn't hold him back forever, and now he is going to go to that Global Championship, like you mentioned. What a ride for Trunks from Team Goku. I know all the Dragon Ball Z fans everywhere are celebrating, but that was pretty awesome.
9,000-0.
I think I've cast Trunks, I think, 3 times over today and yesterday, and he had one overarching kind of misplay in a game.
Okay.
And
So
other than that, he's been really solid. So.
Just go back to that game 2 where Jason Joe turned 2 Rat into Auctioneer.
Yeah, that didn't work out well for a beat.
I don't know. I don't want to say it's wrong, because if Jason Joe's doing it and he's doing it on purpose regularly, he's got a good reason for it. But
Yeah.
I don't
He's
know.
consistent.
It seems to fail a lot of the time.
He's consistent. He did it yesterday, and he probably talked to his teammates, including X-Hope, and came to the conclusion that, you play the odds. And I think the biggest thing is that he feels like it's a really bad matchup, and you have to take a chance where you can. Yeah. And if you can just get that guy on the board and get the tempo from it, it's massive tempo if you pull something horrible, or if you pull nothing at all sometimes when your opponent has all spells. So certainly makes sense in that regard. Gets punished for the 3 or 4 or 5 times that he's done it throughout this tournament. But it certainly worked out for Trunks from Team Goku. I love just referencing that. And we're going to have our next match up in 6 minutes, which is X-Hope versus Rain. It's going to be a big one for both of these players, trying to get out of the bottom 4 into this group into the top 4. So stick around, guys.
Unique mercenaries and central objective. Woven across the center line of the battleground are payload pathways for both teams that cover the top and bottom of the map. These payloads are the key to victory on Hanamura. Escort a payload to its final destination, and damage will be dealt to the opposing team's core. A payload will only move if a friendly player is standing inside its proximity circle, with its movement speed dictated by the total number of friendly players standing inside the circle. The payload will hit max speed at 3 or more players. If even a single enemy player enters the region around the payload, the vehicle will stop. If no friendly players stand inside the proximity circle for a brief duration, the payload will begin to slowly move backwards. Each core has a total of 7 health, with the normal payload securing a single point of damage once its escort is completed. If a team manages to destroy a fort or a keep, their payload becomes empowered and will deal an additional point of damage once captured. Every fortification you destroy adds a new point of damage. Push deep into the enemy's territory to make your payload volleys all the more devastating. The mercenaries on Hanamura offer unique mechanics and implications for gameplay yet to be seen in Heroes of the Storm. Across the board, capturing a merc camp, no matter the type, will generate a high value of experience for your team. A fortification camp is situated at the top and bottom of the battleground. If you can secure this camp, a turret will drop that can be added to your inventory. This turret can be placed anywhere on the battleground, including atop the payload, and will block pathing wherever you place it. A recon camp sits on each side of the map, just inside the top and bottom lane. Upon defeating the henchman, a dragon token is made available for pickup. When used, this item will send out 3 dragon spirits to seek the nearest 3 enemies to your location. Upon reaching their destination, the dragons will reveal their targets for 8 seconds. Just outside the blue and red base sits a support camp. This hard-hitting sentinel will cast a heal on himself once damaged, but if you can secure a takedown, you will be rewarded with a healing pulse token. Upon activation, this item will release a pulse of restorative power that will apply a moderate heal to all nearby allies over a short duration. Lastly, in the center of the map sits a large Mega Enforcer. This formidable boss will require allies to take it down, as it will gorge a nearby hero while issuing a large ring of continuous pulsing damage to the area around it. Securing a takedown on the boss will deal a point of damage to the enemy's core. As a battleground, Hanamura will constantly challenge your team's ability to defend and attack at the same time. A payload respawn timer will trigger as soon as a payload has been successfully delivered to its destination, so teams are naturally rewarded for pushing their payloads faster than the enemy team. Capitalize on this with an aggressive pushing strategy, or by working to stall the enemy on theirs. The core only has 7 health, so capturing the center boss could have a major impact on the fate of the game. Don't underestimate the effectiveness of empowering your payloads by destroying enemy forts and keeps. This is a great way to get back into the game if your team is falling behind. Lastly, destroying enemy keeps will cause sappers to spawn with your minion waves. Take advantage of the extra pressure these powerful minions can provide as you continue to push for the win. Hanamura, home to the Shimada clan, has entered the Nexus, bringing new game mechanics to Heroes of the Storm. Harness the power of the dragon and empower your team to victory.
最难缠的选手，我觉得是驴哥吧，还有弱鸡。 弱鸡，
小弱鸡吧。
弱鸡是我不想碰到的对手吧，他运气最好。
反正每次碰到他的时候，他运气都特别好，我运气都特别差。
这个人真的很强，反正我打不过他。
在卡组的准备上以及他们的临场发挥上是做得非常优秀的。
因为跟他打的时候，总感觉心里没有底，力不从心的感觉，我也不知道为什么。
最不希望遇到的选手大概就是小七和西城裁缝吧。
小七吧。
我们应该 zero。平常练牌也基本是在一起练，然后可能我们就是带的卡牌也基本一样，然后反正
基本上比赛的时候没有犯过失误，所以我觉得他是一个强大的对手。
几乎就很少犯错嘛，所以我也要做到不要出现一些失误。
但是不管是黄金总决赛还是这次的春季赛，我都不幸的遇到他了。希望这次不要输太惨吧。
最不想的应该可能是咖喱吧，
杰森周吧，
杰森周
吧，杰森周吧，实力很强，而且
没赢过，
一场都没赢过。
看他4点赛上打败我。
以前是队友，现在是朋友，不想相爱相杀。
我可能最不想遇到的是叉 hope 吧，
叉 hope 吧，他控制卡组的能力十分强大，
他的牌风很稳，
而且这个人是一个心机婊，他会在赛前去对你这个人去进行一些针对，就是非常的，就是让你感觉毛骨悚然的那种感觉。
我最不想要遇到的对手，当然也是西能裁缝，因为我们2个一起准备靠牌，结构应该会差不多的。如果我们能够成功的针对了当前的环境，那么我们打大多数人的情况下都是优势。而且我觉得2种相同的牌在一起打会显得非常有意思。
很多选手的牌风都特别的稳健，我也是资格赛最后才进来的，所以差不多属于吊车尾的那种。
只要是我比赛的每个对手，我都会认真的面对。
我喜欢跟就是玩的比较好的人，如果他玩的比较好的话，我应该更乐意去跟他交手。
最难缠、最难对付的选手，我更多的不是看他是谁，而是看他的卡组，就是克不克制我，就主要看卡组吧，而就是大多数不是说更注视于人。
重庆依山而建，嘉陵江、长江2江相映，交通便利，人流汇聚。独特的码头文化成就这座富有魅力的西部山城。这里终年多雨多雾，高湿度的气候特点，让山城形成了以麻辣为主要口味的渝菜。渝菜味型鲜明，主次有序，有以麻、辣、鲜、嫩、烫为重点，主要突出味浓、味厚、味走极端，最大限度地刺激味蕾。花椒和辣椒在这里的香艳相逢，在味蕾和神经之间制造了电光火石般的碰撞。这种爽快的口感让豪迈的山城人为之沉醉。走在山城的街头，随处可见遍布城市的麻辣料理，而在渝菜中，最受老百姓推崇的，无疑是染红了大半个中国的重庆火锅。
你不是挺能吃辣的吗？现在跟我讨饶还来得及。
看好了，8口，不能少。
狗贼，不是说好单挑的吗？跟我斗，我就问还有谁？撤啊！
跟我比人多。 大家好，大家好，大家好，大家好，大家好。
人都到齐了噻，莫等了，动手嘛！
动手！动手！
勇士们，你们战胜了孤丹，那是结束这场战争的关键。集齐创世之柱以后，我们终于有能力将恶魔赶出这个世界了。孤丹失败了，而燃烧军团也一样。
古尔丹，只是他们的棋子，在胜利到手之前，我们得保持警惕，因为军团真正的主子还没有出现。他们之中，有一个在星辰间追杀我们人民的怪物——希尔杰登。
我在接受邪火的那一天，就已经看清了我注定的命运。一场宏大远征，是那创造尽头的宏大远征。可那是你让我看到的幻象。我们的远征必将胜利。我们所做的一切都来自于你的指示，而我们得到的却只有失败。也许你看不清我们的命运，也许是我高估了你的决心。为了这所谓的命运，我牺牲了我的世界。现在是时候去把它完成了。让它燃烧吧！
我是 Morrison， 伦敦遭到袭击，国王大道已经沦陷。战争一触即发，
数千人受伤，数百人丧命。
队员们，看你们的！维尔海姆中尉报道，我们不会让您失望的。
我们会竭尽所能的。
暗影守望特工情报显示，归零者派了重兵把守，他们完全控制了那里。就把他们交给我吧，我有个特别计划。突袭小队就靠你们了，注意确保新兵安全。
放心吧，长官。
当心身后！护送工程车
向前推进，没问题。
必须守卫这片土地，
感受我的痛苦。面对圣光的力量。
欢迎收看《炉石传说黄金超级联赛春季赛》，给你要的精彩。大家好，我是主持人新一。现在有请到的是我们2位8强的选手，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 X Hope。
大家好，我是沐雨之风。
那比赛已经进行到了第7天，赛制也由4班1改为了5班1，对吧？大家有没有观察过所有选手的卡组？目前觉得谁的卡组比较厉害，想要与之一战呢？
特神吧，但是我已经被锤了。
特兰克斯？
是的。
我觉得应该也是特兰克斯吧，因为他毕竟现在是，已经5-0还是6-0，5-0了哈，已经确保晋级了。所以我觉得，既然能打到这个成绩，那肯定说明他的卡组应该是很不错的。
看来大家都非常看好特神啊。那就是这2天比赛呢，选手都打到非常晚，休息也没有休息好，准备的时间也非常的短。想问一下，就是2位选手在这么短的时间内有做了哪一些准备和训练呢？
我打完小组赛之后，花了1个通宵加1天去准备卡组，然后就是跟朋友，然后一起预测环境，然后准备卡组，结果发现成功的预测错了环境，然后我是去抓快攻的，结果大家全都是慢速，然后导致我现在感觉看了我和对手的卡组之后，我完全没法玩。
是的，因为5班1之后，可能很多大家都会搬掉一些快的，然后环境都整体偏慢。你的感觉是怎么样的呢？
我预测环境会偏慢一点，但是我卡组因为我打完那天太晚了，回去准备时间不够，所以有些单卡可能有待商榷，有些卡现在在我看来是比较弱的，但是我还是带进去了，并没有起到理想的效果。
好的，因为时间非常的紧张，选手也都没有休息好，但我们在这里还是祝贺他们能够取得一个优秀的成绩。好的，让我们期待一场精彩的比赛开始吧。
欢迎回来，这边是网易爆笑主办 New TV 承办的2017炉石传说超级联赛春季赛。大家好，我是雪岩。
大家好，我是王师傅。
大家好。
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Gold Series Spring Championship. Pretty long break. Wasn't really expecting that, but we're back again with X Hope versus Rain, and the customary switch up of the Chinese casters. Looks like they're in the same 3-man teams as yesterday, with Anderoni, the biggest Hearthstone streamer in the world, yes, more so than Crypt, as well as Snowkiss heading off. And I didn't get to double check it. I think it's either Ding or Dong, but then I sound racist when I say that. So.
Sounds like something you were rehearsing. So we're going to find out now if the Hat can keep off the rain in this important match for both these players who can still qualify. X-Hope's done the first part by winning his first round. I think Rain did as well, but I haven't got any confirmation of that.
Yeah, I went to... I did the thing where I refresh the page and it makes the video go up and makes everyone listen to the stream doubly. But it wasn't refreshed or wasn't updated. Rain's first match versus Nigod. And I forgot who won that. I think that Rain won?
We think that Rain won, but we weren't sure. And then, yeah. I think that Rain won, and I think I might have misreported some other results earlier, which were results from yesterday.
So if Rain
wants in on the action.
Of course. Just let it go. Let the cat play. Anyway, I think that Rain won, and if Rain did win, then he's at 2-3. And X-Hope is also at 2-3, and we have Dog and Jason Joe at 3-2, which means all of a sudden stuff can happen now.
Game on. Like the start of the day did look like if the first 3 matches went the wrong way, this could be a very boring day of Hearthstone. But it's going to be far from that. It's going to be a really exciting day. It looks like it's going to go all the way down to the last round to decide those 4 spots. Unless you're Trunk, who's just packed up, gone home.
Yeah, or Black Magic. Or Black Magic. Yeah, Black Magic is actually going home. He's just like, oh, I'm done here. He brought a lot of aggro decks, so he's like, all right, let's get this done with. Oh, never mind, couldn't kill them. Never mind, and just kind of packs himself up. But Trunks...
It's funny because if you get the meta wrong, it can make you look a lot worse than you are as well. Like you make a call that, hey, this might go round a cyclic meta, maybe I'll out-level everybody, and then you just look like basic level 1 player and get stuffed. It's like, oh, okay.
Right. If you think that everyone's doing A, and say, for instance, that you think everyone's going to do B, so which counters A, so you see which counters B, but then everyone just does A, and which counters C, and you're like, oh, well.
Yeah, then you just look like, if you do the first level thing as the 4th level, you just look like a beginner as well. It's like kind of embarrassing. But he's just had one of those tournaments. But onto this proper action now, 2-3 versus 2-3. The winner of this will have every chance of going through. The loser will be in a real trouble, but not necessarily eliminated. And lots of quest rogues and druids again.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest match so far as affecting the standings, because we saw Trunks earlier, and that was kind of important, but there's a decent chance that both Jason Joe and Trunks will still go through. Jason Joe is now in more danger of falling out, but it's not completely over. Whereas this match, the winner has a very good chance of being in. The winner of this goes from being, kind of up in the air to, above 50%. The loser all of a sudden has like 1% chance. So this is absolutely massive.
Yeah, especially as the loser will only catch the winner, and they'll be behind them on tie breaks as well, because I think the first tie break is usually head-to-head in these events.
Yeah. Well, taking a look at Rain here. We've been calling him Rain the entire time. We've had all of our helpers, people from all over the Chinese region in Taiwan and China, and helping us out with how to pronounce the names, all that kind of stuff. And you just have to go with something, right? Sometimes they go with different things. Like, for instance, Hamster, for a while I was going with, the pronunciation of his name, which was a bit different. And he decided to go with Hamster. But taking a look at those bans, it's going to be the ban on the Rogue of X-Hope, and then Rain's Hunter was banned. But yeah, if you go by how to pronounce Rain's name, it is Muyu Jifeng, or just Jifeng, I guess you could say. But we're going to go with Rain for now and just let Blizzard handle it if he does indeed get to the Global Championships.
Yeah, always a bit awkward. We do work with limited information. Thankfully, we do have those very, very generous souls who donate their time and energy to help us make these cars possible by telling us things that we would have no chance of otherwise knowing.
Yeah, or else we're just looking at Google Translate like, what's happening? But
yeah, we just make some words up and pick one out, which sometimes we just go with for convenience in terms of describing who's who. But again, like you say, Blizzard will sort it out if and when they get through to the finals.
Yeah, if you put Rain's name into Google Translate, Mu Jifeng, it comes out as Mu Rain, and I don't know what that means. So thanks Google Translate, I guess it's Mu
It's raining cows.
Yeah, except Mu is like MUs or Mu Rain. But yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cow level jokes.
Cow level. As you can see, we were correct. Rain did win earlier, so he is 2-3, which puts Nygod in a bit of trouble, since he is at 3-2 at the moment. So both of these players technically have a chance to move on if we see complete collapse from. By that I mean both at the same time can move on, even if they lose here.
Right.
But it would involve an epic collapse from someone. But certainly one of them has a chance to move on, and that really helps if they win this match.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. So the Paladin is pretty much a staple, and definitely Rain's version is N'Zoth, which seems to be the choice. I thought the Murloc Paladin would be played more, the mid-range / control Murloc Paladin, but it seems that they've mainly gone with N'Zoths.
It's kind of a niche deck, right? We saw a bit of it at the Japan Major, but those players were the very kind of under the level pros. Like, a lot of times the very well-known pros will just go with the safe play and go with what's been working over the entire population, whereas I don't think as many people are playing the Murloc Paladin, at least not in the times right before this tournament started. And also one thing to remember is that they submitted their decks on Sunday, so perhaps with only one day to prepare playing the Murloc Paladin deck, it wasn't enough time.
Yeah, so they are both playing N'Zoth Paladin. I've just checked that out. So, Elemental Shaman versus Hunter. I feel that the Elemental Shaman's got work to do to win this one.
Well, it does say that Shaman has been winning 53.8% of this matchup, but obviously with such a small sample size, it's not really something that can be completely trusted. One thing that Hunter has to do, however, is really put the pressure on because they run out of value pretty quickly, and the Shaman just has endless value, it seems like, in this matchup. So Shaman just needs to hold off the Hunter before they die, and Hunter needs to make sure that they don't ever fall behind on the board in the early stages of the game.
Right, so X-Hope's decision-making process will all be around those death rattles and how to use that Razor Sword to the absolute best potential. They're the two things he needs to get right. He needs to get the death rattles in there to play around those lightning storms in particular, and also to play around the Maelstrom Portal. He also needs to make sure this Crackling Razor Maw does its good thing and does it once. Maybe gives a big Wind Fury for a load of damage on something like a Hyena, for instance.
Yeah, this turn is pretty interesting for X-Hope. I think I think the right play is to go for the Crackling Razor Maw and the Hyena. And it's a bit risky against Lightning Storm, but your opponent is overloaded if they do that and you get the first play, so it's kind of okay for you. You can Crackling Razor Maw your Fiery Bat, and if you get the +1/+1 or the Poison, it's good for you. You can go ahead and coin out the Hyena and get that buffed up pretty nicely here. Looks like he does get the +1 and the Poison, so either way works, right?
Yeah, and that's what he's going to do, just making sure he's got board presence. And this is going to be a big board, and there is no Lightning Storm in hand here for Rain.
Yeah, this is pretty huge because Rain probably has to use his Jade Lightning, which means that he won't be able to activate his Servant of Kalamos next turn.
Just showing there that the last game up for Rain, I think that's Hamster.
Right, yeah.
So he'll be in a fairly decent spot for sure if he wins this. Remember, it is round robin, not Swiss. If you're wondering why people on weird scores are playing each other some of the time, it is because they've all playing all over these 2 days of best of sevens. A format that should determine the best 4 players pretty well.
Yeah, or at least the most durable players, right? They play quite a lot of Hearthstone.
Wow. Durability is definitely a thing, though, in these tournaments, to be fair. Sometimes you fly out somewhere, play something in the region of 10 best of sevens or best of fives in a day or 2 days, and then go home again. You need to be with it. Anyway.
Really good pickup here for Rain. He's able to just start picking apart this board. He does take some damage, but he's allowed to do that while playing his elemental. Otherwise, his turn was pretty anemic. He holds on to the Thanos. He doesn't really need cards right now. He kind of does, but if he ever picks up something like an AoE, Thanos will help immensely with that. So he wants to hold on to that for now.
Yeah, X-Hope's kind of not getting the damage through as much as you would like here. He had an interesting hand, and he has traded sensibly, but it just means he hasn't quite stuffed damage in the face like you would hope.
Yeah, this pickup off the top here for X-Hope is pretty bad. He would have hoped that Rain played something larger this past turn, which is not something you always want to hear, just to get use out of his mana. Even if it was just a Servant of Kalamos, he would have been glad to just Deadly Shot that and be on his way. As it stands, it looks like just Alley Cat Hero Power and perhaps trade and perhaps not. The Searing Totem was the best one by far here for Rain.
Yeah, really challenges the board surprisingly well. And in fact, this is where you play the game, right? If X-Hope could see the hand here, he'd have won this by now. But there's no AoE, you just stick everything on the board and win the game. It would have been the most easy game of Hearthstone ever.
Well, he has been pretty, putting stuff on the board as best as he can. As we see a few interesting options. All of these are reasonable. Getting to free something is a big deal. The Earth Elemental is okay, but, getting 3 Overload is pretty painful. He's going to go with that because he can play it next turn. Whereas, I'm forgetting the card that just gets 5 health for each one.
This might come down to a 50-50 next turn, because what's going to happen here is X-Hope's going to do this stuff, and then the Elemental's going to come down. It may come down to Kill Command 1 minion, and then just Deadly Shot and Shut Eyes.
Yeah, it could be the case.
Or it might just be you hope there's no healing in hand, in which case you go Kill Command Face. But I feel that the Deadly Shot on the 50-50 might turn out to be quite a good play.
So here is the issue with the Earth Elemental, because you want to play Kalamos next turn for heal, but you're massively overloading yourself. The Ozrock, the name of which I finally figured out, would have been a bit too slow, obviously, but perhaps it would have been better off going for the Frost Elemental. But decision time here for Rain. I think it might be best for him to take a chance, go for the Blaze Caller, kill off the Hymen and the Hyenas, and leave 5 damage on the board.
He'll be so scared if he does that of Tundra Rhino. I guess it's not too bad, actually.
Yeah, Tundra Rhino, yeah, the thing's only has 7 mana, right? Your opponent.
Well, he's scared of Tundra Rhino anyway, actually, in fairness. Earth Elemental loses to Tundra Rhino even harder, so sure.
Yeah. Well, second kill command would be lethal here, and there's a Tundra Rhino like you just mentioned.
Interesting. So, how much damage can he stick face? If he goes Rhino, goes all face, is that 7? Which means that next turn your opponent has to heal, but he will.
Right, so just gonna go for the biggest minion possible, and this is pretty much correct, right? Because if your opponent heals right now, then you just want to make it so that they can't do anything else.
Yeah, and if they don't heal, the Tundra Rhino does so much work.
Alright, so just full on defensive mode here. You're going to heal for that 12. Attack into the Hymen, attack into the one of the Hyenas, presumably. But, you know, healing for 12 is no joke, and Hunter sometimes struggles to get there these days without Quickshot.
So how much damage can they do? You play Tundra Rhino and Grandmother, for instance, because you want to put the Grandmother into the 4-1 and get the 3-2, which can also attack. You'd then be able to attack for 10, leaving up an army of 10 damage against a 7-7, which you just ignore. That doesn't sound like it's quite enough.
You might get there if there's no AoE, and this doesn't really get there if he does it this way.
Yeah, I think if you play the Grandmother, at least you get 3 damage extra to face, and okay, he's just going to clear up.
Yeah, gonna go for the Deadly Shot instead, and this is pretty annoying to deal with, right? How do you really kill this? You can Hex it, you can Thanatos plus Jade Lightning it, but that uses a lot of mana regardless. The best way would be to Blaze Caller, and again, you're just playing very defensively. And if you leave up the Tundra Rhino and play the Earth Elemental, then...
Well, you have seen both Hymens.
That is true, so you can go Hex and Earth Elemental and like Firefly or something.
Yeah, a lot of options here.
It might be time to just Hex that guy, yeah, you could be right here. It's almost like you almost ignore the card on the right. You're like, oh, that's reserved for bigger things.
He's looking at Jade Lightning on the 2/5 and hexing the Infested Wolf here.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
This is fine. This just stops all the dangers for now. Then it lets you play your taunt next turn in some circumstances, or just that's fine.
It does make it hard to get to the Grandmother though, and
second kill command.
Yeah, 12 damage. Which is kind of a big deal because your opponent has no healing. And the question is, do you play the kind of Grandmother? Because your opponent could theoretically just clear both sides. Okay, he's going to play one of the kill commands now, just to have the mana. Because he might get some sort of charger off of potentially like a kill command, or excuse me, Animal Companion.
Yeah, a second Tundra Rhino would just be lethal if there's a second Tundra Rhino there. No, it wouldn't, obviously.
Alright, so Rain realizes he has no time. He's got to go right now. It's like, it's time to push damage. He's going to go ahead and pass. Feels like he has enough damage. He doesn't really, though. Tundra Rhino doesn't do a whole lot here.
So, kill command phase, press hero power, hope you don't die, hope they have no healing. I think that's all he has.
Yeah, and I think that works. I think that works. And I think you just play the Tundra Rhino just because. Just for posterity's sake, because if they play some sort of healing, they have to stop and kill a Tundra Rhino. And
yeah, you might pick up another biggish minion like a rock that needs to attack next turn. Somehow.
A rock. Just throw the rock at your opponent.
Just a rock to play against the scissors.
I think you do play the Tundra Rhino just to have something there, right? So if your opponent gets something like say they don't have lethal, but they have the Hot Spring Guardian, then they have to stop and kill it.
Bloodlust with Forgotten Bloodlust exists. 5.9% chance. The Chinese production believe that's his only out. Let's see if it comes off the top.
Probably is
1 in
only out.
17.
Well, that and Hot Spring Guardian. He needs Bloodlust or Hot Spring Guardian now, or else he's going to die.
Yeah. Yeah, he wins in 2 turns, so Hot Spring would work.
And that doesn't do it. That's not healing. You can
You
hex your own
can't
minion.
hex face to taunt your face. Doesn't work like that. And it's 1-0 to X-Hope, and he's continuing his comeback trail.
If your opponent has taunt, you still go face. All right. Well, X-Hope, like you just mentioned, takes the game, and that's exactly how the matchup goes, right? The shaman just holding on for dear life, and sometimes they're able to hold on, and sometimes they're able to burst on the opponent when they are able to get their massive minions on the table, but not enough. He has one turn away from winning the game, but couldn't get it there.
So 1-0. Not much to say about that particular game. I think both players seem to be playing well there. There were a lot of decisions. So Rain will have things on his mind, like could he have played the Elemental earlier? I don't think he could, the Earth Elementals. But a 7-8 would have been awkward, but what would have happened is X-Hope would have just played the Tundra Rhino and got in there with all the Death Rattle minions and taken it down.
We should point out, thanks chat for this, is that he specifically traded every single minion in, including the Rhino, so that the Thanos couldn't get a draw.
Oh, nice work. Thank you, chat.
And yeah, so if he obviously you can't attack with the Summoning Sickness Wolf after the Grandma, so played his Hyena, or excuse me, his Tundra Rhino just so he could kill everything off. Interesting. Well, again, that was game 1 over to X-Hope. He is one step closer to being one step closer. As we go into our next game here, it's gonna be that Freeze Mage going off against the Druid here.
I was only sort of half drifting in and out yesterday, but it looked like Freeze Mage was just losing a lot of games of Hearthstone.
Was it?
The bits I saw.
Well,
maybe that was something else. I was watching more than one thing yesterday, that's the problem. But it seemed like it was losing quite a lot. I'm a big fan of the deck. I think it's one of the best decks at the moment, but... maybe it wasn't.
I think it was doing fine. I remember just it beat Rogue that one time, even though there's a bunch of 5/5s on the board. So.
Oh my goodness, he's got so many options already with his hand. It's one of those Druid hands where you have to actually just take a moment and work out what you want to do with your life.
I don't know. I don't think it's that hard. Just go Innervate, Jade Blossom, Innervate, Nourish for cards next turn.
Yeah, that seems good.
Or just play the Stone Defender.
So there you go. You've automatically gone or straight away. There's an or. That's what I mean. It's one of those Druid hands you've got to think about.
Yeah, but still, they're all good. They're all fine.
Oh yeah, sure. You don't have to think because they're all good. I just play good things. Okay, so one of the lessons learned with the new Freeze Mage is you do have to do more damage than you used to have because the efficiency is so tight now. So playing the Valet down just to get a 2-3 on board is actually relevant in terms of not just controlling the board, but sneaking through some extra damage from time to time as well.
You can't just sneak the damage through via its actual battle cry, though, if you get a secret on the board. So
sure, but that is only 3. But if you attack twice with it, say it's 4. I know elementary numbers and stuff, but I feel that a lot of the time now you do try and get 4 or even 6 damage out of this thing. Just because it's sometimes you have to try and win without Alex, and winning without Alex means you're going to have to do minion damage. Unless you get lucky with, well, not lucky, unless you get an Antonidas time.
Yeah, but when you try to get... it feels bad trying to get damage on a Druid when they have this much stuff in 3 turns.
Yeah, and looking like Druid's been beating Mage pretty surprisingly well, pretty consistently, sorry. 43% only for the Mage there. And you can see why with this sort of start. How on earth do you fend this off for any period of time?
I think that X-Up he should just ping his own Acolyte and hope to get Frost Nova next turn. He already has enough draw, right? You could play the Doomsayer this turn just to soak up 7 damage and give your minions on board a better chance at dealing with it, but I don't see the reason to go for this Thalnos. Perhaps your opponent spends something dealing with it, but your opponent has a 1/3 and a 1/1 on the board. I don't know.
I mean, it does set up your Blizzard. I know that's why you do it on turn 5. Well, it's more card draw.
No, that
maybe
doesn't...
it makes space to put the cards as well. No, it doesn't, because you just draw the same card.
Yeah,
don't know.
You could just ping the Acolyte. It makes it slightly annoying for your opponent, but I suppose he feels like he doesn't have enough time, right? So maybe he just takes one sort of weird swing from your opponent.
Good example here of why Freeze Mage is viable again, by the way. Because of Arcanomancer, there are now 4 ice blocks, sort of, in X-Hope's deck, in terms of drawing it. A lot of Freeze Mage losses are just, I didn't draw my block. Well, now you always draw your block. You might lose for other reasons, but it's not going to be not drawing your block. He's got 4 shots at it every single turn.
Were you referring to the Arcanologist?
Arcanologist, what did I call it?
Arcanomancer.
Wow, that's a new card. I'm not supposed to reveal that one yet.
The Dino Arcanologist Mancer.
Arcanosaur. Wow. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm just gonna make cards up.
I just thought it was hilarious. Well, doesn't pick up that Frost Nova that you're so desiring. The thing is, that's one of the few situations where pinging your Acolyte makes sense. Sometimes you overdraw with it. Sometimes you actually have to just toss it in and trade with it before you overdraw yourself. But there's a few situations where Exile probably wanted to do that and just get a nice, trade off here without having to use any mana. And there is the Frost Nova Doomsayer. The problem is you're giving your opponent a 4/4 regardless, even if they can't kill it. But still, it feels pretty good to be able to step back and relax for a second.
So something he can do here is just play the Doomsayer on the left on its own, and then that forces Rain to take a turn to deal with that. Then he can Blizzard the turn after, which deals with that turn, and then he can do Doomsayer Frost Nova the turn 7.
He can also just double Doomsayer if he wants to, because if he double Doomsayers now, he can go Ice Barrier, and then he doesn't need to start freezing the board for like 4 or 5 turns.
Right.
But
and he's actually fine just taking the damage, sure. That's an even a little bit braver, but it's going to work out for him.
Yeah, for Freeze Mason, then you want to take as many turns as possible before you commit to clearing the board. Druid is not that fast, at least compared to other cards. And
if Alex goes here, there's a world of pain.
Yeah, this is pretty huge, and this is part of the reason why you do run that Naturalize, and you don't really care. Ooh.
Oops.
Guess the Antonius and the Alexstrasza. Primordial Glyph is pretty huge, though, because you're able to discount, and there's a Frostbolt, so X-Hope now, all of a sudden, is facing a lot of pressure, and gets slightly punished for his greedy play.
Does he? I'm just looking at this. If he can pick up the Arcano dude...
The Arcano dude.
I'm just not speaking ever again. I feel that he can just win this game with the cards in hand, plus 1 or 2 good draws. There's only 12 cards left in his deck.
Right. But he still has it's still kind of difficult to deal with this board. He doesn't have enough mana is the problem.
Yeah, and there are going to be things like Fel Rage, which is so good now for 2 reasons. Obviously, it sticks the 4 into your face, and you gain the 8. I know that's really obvious, but doing both parts is so important. Okay.
And Fandral is a big threat for that very reason, right? Next turn, Nourish into Feral Rage would be pretty massive if Rain's able to get it off with the Fandral on board.
So this is the hard turn. It looks like he's considering ping into Frost Nova Doomsayer.
Yeah, X-Up didn't want to have anything remaining if he was able to deal with this board. One thing he could do is just to make sure that the Doomsayer goes off, and presumably he doesn't really care about the 4/4 that's left over, is to go for Frost Nova double Doomsayer.
Yeah, my only concern with that is I think he may have to clear another board later, and he's not got much stuff to do it with. There isn't much later to come, because obviously block, which doesn't exist right now, into Alex, into freeze, win game, is not that far away now.
What if he just goes ping the Aya, Primordial Glyph, not really that in the order, and then just Frost Nova. Next turn you go Frost Nova to, I guess he doesn't have a second Frost Nova, huh? My plan just went
So he
waste.
didn't find what he was looking for. He did get a 0 mana Frost Bolt, which does speed up the combo a turn if he picks up another Frost Bolt. You have to do something. And he's actually just going to use the barrier to just buy another turn.
And take out the 4 attack minion on the field, which means that Fandral is still alive, which means that we get to go on a fun little tour. Although I suppose he could just pop or kill. Hold on, he's at 20. I was thinking about as if that was a ice block, but it is the barrier. So 16 left. There's 9 in hand, potentially. I guess he doesn't have the mana for that. But regardless, we're gonna have fun here.
Fun little tour. He's shown you he can't deal with a Fandral, so you're in no hurry to use the Feral Rage, right?
Well, you don't really care about the damage to face. If you have stuff on board, you can just do the damage anyway. I suppose you're lacking it if you need to go Feral Rage plus swipe to kill your opponent, but you'd rather just get something on the board that your opponent needs to deal with. Because if you don't have enough stuff on the board,
it's in your hand, right? You might tempt him to go for it and then just go, healed for 8. I know I might have it, but lack of information always hurts. There we go. The double Doomsayer.
Rain still has stuff to do this turn. He can go for the Wild Growth, cycle the card. He can Yogg if he wants to, actually. But yeah, he can cycle the card, play the Feral Rage, and just get the damage in and the healing at the same time. And one thing to keep in mind is that he is playing Earthen Scales, so it's also very easy to play that card out, right? It's very easy to get a massive Jade at this point in time and immediately gain that 7 armor.
Sure. Well, 38 to be done. You can do 13 of it with Alex. You're going to find a way to do 26 more.
Yeah, this is why I didn't think it was that great of a situation for Exov. Because it was just every turn he was having to deal with his opponent's board, and every turn Rain was putting more pressure on, and there just wasn't time for Exov. Like, even though he's managed to clear the board, but what does he do from here on out?
So he now has to play the Arcano dude. I'm just going to change its name every single turn now. Play the block, and then probably Intellect, but he may just choose a Fireball face to get rid of some of that armor.
Yeah, like you mentioned, he's just or like you referred to, I should say, he is under a time constraint, so he might need to just start throwing damage spells and hope that he picks them up off the top here.
I mean, the good thing where you throw a Fireball face now, for instance, is it's not wasted ever. You have to get through that armor. Your only way to do it is to put damage into face. As long as you're doing more damage to the face than they have armor, less damage to the face than they have armor, it's not a wasted spell. So he's going to have to find a way to manipulate this Archmage into doing his dirty work, and he's just putting down an 8/8 minion on the board, healing his own face. That's one way to do it. This repeated damage from the Alex is interesting because Druid can't deal with it.
I like the Alex, but I would have liked the Alex in the opponent's face, and just take a chance that you're not going to die from 7, because because Alex can do a lot of damage itself, and this might be your best opportunity to get on the board when your opponent has nothing on it, right? But yeah, I would have just gone for Alex, your opponent's face, and just hope you don't die. And we see he wouldn't have died. And it was kind of unlikely that he would have at that point, right? Double swipe, I suppose, and second Rail Rage plus swipe, a couple other combinations, but...
How do you like Archmage into Frost Nova here?
It's pretty good.
And then just start going, ha-ha, ha-ha, next turn, and really annoying them. He's shown he can't deal with an Alex in hand.
Yeah.
So put another minion on the board, a 5/7, then next turn you can Fireball the Behemoth, and you can just start fireballing stuff and hitting face for 13 with your minions. At some point, though, you have to actually, play an ice block. One day.
Yeah, that's overrated. Predicting yourself from dying is overrated.
He's going to have to do something. The rope is going, and bad things happen if you take too long. And he has gone with this play in the end. And he's not going to mess around wasting the fireball either. He's just going to bump in the Alex and hope it can't be dealt with on from 5.
Yeah, he was wondering. You saw him hovering over the cards, deciding whether or not he wants to go for an alternative route. But it looks like he had from the very beginning that possibility of Antonidas, Frost Nova, and he's thinking, what can I possibly get from this Arcane Intellect? And he said, nah, this is just best. But
so he has 2 blocks left, and a Blizzard, I believe.
Yeah.
So at some point he can get one of the blocks for sure, thin his deck out, Arcane Intellect, draw into the other block and the Blizzard, and just launch. If you don't deal with this Antonidas, the Fireballs are going to win you this game. That's obvious, I know, but they are. That's how it works.
Yeah, Rain picks up the Feral Rage, and it's painful to sink your face into the Antonidas, but that's actually a really card just to be able to deal with it right now before it gets out of control. And your opponent only has 6 cards in hand, one of which is a Fireball. He's not going to really have time to kill you. He still has to deal with your board. So if you deal with the Antonidas right now, you're kind of in okay shape as Rain.
This is one of those games that's a lot easier to watch when you can see that. Wow. Oh my goodness, anything might happen here. 12.
Frost Nova, that's a good start. That's a good start. Takes the Alexstrasza. Takes the Antonidas.
Well, that's one way to get control of the game. Oh
Easy.
My goodness.
Easiest double mind control of his life.
Wow.
Even had the Massive Spell just in case.
Yeah, he should have Massive Spelled first so they didn't get frozen. What are you even doing, Yogg? Yogg, it's not 2016 anymore. Stop it. He's already dead.
Oh my god, the mechanic potion so you could make more Yoggs.
Your turn, sir. X-Hope just staring into space, dreaming of new hats.
I don't know what that means. I'm not sure, but it looked very much like a broke back face. Oh my goodness! Wow, X-Hub he can't even recover. He doesn't even know where to begin.
I mean, he's got to recover his life, let alone the game. It's like wow.
X-Hope is like, what is life anymore?
He's just like, I knew that would happen.
What is this plane of existence that I live in?
It's not often. I mean, he played that game, I think, really well, managing to develop a board where Alex and Antonidas couldn't be dealt with. And the reason he must have played it well is it forced the Yogg. Like, players don't want to play a Yogg when they've got a massive wide board themselves.
I don't know. I think if he went for Feral Rage and Swipe and killed the Antonidas, he wins the game.
But maybe he was a little bit scared of taking the 8s from the Alex. He knows there's a Blizzard. He knows there's 2 ice blocks. But maybe he just could see that could end badly.
But he saw a Frostbolt get burned. And so your opponent has -1 Frostbolt since the extra Frostbolt from the glyph was already used onto your minion. The second glyph was already used. So your opponent has Pyroblast and 3 Fireballs and 1 Frostbolt, and that's it.
1 Valet.
Yeah, Midi's Valet. And then you're taking the 5 damage from the Antonidas, and
8 for Alex.
And 8 for the Alex. And meanwhile, your opponent has to deal with your board. If your opponent deals with your board.
I think even if they don't. I can see that it's shaky when you're looking at it from where he's sat. Because some people play 2... Oh, no, he's got the list, so we know it's 1 Pyro. Okay.
Well, we're getting to this matchup between the Taunt Warrior and the Quest Rogue, which is a matchup that was very, very prevalent from day 1 of Journey to Un'Goro, but we didn't necessarily see these particular lists with Byleth and Tidehunter.
Yeah, Tidehunter is a pretty new addition to this deck, and it seems to be a good one. It just gets you that even more silliness after you use the combo.
Alright, let's see if we can get double Shadow Step off of this Mimic Paw. It does get double Guidance and Ferryman, which is very nice here for the purposes of cycling through your deck with this Novice Engineer. He can get the quest off of anything he wants. Gets the Ferryman, which isn't a big deal if you are Rain. There's still 2 bounces in hand, which means you probably get it eventually. Especially because he didn't
mess around bouncing your own Ferryman with your Ferryman and do silly things like that.
I think he wants to just draw cards at this point. And now he actually has it. If he wants to use it on the Glacial Shard.
Which question?
Yeah, but he might want value. I think I would rather just keep bouncing my Novice Engineer back. Because you keep drawing cards with it. So you get the value out of your deck by drawing cards, and you're more likely to draw into the bounce back effects. And the Dirty Rat pulled the Ferryman, but that's the 3rd Ferryman. You still have another one in your deck somewhere. So you have 2 Shadow Steps, and another Brewmaster that you can get. And on top of that, you can also just get the if he's running the Firefly and the Ignis Elementals, you can draw that as well. So I feel like there's a decent chance he just draws into the ability to do that. But it looks like he's going to go for this Glacial Shard way of doing it.
Yeah, makes sense because it helps you to take care of the annoying opponent whilst you're just busy cheating with your Rogue deck.
Yeah, one of the most annoying things in the game is just getting multiple Glacial Shards coming out with that battle cry. You're like, I can't do anything, and he's making a bunch of 5/5s. What do I do?
And Armorsmith's busy telling you, hey, I've given you 3 or 4 armor. I'm doing a good job, right? That'll help. And then you face down 35 in a turn.
Yeah.
So
only helps.
I was surprised to see actually that Rogue's only 53% in this matchup, according to the Chinese production. I thought Rogue was a bit more favoured than that. I guess since people have learned finally to throw quests away and stuff as the warrior, then that's going to actually make a big difference.
Yeah, the big thing is that you can run the Rogue dry, right? Like if you play patient enough, because it's kind of like a catch-22 situation, or not a catch-22, but you have to really play carefully. If you put too many, as by the way, the quest is getting completed right now. If you put too many minions on the board, they're gonna get brawled. You're gonna run out of stuff to do. Right? Unless you've been really careful. Unless you've gotten pretty fortunate with the things that you bounce back and you have a lot of Swashbuckler or Novice Engineer value. And if you put too few minions on the board, if you put only 10 damage, then your opponent could just put up taunts that get in the way, and you can't really get through them that easily. And so sometimes you just don't get there, and the warrior can just coax out all of your minions essentially, and just win by attrition. I've been in certain situations where the rogue, or seen situations where the rogue just runs out of minions to play, and they've all been killed.
I like the way you quickly made sure that everyone realised you weren't playing this deck. So I've been in situations where I've seen situations where it wasn't me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It wasn't me playing.
It wasn't me.
Chat. See what wins this brawl. We have to wait and see now, not like the good old days when it used to tell us in advance.
Oh yeah, okay. What was that in the past? I forgot.
So the last minion that went into the brawl
was the winner. Right. I remember now.
And then they changed it to make it more exciting. So you couldn't cheat anymore.
Wait, do the brass knuckles make your guys into 6/6s?
I don't want to know. I do want to know, but I don't know the answer.
We know that Edwins get bigger. We know, for instance, if you Herald Verlage something, it turns into a 1/1.
Yeah, they'll probably get bigger then, because the base value is 5/5, so they will get bigger.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Well, a couple of interesting options here. Just go for the Tar Lord in the end, because that's really annoying to get around. It does kill them. It does have enough attack to start killing stuff off, so pretty nice option there.
So this is where that armor's come in handy, in fairness. Like, it's prevented 6 damage already. And it might, if it buys him 1 extra turn, it can win him the game.
You can just respond to the chat in the broadcast, it's fine.
I thought about doing that, but then I thought, you know what, I'll just actually type on this occasion. Obviously, this being a semi-casual cast, then we do actually talk to you guys occasionally.
I'm sure the people who watch the VOD on my YouTube later won't mind if you answer chat. Anyway, I
don't want to ruin your production value. That's the thing.
Oh my goodness!
Drawing more cards for the Swashbuckler.
Yeah, this is really good for Rain. He's getting a lot of value. The only better cards probably would be Mimic Pod or the Novice Engineer, but yeah, this is really good for him. Getting more minions to play out, getting more value out of hand, and this is the odd situation that you find yourself in as the rogue, right? He still doesn't want to commit to the board because of things like, Whirlwind, Ravaging Ghoul, See What the Fish Is, or just Brawl, even though you've already seen a Brawl.
Right. Yeah, one of the things I think that people didn't realise about the Rogue Quest when they were saying it might not be that great when evaluating it, is I think people missed that your bounce spells are really useful after the quest is completed.
Right.
I think people look at it and say, oh, you've got to play Youthful Brewmaster and Gadgets and Ferryman, what a load of garbage. And I think people have sort of overlooked. It was very quickly spotted, but I think people had overlooked the fact, you just use those cards afterwards and hit people repeatedly in the face for 5 with the bounce. That may be the bit that was missed.
Uh-oh.
All sorts of manner of disgusting is about to happen.
Wow, and the Chargers get buffed up? Oh my goodness. So here's the problem.
Many years.
X-Hope just needed to hang on for 1 more turn, although I guess the Primordial Drake plus See What the Fishes wouldn't clear these 6/6s. But he needed to hang on for 1 more turn. But there it is. There's the Brawl that potentially helped him stay alive here. Because X-Hope decided to commit to the double execute last turn. He's like, just 1 more. But I don't know if he can hang on at this point.
Swashbuckler, always the wild card in this situation. Even if X-Hope can stabilize somehow, just Swashbuckler into Arcanine.
Oh, he's going for the Brawl! Oh my goodness. He doesn't trust...
Did Kit Kats lie or did he not? Let's find out.
Never lies. Never lies. Never.
For those who don't know, the theory is you play Armor Smith and Brawl, and the Armor Smith always wins.
The Armor Smith has been taken over by Dirty Rat nowadays, though.
Fair point, yeah.
Dirty Rat wins every freaking Brawl.
Wait. There's bad things happening here.
I'm sorry?
Just casually swashbuckle into draw a card into kill your thing.
It's just 1 card, so it's fine.
Is it? It doesn't look fine. You know, if you're an X-Hope fan, it's not fine. I don't think it's fine.
No, it's pretty fine. He can go Primordial Drake and Sleep with the Fishes now, facing down a 6/1.
So close.
Oh, he's gonna do it this way. Okay. I suppose he feels like this is better because the
Yeah.
6/6 will take some damage this way, and since your opponent, your opponent has a flame elemental in hand and potentially more.
Shadow Step Novice at some point, or do you save the Shadow Step for a taunt, for a charge?
No, well, you're not going to get the charger if you don't get the card in the first place. So we do the Novice Engineer and gets the Mimic Pod. This is
Oh
pretty
my goodness,
huge.
it's lethal if he gets a charger.
That is not a charger.
That is in fact over prepared for the situation.
Oh my god!
Keeping back the battlefield so that he can make an instant recovery if there's another brawl.
I just gave a hearty knee slap. Anyway.
I do my best. I do my best.
Well, this is a word clear. I think you have to go for. I don't see any way you can hold on any longer. This is going to be that board clearing. And we've seen both Wasp Burglars, I believe, so no real way to get through this very simply or in a cheating fashion.
Funny thing is here, both players have got a lot of time. This Ali Armorsmith's going to buy a bit of time for X-Hope. You really don't want to vanish that. So now you have to get Shadow Step and a charger and then vanish and win on that turn.
He's going to use it now. Oh, okay, she's going to play on the board. That's weird. I thought he might want to get an extra 5/5 taunt for 1 mana. Or however many that...
Oh, by vanishing and then putting them all back down?
Yeah.
That would be good.
Wow, this ends up working really well for him. Okay, this ends up working really well for him.
Oh,
because now... Oh, no, kill something first.
You prep. And you cast the other one first, because you get more stuff.
Why didn't he kill something first?
He just botched this turn horribly.
Yeah, he could have... He had these useless preps in hand. He could have just killed one of the taunts first, so that it never comes back again.
Yeah, and got more dudes, and yeah, I feel like that was a mistake. I think he had plenty of time there, just didn't consider there was another option. I think.
Yeah, he could have killed a minion. If you wanted to, it doesn't have to be the Armorsmith, right? To give your point armor. You play the second Battlefin, you prep the Vanish. Now you get even one more 5/5 taunt in hand, and you basically get these
Primordial Drake.
You basically one less Primordial Drake, one less Hatchling. You kill him and you have the exact same board as now. Except you have one more 5/5 taunt in hand for 1 mana, and you have one less prep. Who cares? You have a prep.
But now he's actually can, in some worlds, lose this game of Hearthstone. Or can he?
Is there lethal right now?
It's got to be close. I don't think there is because the armor game will take him to 11. Maybe there is, though.
It's still looking really bad if you're EXO, but...
Yeah, the amount of stuff going on here. But this should be over, rather than kind of over. And he did realise as well, Rain realised halfway through his last turn, he sort of put his head in his hands a little and sighed a little bit.
The thing is, why did he play that turn so fast after considering all of his options the prior turn? It's like, yes, I'm doing this. I guess he'd already decided what he was going to do. It seemed pretty bizarre.
Okay, so X-Hope...
He's still alive. He's still alive because he can Whirlwind plus Primordial Drake.
Yeah.
The question is, do you use your face on one of these minions? I think you do.
Yeah, how do you ever win otherwise?
Yeah, so he's going to go to 1 most likely here, I'd imagine. He's considering it. You do die to the second Eviscerate if your opponent's running it. Let me go ahead and check Rain's list.
Eviscerate seemed to have been cut from a lot of these decks, though.
Well, he had it earlier. He has double Eviscerate.
Oh, I missed it, but on the left-hand side, they just showed every card remaining in Rain's deck.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, I mean, I'm just saying how great this production is from the Chinese broadcasters yet again.
And it's finally time to go all in. Well, I guess it's not that all in, right? Because you get the minions back anyway. Gonna trade in just to make sure he gets that damage, just in case. Does allow for Battle Rage, but I don't see how X-Hope gets out of this one. So Battle Rage is a must. And then you draw Win the Game Immediately card. I'm not sure what that one is, but...
Apparently it's Yogg Saron.
Double Bloodhoof Brave, not too bad.
Oh my goodness.
I think he has the second Bloodhoof Brave, yeah. I don't think he can Hero Power here. So, gets through that... Is that lethal? Okay, hold on. Hero Power into the one of the Bloodhoof Braves.
Yes.
Are you sure?
No.
Yeah, he's one off.
One off, sorry.
Yeah, because there's no way to get to the Bloodhoof Raven hit face. Sentinel Defender. Taunt Warrior. Okay, people always complain about Rogue being scumbag and having a bunch of 5/5s, but he's played so many 5/5s and he still hasn't gone through all these taunts. And X-Up continues to draw taunts.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
who's the real scumbag? Come on.
Sure, it's like scumbag versus scumbag here in this polite, friendly family cast. But I do feel that if the rogue, if they nerfed charge rather than the rogue deck, just the endless 5/5s isn't enough. It's the charge that tips it over the edge from good deck into deck that people can't stand.
Yeah. Well, probably going to be Soul Defender. I don't see any 3-mana cost stuff he can get off of the Curator. And this is interesting. Public Defender, Motion Warden, Faceless, Shambler. Just go for the Public Defender because he wants to hero power?
I think it's because he doesn't know what he's going to draw next turn, and so he just wants to be able to go Public Defender and whatever he draws as 2 things in one turn.
Right. So, again, the question is, now is there lethal? Backstab could help quite a bit. Hit, face, hit, and I think he has it? Yeah, he just has...
Not saying anything after just failing miserably to count the previous turn.
Well, he has the 3 attacks that fit with the 3 guys on board, and then he has his LC deck can to finally finish it out. And that's going to be a 2-1 lead here for Rain.
And I feel that on that particular one game of Hearthstone, the player who played the best didn't win it.
I don't know. Well, I mean...
Just for that one game, I felt that he made a mistake or two. I felt that X-Hope defended really valiantly there.
Yeah, that's true, I suppose. He did make a lot of good decisions. I was going to say, it was really straightforward for both players. But I suppose that X-Hope had a lot of intricate decisions to be made as far as which taunt was best. It sounds really dumbed out, like, which taunt should I play here? But he did make the right decisions and kind of held back the right removal and right board clears for the right times there.
So 2-1 for Rain.
Yeah.
He's got his Shaman and his something left to go. His Noth Paladin. They're the 2 he needs to win with. Meanwhile, X-Hope's got his own Noth Paladin, his Quest Warrior, and his Freeze Mage. He's got to get a win with all 3 of those.
This is one of those situations where you just hope that your middling deck can pull it off. Right? Because Shaman and Paladin are solid, but they're not, deck or meta defining decks, meta breaking decks. You're just gonna like just get over the finish line one time.
Yeah. And oh my goodness. This is going to be one long game of Hearthstone. Have you cast this one before?
Oh, have I? I cast it like 3 or 4 times already, and yes, it goes.
Because I've hardly cast any N'Zoth. I've hardly played any N'Zoth Paladin. I've seen a lot of the Murlocs from my neck of the woods. And does this just go? What's the defining factor in the end? I assume the Paladin just outvalues you.
Yeah, Paladin just wins. We saw one game that went super quickly for the Paladin. I think we saw one time the Warrior kind of eke out a victory, though I might be just going... I might have just like hallucinated that because it looked like the Warrior was going to win, but the Paladin clutched it out.
So the Murloc version, the Paladin's a little bit worse off. It's sort of pretty close to 50-50 because the Murlocs kind of run out of steam. But this version just got N'Zoth,
wow,
Ken.
What a pull. What a pull. Gets 2 taunts for the price of 1 and gets the larger minion out of the 2 in the Dirty Rat.
That's special offer at Jason Zhou's stall. two for 1.
That was a good one. I appreciate that one.
Jason Zhou's School of Dirty Rats. It's not got the best name, but it works really well.
Oh my goodness. The Dorothy Rat. Are you in on the Savit's jokes? The Dorothy Rat?
I'm not actually, but I can see that already.
Go watch a Savit's video, and there doesn't even need to be Dirty Rat in the video. If you go to the comments, and you'll just see the comments just filled with Dorothy Rat. No,
Black Magic has just killed Jason Zhou, by the way.
I didn't get to catch that. Was it 4-0 or 4-1?
4-3. But he's now down to 3-3 is what I mean, which means that Jason Zhou's right in the mix for not getting through.
Oh wow, Black Magic playing spoiler here, and Team OM with new recruits X-Hope and Jason Zhou. Maybe not looking so great.
Right. Interesting how that's going to work out. Okay, so back into this game. Obviously, we're trying to keep you updated, especially as we're following... The information we get is sparse, so when we get it, we sort of relay it. Yeah. So back to this game. Sorry, just distracted myself there by dying for a moment. Okay. The Paladin getting the board and the value is a pretty awkward spot for the Warrior to escape from. Gonna have to time this brawl incredibly well to have much hope, I think.
You saw X-Hope hovering over that Dirty Rat, and there's a 2 out of 3 disaster for that.
Well, I think maybe he's considering, I play it this turn, I brawl next turn, and nothing bad can happen unless my opponent gets Tyrion or Cairn.
Yeah, that is pretty bad.
And I'll just take a beating for one turn to set up the brawl for next turn to be efficient mana-wise.
This is an interesting situation for X-Hope. Does he want... Okay, he's going to go for the cheapest taunt possible, just to make sure he gets out that quest as quickly as possible. Only 3 out of 7 at the moment. Still has to get 2 more taunts in hand, you know, in the first place. And wow, another Dirty Rat. He's going to go for it. Pulls the Dirty Rat out of his opponent. That's so big. Yes, you know, Rain doesn't get his last massive minion pulled out by his opponent when he's forced to play the Dirty Rat to fulfill the quest. But... there also isn't the disaster, or like the semi-disaster of the Ivory Knight. There also isn't the disaster of Rag into Brawl. And you've yet again denied your opponent the Rag. Without the Rag hero power, the Warrior cannot win this matchup. It's impossible. The taunts do not do enough.
Sure, I'm just looking at this board of complete garbage on both sides. I'm wondering, what has Hearthstone become?
Everyone gets a wet noodle.
We used to have a turn 1 play that was a 4-5 or something by about turn 3. And now we've just got 1-4s fighting 2 6s.
Everyone gets a wet noodle. It's a wet noodle emporium. So many wet noodles.
It's ridiculous.
None of us can attack. We have no power.
One of the guys can only attack in 1 turn. It's the turn that he can't attack. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
And he doesn't want to set up the sleep with the fishes as well, which is another consideration here.
He also doesn't want to just die to Whirlwind, but I guess you don't really care about your slime.
Don't call me slime. Right. So Brawl is an option, but it's not the greatest one. So you just have to keep fighting for board with an actual Hearthstone minion of 4/6 size.
It costs 7 mana for that one, though.
Yeah, I mean, you have to pay if you want a minion in this.
It's a hefty price.
They're mean streets over there in Gadgetzan.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I think it's finally time to start just trading your minions in. Because at this point, it's like, whatever, you know.
They're going to get brawled at some point if your opponent wants him to, so you might as well just... And here's a 4/4, another huge minion hits the board.
Wow, okay. Interesting. I was thinking he's going to go for the Holy Wrath, but I suppose he has already the card draw in his hand. And Repentance is pretty good here.
Yeah. Building up a very hard to remove board with big enough stuff. And what is that icon that's appeared over the flower bed?
Repentance?
That is the Repentance. Awesome.
Yeah. So, right on your opponent's turn 8, which is the Primordial Drake. Primordial Drake isn't great here, but it's reasonable. You might want to just slam it down. And if he does do that, he gets a bit punished by that.
Doesn't look nice, does it? Just killing off Cairn is always such a tricky mess. Oh, wow. That's just totally ruined his plans. Ouch. Working really well, that Repentance. Realising that one of the best ways to kill the Cairn was going to be Whirlwind Effect. Realising if your opponent's going to play Whirlwind Effect, they're probably going to play the Armorsmith first. Yeah, that's just nice.
Well, he's not going to play the Whirlwind now. Just going to get that taunt in front. It was a good play around by X-Hope, realizing that Rain might play Repentance in this situation, especially because he immediately went for it right after it was discovered. But this is just ridiculous here. If you are Rain, you just so much value in hand. You've already played the Cairn. N'Zoth is even pretty good with just the Cairn having come back, and at least puts another amazing minion, or excuse me, amazing value back into your deck that you can just draw. But
yeah, and actually using Lay on Hands on a minion as well, which is something you don't see every day. Of course, it's usually in there as a I've stabilised and don't want to die option. But here it's just I'm going to keep hitting you in the face. Very slowly but surely hitting you in the face.
Yeah, and your opponent's so far off of the... Yeah, they're only two off, as you can see in the indicator there, but he's two off with his opponent having board control. So he needs to get board control back somehow and then start firing the rag shots off.
Right, and that's because when the Paladin gets board control going into the quest, the Paladin hero power does a lot of work in fending off the rag shots, basically. But if it hasn't got board control, then suddenly they're all 50-50s, either face or hitting 1/1s, and everything goes really, really well for the warrior. But you can see it's like watching Warlock play warrior. All the card advantage this deck has built into it. Slowly but surely, they're trading equal-sized minions, and the Paladin just wins because it draws a million cards.
Yet another Repentance here for Rain, and I do agree with this. The Eye for an Eye was an option if he's going super duper late game and it can just kill the warrior that way. But right now, as long as he maintains board control, he wins this game, and Repentance goes a long way towards doing that.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And I don't see how X-Hopes changes this course of events. He's going to go for the rag shots, I feel, and hope to hit the first couple on big minions. If he can hit the 5/5s, the 4/5s, maybe he has a chance, but at some point after the brawls have gone, N'Zoth wins this game as well. But hey, maybe the rag shots do start picking stuff up here.
I was going to say, if this goes face, that would be the beginning and the end, but yeah, able to get that done. As far as Rain is concerned, he really just wants an Elder Peacekeeper so he can easily start taking out minions with this Kodo. As it stands, Equality Consecration can do the job, especially because you're not really expecting all that much coming or going forward. And Sunkeeper Tarim, easy. Sunkeeper Tarim, easy game. Play that guy, trade with the Primordial Drake. Get a 3/7 taunt on board.
Yep, and his job here, he's going to do it this way to make sure his guy gets healed. Effectively, kind of.
This card is so good. It's Quartermaster and a Keeper of Alderman all in one. I know that was originally thought
it's also kind of equality as well. Because sometimes you just trade all your 3/3s into their 3/3s, which is what you do with equality and 1/1 sometimes.
It's pretty good.
It just does everything. What a guy.
All in one. Let's see. So you can't go for obviously the Ghoul and the Primordial Drake, so I think you just fire off a rag shot here. If it doesn't hit the Tarim, then you can use your face and the Primordial Drake.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to rag shot with maximum number of targets out there at all times, I feel.
I don't think this is a correct ordering.
I agree. Because now this might go face, more likely. I consider that a punish, unless he's trying to go face, but I don't think that makes sense.
Yeah.
But maybe he's decided that's his only way to win. Who knows? But so, all Rain has to do here, and it's probably slightly easier said than done, but he's got to force out the brawls so he can N'Zoth and win the game. As soon as that brawl is gone, he can N'Zoth, and that's the end of everything.
Have we seen a brawl already? I'm getting confused with the last game, I think.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either. I don't think we have. That last game was... The road game was just so insane for how long it went. I don't think we have seen the brawl yet.
Yeah.
So Rain does have to force out the brawls before he can really set up his win condition, which is to N'Zoth into a board of everything.
Yeah, and he has the pack in his deck too, so he can even just N'Zoth. Even if it's just a Karen, and how do you really deal with that? You know, the double body.
Yeah, he will also want to make sure that he actually heals at some point. There is that danger of just rag shot face, hit you with a weapon at the end of game. It's a thing that can definitely happen if you're not careful.
Yeah.
But it's just about being careful. That's why he's taking his time here. He's clearly in a fantastically good position, but it's a position that can just go wrong. Like this.
Don't need to brawl when you have Sleep with the Fishes plus Primordial Drake.
Right. And this is a board clear, a bonus board clear that he's been waiting for.
He's favoring the 8 damage to face, it looks like, if he's going for the Ravaging Ghoul. He can Ravaging Ghoul, Sleep with the Fishes, attack the Kodo, and get the 8 damage to face right now. And if there's no healing in hand, maybe that's the only way he wins this game.
You can face damage as well. You can actually hit him with your weapon as well, which is crucial to get him below 8. So that your next face shot would be a thing. But no, he's just killing the Kodo, okay.
Yeah,
I thought maybe he'd go face there to make sure, look, if you've got no healing, I've got a chance every turn to win the game.
Yeah, he wants the guaranteed rag shot to face. And now all of a sudden, Rain, he was so far ahead in this game, but might be in a little bit of trouble.
Oh.
What was that sound?
It's the sound of me trying to make plans, and unfortunately, My poor little brain and plans don't mix too well. No, he's in exactly the same spot as last turn.
Well, he can clear the board. He can clear this rag with Sleep with the Fishes and the Primordial Drake. Or he can just use his face in the Primordial Drake, and that's probably better. Yeah, just face tank 8 so you can deal 8 to your opponent, and you have a Primordial Drake in play. I think that's the best way to go about it. Primordial Drake, trade, hit with your face. Or you could just do this first and see if it hits it, and you get 3 to the face. Yeah, that might actually be better. Because now you have a bigger board, you still have your axe in play, you can get 6 whenever you want, and that ends up being game in that particular
Also,
situation.
If the Drake kills a minion, you've got 6. That's what you just said. You've got the 6 from the Ghoul and the axe, plus your 8 is 14. So your Drake's actually a free way of clearing something out of the way.
So, decision time here for Rain. Equality Consecration plus the Wicker Flame Burn Bristle seems the best way to go about this. As Lorinda dies. Don't die.
Try not to. We're nearly halfway.
But yeah, this is probably the best way to go about it, because if you power equality, you're only getting a 1/1 out of it instead, and that could be brawled or yellow brawled for Wicker Flame Burn Bristle.
So it could force through 8 more damage here, but it is kind of the last easy damage. He is going to have brawl into basically a 50-50 shot next turn though, and there is no healing in hand. This is absolutely incredible here how X-Hope's found a way to have a chance. So X-Hope's next turn is to brawl, and almost certainly Rain is aware of this situation, so...
How did this happen? I'm as awestruck as you are. How did X-Hope somehow find a way to potentially win this game?
Is this right?
Is what right?
So one play he had here is just plain as off. How many minions would it have got back? Probably not many. I think that's the problem.
It's only 2, yeah. It just gets
if
3
any.
minions.
Yeah, so not worth it. I missed that result that came up there. Somebody beat somebody 4-3. See if I can catch that back on the stream and cheat.
So the 1 in 4 chance that the Ghoul wins, and then you just win that way. And of the other, if the Ghoul doesn't win, which is a 3/4 chance, then you have a 50-50. So you have 3 and 8 plus 1/4. There's a 5 and 8 chance that X-Hope wins the game right now.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I was just looking at the stream. A dog beat Trunks 4-3.
Wait, why did he do it this way?
See if he hits.
I guess he wants to save the brawl because he can do that in the future. It just gives him a 1 in 3 right now, and then another chance later. But now there's a Karen, and this I don't know. I think the 5 and 8 was the best chance he's ever gonna get. I think that 5 and 8 was the best he was ever going to get, and now he's just dealing with death rattles.
Still a 1 in 3 on top of what he did last turn.
Gets another brawl though, which is huge because now the death rattles are out of the way. He does have a decent chance of winning right now. It is a 1 in 3. He can do it this turn. Hits the slime. Goodness. That is the worst one because now the brawl doesn't. Oh my goodness.
2 silver and gain 2 and get yourself out of range. What's going on? And like I say, dog beat Trunks, so dog's in a really good spot now. Heal yourself up. What came out of there? Nothing exciting particularly. But now it's a clock. Maybe a 2-turn clock.
Well, this Egg Napper is huge because if you brawl, it makes 2 more 1/1s.
And you gain the 2 health as well.
Oh my goodness, I think Rain probably has brought this back. Yeah, Bloody Brave's not going to do it. Finally it goes face.
Obviously it now goes face, just so that it's not quite over. I don't think there's lethal. Is there 8, 11? Yes, there is lethal. So he needs to play the taunt. So I think, what is lethal here? Oh my goodness, don't make me count at this time of day.
He can Consecration and then throw the Cairn in. That's 4 damage. His opponent would be at 11, and he can go 7, 8, 9, 10. He was.
Oh my God. Anything big?
These aren't the greatest. That's not a whole lot of healing.
Not the cards you're looking for.
By the way, he was 1 damage off lethal. Because Consecration does 4, and the Hammer Vat does 3, and he had to get through 19. So.
Okay, so yet another chance here for Hope. What a crazy game of Hearthstone this has been.
And now he has
This
to go for the
is his
brawl.
last, yeah.
And most likely has a 1 in 3 chance. He wants... Oh, there's a whirlwind! Wait. Whirlwind, sleep with the fishes, and hero power? What's the best way to go about this? But then there's a redemption up.
No, you do the brawl first, then you whirlwind, and then you sleep, and then you press that button.
And it's a 50-50. And there's a redemption up, though.
Right, but the redemption triggers now. However, the cairn lived, which ruins everything.
No, but if the cairn, even if the cairn wouldn't die, the Bane wouldn't die to sleep the fishes anyway. So now we have a 50-50 chance. Comes down to this, and finally it goes to the phase and XL play able to win the game. I can't even believe that just happened.
I don't know what's happening anymore. 3-1 to Rain.
That game was 1 for Rain, and then it was in jeopardy, and then it just waved back and forth like a sine wave every single turn. Like, oh, he's got it. No, he doesn't. Oh, he's got it. No, he doesn't. He's fine. He's safe now. Oh, no.
And it looks like X-Hope's just going to take a short break there.
Yeah, I think we need to take a break
I
after
don't
that, too.
blame him at all. What was that? What did we just watch? We just watched a guy firing rag shots at 1-1s for like 20 minutes.
Kind of. I don't know. Actually, I saw someone in chat talk about the like a different way to go about that one turn. Remember when he had the 5 and 8?
Yeah.
If he went for the attack into the, if he attacked with the Ravaging Goal first, then he has a 1 in 3 chance of the minion surviving, being one that's damaged that he can execute, right? And in that case, so that would mean that there's a 2 in 3 chance that he has a 50-50, and so that would be 1 1/3, and then the other 1/3 would be guaranteed, right? So that gives him a 2 in 3 chance at lethal. So he actually had a 2 in 3 chance at lethal if he threw in his ghoul at 1 turn, which is better than the 5/8 that I had done. But I don't know. I think that's probably better than what X-Hope gave himself in the end there, because he had to hit the face that one time, and then if he didn't hit the face that one time, then he would have never had a chance, because his opponent would have killed him even regardless of what died. And then
but the cumulative chance of all those 1 in 3s is pretty powerful. So,
sorry,
the cumulative chance he went for in the end of all the 1 in 3s, 1 in 4s is pretty high.
No, but he didn't have. He had like a 1 in 5, and then he had like the 1 in 3. He had that 1 in 3, but then the other ones weren't 1 in 3s because his opponent had healed, so he had to hit the face and then hit it again. So once his opponent healed, he had to hit the face twice, which meant it being a lot less likely. From his point of view, I suppose if he had brawl, so he had multiple chances, but wasn't really considering the N'Zoth factor and the fact that, you know, multiple death elements were going to come back and ruin his chances, and also, you know, the possibility for healing, because he wasn't always going to get the 1 in 3 or 1 in 2 or whatever, what have you, with the brawl, right? It was sometimes going to be a lot less than that, because, or not even a chance at all because of the healing. So
yeah, he's got to find a win with Elemental Shaman, a deck that everyone thought was going to be really powerful. It's definitely powerful-ish, but it's not really set the world on fire like it was supposed to, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit too slow in some cases, so it dies to a lot of the more aggressive decks, like we saw earlier with the Hunter. It can surprisingly outvalue some of the slower decks. The problem is it doesn't completely destroy slower decks, right? A lot of decks that are really strong are ones that have really favored, or really like tilted matchups in their favor, or lopsided, I should say. And then there's a few of them that aren't as good. Like, for instance, we, you know, in the last part, or last meta, we had, you know, Druid that was really good against Control, and, you know, even though it wasn't that good against Pirate Warrior, it was still worth playing in certain situations, whereas the Shaman it's not guaranteed to win against certain matchups, and then it just loses to others, so.
Freeze Mage versus the Paladin. The Paladin has one massive, massive weapon in its armory in this, and it's the least expected card of all time in Eye for an Eye that isn't even in the deck.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving how Eye for an Eye is actually a thing now, and I love when the developers come up with a way to make otherwise crappy cards seem relevant again, like Stone Tuscarora and Eye for an Eye. Just Eye for an Eye, I just love people dying because of Eye for an Eye, because it used to be a card that you can actually use. You can, when the secrets are able to proc on your own turn, you could just load up your opponent and just kill. But that seemed really just kind of just stupid, for lack of a better term, because your opponent was just simply, there's nothing you could really do about it. It's kind of like disguised Toast, steal your opponent's minion and genie the face, sort of nonsense.
And it's so likely that you get it. First of all, you're 60% each time you play a Hydrologist to get it. And then when you play a Hydrologist, you're also 60% plus more if you've missed the Eye for an Eye. You're like 80% to get Getaway Kodo, which means you get another 60%. And so if you actually just play to get Eye for an Eye, obviously somewhere in there you've got to get them down to 1 as well, but that's the easy bit, right? Because when they try to combo, you just usually have a chance where you smash them in the face and sort of get the block down to whatever, 1. And yeah, if you want it, you can get it. If you draw your Kodo, your Hydrologist, which he hasn't yet. Excuse me, I'm still dying.
Well, XF had a kind of a decision there to prevent himself from overdrawing. What? Dude. Rain is playing way too fast. He could have overdrawn his opponent there. And even if he didn't overdraw his opponent, there's very little reason to attack into that Acolyte, because your opponent's going to do that attack for you, or at least draw themselves. Like, you're giving them the opportunity to not overdraw, when he could have first made him overdraw by attacking with the 1/1, unless you really, really value that 1/1. It's not like he has Spike Seed in his hand either. And if you just equip and attack face with the 1/1, it's actually hard for X-Hope to not overdraw, because Primordial Glyph redraws, so does the Archaeologist.
Right, so you might actually get 2 cards out of it, not just the 1.
He's still at 9, and you could still attack in the 1/1. I think that Rain is just, his brain is turning off in certain situations here.
So we won't be renaming him Brain anytime soon.
or
I'm in such a harsh mood. Okay.
I just he played that turn so fast, and he could have really punished his opponent.
And it is a game that goes long, so the argument is that if you're not going to fatigue, then the overdraw doesn't matter. But it does, because the game goes as long as it takes to get Alex Straza a lot of the time.
Well,
so if Alex Straza is the bottom card, then yes, you want to overdraw them.
Well, the thing is, you're playing as Freeze Mage. Unless they have like 3 cards in hand, they probably have card draw in hand right now. So they're going to get through the next, X number of cards. And if you can just make them not have that card instead, for very little price, by the way, it was really, you just had to not attack. You just had to just hold your choose over. It was actually more expensive to not overdraw them than it was to overdraw them in that case.
Sure.
Or at the very least, there was 2 options, right? You either overdraw them or you don't overdraw them, but don't allow them to not overdraw. If that makes any sense.
I'm still processing that. Okay.
Basically, just do nothing or overdraw them. Don't do them a favor. If you had the choice of, if your worst enemy was on the other side of the field, you could punch them in the face. Or you could save the effort and not punch them in the face, but you don't give them $5. It's basically, and Rain basically just gave him $5. He could have just saved his energy, not done anything, or punched him, but he just gave him $5. Basically, what happened?
I see what you mean. Yeah, you're right. That makes a lot of sense. But maybe it's not his worst enemy. Everyone I play is my worst enemy. I think it's the right way to play the game, is to get in that mindset that whilst you're playing, you hate them.
Well, if he's helping X-Hope win, then he's match fixing as well. So that's
I don't think on the current scores that's even a consideration. It's like 2 and 3. They both desperately need to win this game.
Well, Polymorph in the hand of X-Hope. I'm curious. He could just use it right now onto this Twilight Summoner, and the reasoning for that is because Blizzard doesn't kill Cairn, but Blizzard does kill this. So if N'Zoth comes back later, you're kind of stuck if you have Blizzard in hand, because you don't want to give your opponent a 5/5. So there is actually a reason for polymorphing this Twilight Summoner over Cairn, or Tyrion for that matter.
Well,
but anyway, it's
damage getting done here. No Eye for an Eye is being drawn. Freeze Mage definitely starting to get to the point where it could do something.
Yeah, just a lot of nothing in the hand of Rain right here. He has the healing from the Rag. He also has a Dirty Rat. If he ever wants to commit to that, he can Dirty Rat. Okay, next turn on 8 mana, he can Dirty Rat plus Humility and Kodo and just kill an Antonius or an Alexstrasza. So he's going to go ahead and use his Peacekeeper right now just to get some sort of minion on the board and continue to apply pressure. He's expecting the Alexstrasza to be hitting his face anyway, so he's not really concerned about this. And it's not the old Freeze Mage that can do, and that can, you know, have lethal from 20 odd damage. It's just not something that happens these days, so he's not really worried as long as he doesn't get too low.
Yeah, you can push it a long way. I think somebody was saying that 18 is the most you can do. I haven't actually checked that, but there's so few ways to do it in the current decks that 18, you're safe on 18. Obviously 19 with a minion on board. Okay, so where do we go from here if we're the Paladin? I think it's fairly clear X-Hope's play. That's just going to take his time, get everything set up, and then he's got a lot of freezes, he's got a lot of burn. He's getting close. I like your play, the Dirty Rat.
Well, he wants to do that eventually, but he doesn't want to have it 50-50 with his Arcanologist right now, so he's going to go ahead and wait a turn and just equip that 2 silver champion. As far as the most damage, just off the top of my head, I feel like it's 21 if your opponent has played 2 Primordial Glyphs, but that's the condition, right? They have three Frostbolts and 2 Fireballs.
Sure.
And
yeah, that works.
Now it's decision time. One of the few chances you might get to see Arcane Explosion because it's pretty good right now. All these are actually pretty reasonable.
Wow.
I don't know if he ever has time to play Kabbalah's Tome. It's very tempting to pick the Kabbalah's Tome and see what you might roll.
But how do you empty your hand, right, is what you're saying?
Yeah. So it's probably either Fireball or Arcane Explosion. I really, honestly, one of those odd picks where I wouldn't be surprised to see any one of these 3.
Yeah,
just depending on what his game plan
gives
is.
him Fireball, Frostbolt.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see any of these just because they're all... They're different game plans, but they're all reasonable. Dealing with this board right now is pretty valuable without having to use a Frost Nova. Frost Nova is just really something you want to save until the last moment. And yeah, he does pick up the Arcane Explosion.
Yeah, obviously everything is complicated to having just 15 in hand. Thanks to Ragnar's Lightlord makes things really, really messy. You can't just set up a combo like you would against some other decks. Otherwise, it would have been the world's easiest choice. Okay, here we go. And he does hit the Alex.
Rip Alexstrasza. Good night.
What? No. Okay.
No. He's just saying there's no way for you to unhumility this Alexstrasza. You don't run silence. So, well, you could silence it by polymorphing it, I guess.
Yeah, the only way I lose is card draw in some weird world. So, yep. Now, X-Hope has got to find enough damage to point at face. The only way he can do that is going to be by getting multiple cards from Archmage Antonidas. So his game plan is somehow, or by punching you in the face with Antonidas for 5 as well. And he may just decide that he's got to do it sooner rather than later and hope that Ragnaros isn't in hand. There's still 18 cards left. Ragnaros doesn't have to be in hand.
What if he just Fireball face and Pink face right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're on the double Fireball phase.
Yeah, I mean this might look silly because we can see the Ragnaros, but he's just gone through all the options, and the options were the same thing but later. So if I'm going to do it, I might as well do it now and hope he hasn't got it.
Yeah, the only other play was Antonidas for Frostbolt, and he probably wants to save Antonidas for Frost Nova. He does have the ability to just polymorph this Rag right off the bat, which is the biggest thing you really want to polymorph at this point because minions don't really care. You just freeze them. So I'm going to go for it now.
Yeah, next turn he can do Antonidas into Frost Nova, which will generate a Fireball and a chance of the Antonidas surviving if your opponent hasn't got a quality Consecration in hand, which he has.
Yeah, second Consecration in hand. How dandy.
And so X-Hope's going through all the motions of trying to generate a way to win this, but every single answer is already in the hand of Rain.
He might eventually get there. How much damage is left?
Very, very little.
He's got
no Fireballs left.
Oh, that's right. He doesn't have any Fireballs left.
I think he has one Frostbolt left. Maybe he's got both Valets left?
He just used a Frostbolt this last turn.
That was the frostbolt he got from. Oh no, that wasn't the glyph one. Sorry, that's a different game.
The glyphs were Arcane Blast and the Polymorph.
Sure.
So very little, yeah.
Yeah. And this is his chance to generate stuff, but I think we'll just see. Well, this will be dealt with. It doesn't matter how, particularly. I guess it does matter how. He's actually setting up some lethal chances here, in fact. Eye for an eye might be a thing.
Please get eye for an eye. Gets redemption instead.
And actually, you know, we've been writing this one off a little bit soon. Because next turn is Blood Mage into Fireball, Frostbolt, Ping. Which is 11, 12.
12, yeah.
Yeah, so don't play a minion. Oh, but the Blood Mage is a minion. Which means that the...
No, the Wicker Flame can just attack face. It actually just heals off of that.
Oh, does it really?
Yes, it does.
Sure.
You're just so used to it never living because it's always played defensively.
It's always dead. Of course it does. Of course that's how numbers work.
So it probably has to
he's
just...
got to do 25.
It probably just has to be Ping Blizzard here to get rid of that Wicker Flame Burn Bristle. And I believe that something else gets revived. Not the... it's either the... I think it's the Dirty Rat that gets revived from the redemption.
Unless he wants to ping the 1/1.
Well, he could just Blizzard first. He could Blizzard first just to make sure, in case he's forgotten. But he needs to kill this Wicker Flame because he can't allow any more healing to come out.
You know what I mean? Is you could ping the 1/1 first to make sure the redemption goes on the wrong thing, and then Blizzard.
Well, he doesn't really care if like a 3/1 survives. He cares a little bit, I suppose, but.
All right.
Or 2/1, 2/1, 1/1, same thing.
Hammer. In the deck.
Are you getting tired? You just see the card come up, you're like, hammer.
No, I'm just like, why is there a hammer in the deck? But I haven't played much of the control variant. I think it's fairly standard.
Well, with nothing really to use with his Fireman's anymore, just throws it on the field for the most pressure here. And it's time. We're throwing damage to the face. He actually has to fit in this ping over the course of a couple turns. Which feels kind of bad, right? Because you'd rather just play out this loot order, but he needs a ping every single turn.
And then next turn... How did the numbers work out? You pop the block.
This is really sad because it's kind of tempting to Dirty Rat just in case he has something that you want to get out. But at this point, it's really bad to Dirty Rat because there could be loot order, and in fact there is.
Avoids the lethal, but avoids proccing the block at the same time.
This is really big. Because now that's another ice block. Wow, I can't believe this. I can't believe this game. Oh my goodness. You play barrier here, right? Why wouldn't you? I don't see a reason why wouldn't you play barrier here. Maybe he wants to hide what he has in hand, but I just don't. I don't get it.
Yeah, there's no point hiding anything because deck lists are open.
Just like bluffing, I have extra damage in hand or something like that. But I don't understand, really. You know what it might be, I suppose? Oh, we've already seen 2 Consecrations. Maybe his opponent plays like Ivory Knight and he picks Consecration because he might think it's... But he's already attacked last turn. I don't understand.
No, I've zoned out because I'm just sitting here going, why isn't there 10 damage coming to the face anytime soon? What's happening?
Well, I guess he just wins anyway.
Thank you. So 3-2 to X-Hope, and somehow he is sneaking slowly but surely into contention. He won his first match of the day to get to 2-3. He's 1 game away from going to 3-3, and 4-3 will probably be enough to get in the way that things are panning out because people are getting slaughtered up there today.
I can't believe he's still stone face after that game. That was a ridiculous. I can't believe he won that. How did he piece together the damage?
Last 2 games in a row. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There was a heal involved. That Alex Draza got taken out, and X-Hope managed to just get enough from the Archmage. It looked like Archmage being dealt with would be enough to stop him from winning, but he just cobbled it all together bit by bit, and wow, 3-2. And again, showing why he's ranked 22 or 23 in this system, which is actually amazing. But it's fun to say that he's ranked 23.
No Alex Straza. Card draw cut off because they killed the Acolyte without any draws from it.
Antonidas gets the minimum.
Yeah, Antonidas gets 1 fireball. Your opponent heals for 12 with the reg and the double true silver. That's just insane. Well, getting to this next one. Paladin versus Shaman. This is a matchup we've seen quite often. And I think your mic's muted? Question mark.
It was muted, sorry, I was just dying.
Okay.
Slightly. I was actually talking.
Just dying. It's no big deal.
I don't want to keep on about the dying bit because
don't
I'm
mind
enjoying
me.
every minute of this, but I'm dying.
Don't mind me just dying here.
So you were saying this matchup we've seen several times. Who's been coming out the favourite?
Both? It's pretty even, I would say.
Both the favourites. So they're both going to win. That'd be absolutely amazing.
Everyone's a winner.
Again, we're seeing the early mana tide just to get the card advantage because this is going to be a value matchup. I assume that if the elemental changes gets broken in this one, then that's almost GG at any point. From turn 5 onwards, you just want to curve out elemental after elemental. Otherwise, the paladin's going to get more value than you are.
Well, it depends if the paladin's, curving out as well. Because paladin is notorious for not really having stuff to do, just kind of hero power pass. So,
right.
The big thing is Stone Defender or Stonehill Defender in both of these decks. I'm not sure if Rain runs it. Let me go ahead and double check that right now. He does run one of them. The Stonehill Defender on the side of the Paladin, and the Servant of Kalamos on the side of the Shaman, right? If you can get multiple Kalamoses, that's really good. On the other hand, if you can get multiple Tyrians or Sunkeeper Tarim, that's also very good. So that can determine a lot.
Oh. Nothing to do here, which means that next turn is going to be a lot weaker than he wanted it to be.
I think he should just eat. He's reconsidering now. Yeah, this is much better. You don't want to be missing a turn here. So, even though it's tempting to clear the board, you really want to just do this. And in fact, he's going to keep one flame elemental back for the sole purpose. Yeah, it's so easy to fit that 1 mana in if you know that you need to proc one of these elementals the following turn. At least getting played out this early is pretty nice. Nice 5/5 body on the board on 5 on curve, and on top of that gets the pack in hand. Which if you get the pack early on, it could be really nice. Immediate pickup of Alakir here, kind of interesting to me. I think Baron Geddon would have been potentially something, and looks like Rain's having an issue. But yeah, Baron Geddon, it's almost. People see that card.
I've lost 2 crazy games in a row. Can we stop, please?
I don't know what's happening. No, the Baron Geddon is almost always glossed over because Kalamos is just strictly better, right? It does cost 1 more for the Kalamos, but you're not killing your own stuff, and obviously it's just more flexible. But I don't think it was people for that reason. They just look at Baron Geddon and ignore it, like, oh, that's never picked. But if you're not going against Kalamos, it's probably something to consider.
Okay. Sure. I'm just staring at this thinking, what on earth is problem? It must be big because there's no way you would be complaining in this position.
Yeah, his hand is absolutely nuts.
Equipment failure of some sort by the look of it. Well, he can drive the cards and he can press the end turn button, so...
This is kind of an awkward turn here for Rain, right? Because the Fire Elemental doesn't do a whole lot. And he doesn't really want to overload, because he wants to play his Blaze Color next turn. But if he plays the Servant of Kalamos, he gets another card into his hand, and he's going to overdraw, which means he probably has to play the Flame Elemental, just so that doesn't happen. This might be Osrock, though it could be Eldar Peacekeeper, so it just goes for the cheaper elemental.
Yeah, the thing to empty his hand because he's getting so much card advantage, he's having to actually just get stuff out there.
I can't hold on to all these cards.
Oh my.
Well,
so Exhope again.
Well, he just
for
has
the third game in a row in a tough spot.
Yeah, right now he has stuff to do right now, right? He can just True Silver and Hero Power, or use Silver and Recruit into the Servant of Kalamos. You can go Phase or take out the 1/2. There's limited healing. There's Kalamos and there's the Hot Spring Guardian. There's multiple Kalamoses perhaps, but
he won't want to get this Spike Ridge Steed Hex. This is one of the big problems here. He wants to get the Hex out, and then Spike Ridge Steed gives him a chance of getting into this game properly. But if he just plays it, your guy gets hexed, and you kind of lose.
You're okay with Spike Ridge Steed getting hexed because you have Tyrion in the deck, and you want to get that safely dead so that you can Azoth later on, and Spike Ridge Steed won't do that. But that said, he doesn't have Tyrion right now, so Hex is a pretty big blowout because you don't really have anything to do with the following turn other than just Ivory Knight, and he's going to go for the Ivory Knight right now. And guess what the Spike Ridge Steed looks like.
Okay, that makes life easy because now you can just plop the Spike Ridge Steed out there, and if it gets hexed, you just plop the other one out there. It's like having 2 mind controls, but better.
Wait, what?
2 mind. Those from that Yogg earlier. Just, I've got some sort of trauma from that Yogg. Okay, so first Spike Ridge Steed on the way, and yep, just clearing up this and having a 6/4 taunt left over with 2/6 backup. He'll be expecting this to get hexed, and he's going to get the news that it's not. And if it doesn't get
well, even if he had hex, I don't think he would hex this.
Yeah, he's got a better play.
Yeah, it kills a minion and dominates the Stegodon. So no information, unfortunately.
No information.
So
and no hand. I mean, all of the cards are good, but they don't do anything. It just looks like you play Cairn and Acolyte and get on with your life here.
You can attack your Servohand Recruit into the Blaze Caller, play Pyromancer and Spike Ridge Steed, but then you're giving away your Quality Activator.
Huh.
So instead he's going to play Cairn and hope his opponent doesn't have Hex. And this is kind of one of the situations, right? One side seems to have just this crazy amount of value. It's easier for the Shaman to do so because you can just get your massive minions, or you can get them off of Servant of Kalamos. And wow, just easy to devolve. Denies the card draw.
Wow. With this Shaman deck, you see this Shaman deck lose a lot with a lot of cards in hand. That's something to be aware of. Because it gets a lot of value, but sometimes it can't quite get it all out there. I think that's different this particular game. I think he'll probably get this done. But you have to be careful to make sure you keep playing cards, otherwise you just lose with a load of stuff in your hand. Which is why we're seeing Exope going face a lot.
He has 8 cards in hand, so if he plays the Spirit of Echo, he goes down to 7, and if he gets the 2 cards in his hand back in his hand, then he's fine still. I think he would have been fine to actually just play that. I don't see how he's ever going to get that much more value out of that card.
Yeah, being a bit on the greedy side. But why not? So what we can see with Exope here...
Because you can get punished. Because you never get the value ever.
Sure. If this plays out its natural course, Exope just runs out of cards in 3 or 4 turns' time. That's like the basic level Hearthstone is kill the board, opponent plays stuff, kill the board, opponent plays stuff. Oh. Actually a level 1 Hearthstone at this point. So Exope needs to find a plan that allows him to win by other means. And I'm not sure how he goes about doing that with his current board state.
I think that Exope's plan is just hope that he starts drawing better, honestly.
I mean, he will have to, right? Because he's drawn the garbage end of his deck, which is weird because you spend half your time as a paladin swearing that you can't draw your equality.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, for him, all he has to do is draw, either a Tyrion or the Stonehill Defender. It's one of those cards that will help him just get value, or lay on hand, something like that. Any of those cards will just help him get right back into this.
The problem now as well, not only have you got the elemental chains going, but you've got the stupid Jane stuff going as well. Jade stuff going as well.
Jane is not going at all.
Which also starts getting out of hand sooner rather than later. Oh, what? Oh my goodness.
Double Aya.
That's what he was waiting for.
He knows a waifu when he sees it. He knows waifu material when he sees it. And he says, Aya, I choose you. You're getting back in my hand.
Wow. I don't even know anymore, D2.
Right,
Every time I cast with you, I feel like I know less about what I'm talking about.
Weren't you the one who was talking about Aya being a waifu before me?
Yes, but shush.
But shush.
We don't want people to know that.
Alright, well, Tyrion comes to the hand of Exo finally, and we see that there's no Hex in the hand of Rain. Exo certainly doesn't know that because earlier there were reasonable responses to what he had on board, including Devolve and Blazecaller.
So this is incredible because this Aya on her own is basically going to generate a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4 golem. Just by the death rattles and the second battle cry.
Playing a golem out of hand doesn't make it bigger, does it?
I believe not, but I don't know.
I'm pretty sure of that.
I've never seen it happen, but I don't think it does.
By the way, you were talking about the win condition for Paladin. There is a Calamos for healing in Rain's hand, and that's it. And there's potentially an Ashbringer.
So all of this chip damage is really, really valuable. It's been going on.
Yeah.
And that is what we've seen. We've seen that Exo has not missed a chance to go face whenever there's even been a slight possibility of it.
And you see kind of an astute play here from Rain, realizing, all right, well, I have a nice clear here with the Alakir. And on top of that, he's an elemental. So if I ever need it, I can just go for Calamos this next turn and then continue the value chain with the Aya.
There's a lot of damage coming in here just from Consecration, by the way. Consecration just gets the Alakir out of the way and allows lots of nice-looking plays involving Peacekeepers and hitting you in the face for 5 and stuff like that.
Yeah, looks like that is going to be what he goes for. Can take out the Flame Tongue Totem pretty easily with the Silverhand Recruit. Use the Peacekeeper and go face with the rest.
Yeah, he's just taking his time to make sure that the 1 damage to face isn't crucial. I think that's what he's thinking about here. And of course the 4. So you're going face for 5 every day of the week, I should think. Well, maybe you're not. Maybe you're defending your 4-1.
No, the damage to face is so relevant right now. And if your opponent's playing a Calamos and doing nothing else, then that's pretty good.
But no, your opponent didn't play an Elemental last turn.
No, he did. He played Alakir.
Oh, okay. So the Elementals aren't flashing because it's not his turn. Okay, I see. Okay, so he does go with this board wide play, which means if 2 of these guys can hit face plus the 5, that would be lethal. So Calamos is going to wipe this lot out.
No, he's going to heal. Because he has to heal. So this is the kind of catch-22, or sort of catch-22 that Exo put him in. He's like, you can't clear the board, so I'm going to go wide because I know you have to heal. So Exo certainly expecting all of this, and Calamos again showing how crazy he is. There's N'Zoth, however.
What happened to the Cairn in the end?
The
Cairn
so long ago. Got devolved.
Poor Cairn.
Poor Cairn.
So N'Zoth isn't doing a great deal at this point, apart from getting back Tyrion, which I guess is fairly big.
It's pretty good. You're getting a 5/7 for 2 mana if you think
it means
about
he
that.
might delay it 1 turn, though, to get the extra charge on the Ashbringer.
But there is the matter of tempo, right?
Sure. Oh, and he gets back a turn as well. That's a big deal.
So, can Rain stay alive, or is X-Hub going to get out of this with 3 snuck wins, 3 stolen wins?
I mean, if X-Hope wins this, I will be... I don't know who he's got in his last game. I can't remember. But I'll be cheering for him to get through in his last game, no matter who it's against. Because he will definitely... Yeah, he's been there twice already. But he'll definitely be a representative that we can get behind, I think, for the Chinese scene. So, this guy deserves to be here.
Right. All right. Well, let's see how Rain gets out of this one. If he can not die on board, there's no damage in Exo's hand. He just finding out how he does this. Volcano clears this board, but it clears his own board as well. Jade Lightning clears off the 3/3, and you're facing down 8, which is a precarious position to say the least.
Yeah, he's only seen 1 Consecration, so very scary. I think he might even expect the other one to be in hand, the way he's played.
And the question is, like, how much do you play around? And on the other hand, do you just play around the exact 1 card because otherwise you just live? And he looks like he is going to go for the Volcano and play his little 1/1.
Hi, Jade Golem.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hydrologist.
Hydrologist.
Eye for
into
an eye.
eye for an eye.
Yes, we found it. Oh
Might
my
not be
goodness.
correct,
I think it is. What? I suppose you can go for repentance. Eye for an eye is really good here, though. The problem is he can't do eye for an eye and Doomsayer because your opponent probably just lets the Doomsayer go off, which means he has the face and you only do 1 damage to your opponent.
Yeah, I think
he has power equality as well. I don't think that repentance is really ever the play here because he can just clear whatever he wants. He could also redemption and play the Doomsayer and hope it just goes off. But then maybe it gets Hex. It's dicey right now.
Yeah, you're supposed to get getaway Kodo here and make life easy for yourself.
Yeah, and just chain the Hydrologist back and forth.
That works so well because it's like a really bad, expensive Sherizen.
Well, Exop was really close, but Rain has found a way to somehow potentially squeak this one out. And he's even going to commit the Pyromancer here just so he can maybe get over the finish line. But there is the Lightning Storm.
Yeah, that's a big deal because he did still have to pick these things off. But now, I mean, he could, but now it's just going to be really easy for him.
Do you Jade Lightning here?
Yes.
Get it? Was that a 6/6? Is that right?
Actually, maybe you don't because you just can't afford. A Paladin can just build these boards thanks to the hero power, and you just can't afford another hit.
Second Doomsayer. That's a good pickup.
Does he have another True Silver still to come? So if he could just Doomsayer and quality things for a while here to draw into his second True Silver, is that a way he can win this?
I suppose. I don't remember if he's used both True Silvers because this game's gone on for a while. Probably not because he still has 13 cards left.
Got a feeling he still has a True Silver, so that could just be an instant win at any point.
Well, that's a Pyro. He could just heal for 7 in a way with this Doomsayer and then go for Pyro quality next turn.
Or do nothing. Just make a dude. That heals for 4.
He's
got to kill the dudes.
That is true.
That's one thing that's really important here. You've got to kill your dudes.
But if your opponent's spending time dealing with a Doomsayer, perhaps your dude can get into the face.
You know what would be good right now? Eye for an eye.
Yeah, but
if you had kept that.
But then your opponent wouldn't ever. He'd play Tar Creeper before attacking. Although I guess
you'd have just more and more time to get your True Silver.
That is true.
8.3% to get it next turn, but he's got lots of turns. He's got Pyro equality. He can drop a Doomsayer if he wants.
There's Lay on Hands.
How do you work this? Are you dead ever next turn? They do play Bloodlust, right? So you do have to kill this.
I think every shaman's playing Bloodlust.
So you can't just heal face and hope you don't die, but that might be the play. If he heals face and hopes he doesn't die...
That's true, yeah. Because if your opponent...
he wins.
Because if you Pyro quality now, and you get the damage later, then your opponent might put another taunt up, and you don't have a second Pyro. He's used has he used 2 Consecrations?
Yeah, you can't go for the Lay on Hands when they've only got 8 cards left. You've got to assume the Bloodlust is there, I think. But as we can see, if he went for it, it'd be amazing.
Well, he's going to play the Doomsayer, but that just dies to the 7/7 that pops out.
Which is fine, though. That's another turn. And you get to play your 1/1, which lives. You're trying to get 2 more damage done, so your second Consecration can actually win you the game as well. Oops. That hurts.
Yeah. Is he able to get this Tar Creeper in front, though? And that is an elemental, even though it doesn't really look like one.
Interesting. It's a tar elemental, right?
It's the element of tar. Rain's thinking about playing this Blaze Caller. It is a big boy.
So if he Blaze Callers down to 20, he'll be representing 16 plus 9, which is something, 25. Which means that X-Hope will have a turn where he can heal his own face. Although, actually, Flame Tongue Totem plus Bloodlust would be 29. I think that X-Hope here can heal his own face and not die. With the Lay on Hands, which gives him such a good chance of drawing the True Silver, but he needs the other clear as well now. I think he has to Lay on Hands.
Ivory Knight
Leon
into
hands
Eye for an
into
Eye.
Pyro. Yeah, Leon hands into. Oh, okay.
No, but then the Tar Creeper.
Yeah,
just
Leon hands into your second Pyro, which I don't think he's had yet.
Does he have his Consecration left over? All these games are merging
Yes.
together.
Yeah, he does. All right, let's see what he gets. There's loads of things he needs. He needs True Silver. He needs a way to clear the board.
He has Forbidden Healing, which helps help him heal for a while. There's a Hydrologist.
Eye for an Eye.
Well, doesn't get it. Gets Getaway Kodo.
And he's got no mana to play at this turn.
Probably just Getaway Kodo and play that with the Rag next turn. Or the... you could play with the Ivory Knight and just not Hero Power. And your opponent has to like stop and kill that, and then you get another Ivory Knight.
It's so... And is there stuff like Blessed Champion can win this game? What's the one that does damage?
The one that does damage?
There's a Paladin card that does Holy Wrath? Damage equal to the card that's top of your library's casting cost.
Holy Wrath. You can also like, get Hammer Wrath, potentially, but...
So there's things.
There are things.
But he needs the things soon.
He needs things right quick.
Alright, let's see which things he decides. Let's see which things Ivory Knight decides to offer. If he goes that route.
He's kind of dead. If he doesn't pick up those things pretty soon, though.
He definitely needs the things. And the stuff.
For Rain, do you go face here with this Tar Creeper? Because your opponent really can't use True Silver on it. They're just going to die next turn. Aldor is kind of reasonable right now.
Let's see. So, the Aldor's a 7/7 there. It's just lethal on board. Again, with Bloodlust, which he's playing around.
Yeah, I don't think he can play around Bloodlust anymore, even though we're down to 6 cards here for Rain. I think it has to be Ivory Knight plus Aldor just to get stuff on the board. That means that Rain has multiple things to attack into. If you rag Light Lord right now, I think you might be dead anyway. Because 15 plus the 3, 18 plus 12 is 20, is 30. Yeah, he's dead even if he just rags here.
Is that the right one?
That's Blessed
That's
Champion.
not Holy Wrath, that's Blessed Champion, right?
That's Blessed Champion.
Holy Wrath plus 2, doesn't it?
I know it's in Chinese, but come on. The Holy Wrath is a man. It's like the man who's like...
I'm sorry, 2 cards that I've never played.
Hey, you get your meme game on, okay?
Yeah, I played.
Look at Ray! Look at Ray, he's like, no, what? Holy Wrath? What the heck? Obviously, we can't really see his face, but it's still really funny to me. Because that could be ridiculous if that was Holy Wrath. Because you saw him heal for 5, right? So Rain could be thinking about that. This could be Getaway Kodo. I think that's the wrong one to kill.
So, Equality Consecration would be good.
Equality Consecration would be good. I agree. If not, if he doesn't play Equality Consecration, he might just die even without Bloodlust. There's 14, 18, 19 damage on the board right now.
How did it get down to this?
He's kind of just dead. Unless something crazy happens. And he's thinking whether or not it's worth it to play the Torn right now, just to start dealing with some of this board, because you have to send one of your bigger minions into it. He could just rag. You would die to Bloodlust, but not a whole lot else.
I'm just staring.
14, 18, 19, yeah. So 19 damage on the field. You don't really die. If you play the rag, you go up to 23. I guess you died to Jade Lightning, but you've already seen 2 Jade Lightnings. So he's going to go ahead and do it this way. Heals him up to 27. Yeah. And that is not a Bloodlust. He can Wrathion. Rain has been on 4 health for the longest time, and yet it seems like the game has been over for X-Hope unless he just gets a miracle off the top.
Yeah, they've both been on lethal damage for like a million turns. Even though one's been on 30 and the other's been on 4. I'm assuming there is a Bloodlust. I haven't actually checked the list. I must confess.
No, I did check it. He doesn't have... Yeah. Or he does have Bloodlust in the list. He doesn't play the Wrathion. I guess he just wants that taunt just in case. Now if he plays the Rag Light Lord, then 14, 19, 20, and he's dead on board, right? He's dead on board.
9, 12, 18.
14. Oh, I can't do math. 17, 18. He has 18.
But he's dead because we can see the fire.
Yeah, the fire elemental. And the Jade.
And the weapon and the card draw and everything.
This game.
So.
Oh my god, this game.
3-3 in a match for the ages here, and it's such a huge match because the winner of this one will have a very, very good shot in round 7 of this all-play-all to progress, and the loser will have a small chance. But who can play Hearthstone after if they lose this series? It's just been insane. It feels like it's 5-1 to Rain at the moment.
You know, when I was in my competitive playing days, I always used to just play super. Whenever I had lethal, like right there, he played the Jade Claws and the Jade and the Golem came out. Right, I would have definitely played the Fire Elemental just to have 2 chances, even in case I misclicked. I would always like put my mouse whenever I put it with like Leroy, because Leroy was a thing in Miracle World back in the days. I would go all the way around the board so I wouldn't accidentally hit a minion every single time. And then when I saw people like force and just mess around and like BM, I'm like, no, don't misclick. That was just like it was give me like heart palpitations.
Hovered over Yogg at the Insomnia finals and pretended he was going to play it when he just had lethal on board.
Yeah.
Everybody freaked out, including like the casters, Sottle and Raven. I think it was at the time. Sottle and Life Coach. They just freaked out completely. With 3-3, it's going to be Paladin versus Paladin. We're not going anywhere anytime soon at all. This is going to be a grind fest. I think the lists are probably close to identical. Let's have a quick look.
It's just insane that X-Hope is even in this position in the first place.
He's played so well, I'm afraid. Casters should be neutral, but we're volunteering today, so we can be biased if we want. I want X-Hope to win this game.
I'm just dead inside. I don't care who wins.
We have to be dead inside, D2. We have to be dead inside. We're casters. That's how we're perceived. We have to not let down the public.
This is an interesting matchup because I know you were talking about it earlier, but I'll expand on it. A lot of times it just comes down to who draws better. I know that's Hearthstone 101, but whoever gets the better draw can just finish out the game with that extra value. And then the other person, you typically find someone saying like, "Where's my Tyrion? Where's my X? Where's my Y?" And then the other person just wins. But if they do get similar value, sometimes it can behoove one player to not draw, because it really does go down to fatigue, because they both have enough removal to clear every last minion if they draw well enough.
And do it twice.
Yeah.
So who's favoured here? Obviously, there's things like the value where you don't have to spend card draw. So Getaway Coda would be a big thing you can get and use well. And we see that Rain has that going on already. You'll save that for Tyrion a lot later on, though.
Well, the Twilight Summoner is absolutely massive here. Because that's just that's a greedy minion that just dies to aggro, but really excels in this type of matchup. I'm going to go ahead and look at X-Hope and see if he has any sort of greed in his deck. We didn't really see it last game. And I'm not really seeing it in his list. Yeah, so that might play that may be a huge difference here. And yeah, they're both playing Elise, so that's another card that could have been, a greed factor, where one player has more of it than the other. But yeah, they're both playing Elise, and one side's playing the Twilight Summoner. That could be the difference.
Just to address chat there, yeah, game 2, X-Hope was 1-0 with freeze against Druid. He had Antonidas and Alexstrasza on board. Rain decided he was going to play Yogg to deal with them, and both minions got mind controlled. That is a thing that happened. Check out the VOD or check out D2's YouTube channel later on.
If I have time, if I'm not like completely wiped out from these casts, I might put together some sort of highlight.
That is if the cast ever ends. We just want more and more of this, and I think we're going to get more and more. Just talk only for a minute while they set up the opening blows in this game, because there's a little way to go yet.
This is an interesting way to guaranteed get Hydrologist back in your hand, because the Doomsayer goes off on your opponent's side, which means that you guaranteed get your minions die, and then so therefore the Secret goes off because it's your opponent's turn. So just the infinite chain of Hydrologist into Getaway Coda.
It's such a good thing. It just does eat away at that resources. Of course, we won't be able to see who's winning the resource battle for some time yet, even though cards in hand look good. It will start to resolve itself as more and more cards get drawn from the deck. Somebody could get an early lead just because they've drawn better, and that could get redrawn back as the decks get thinned out.
We've already seen that kind of come into play here, right? Because Rain just played the Twilight Summoner just onto the field on turn 4, which gives him insane value right now, and makes it so that X-Hope has to hero power pass because he wants to hold on to his coin. He can't play Acolyte because he's going to overdraw. And to tempo the tempo really matters here in this matchup. You wouldn't think so because you can just mass wipe the board, but one, you could force your opponent to wipe your board when you have a piddling board with no Tyrians, no Rags, and two, we've seen this in the past where players who just hit the face, they force the opponent to play extremely defensively, and sometimes they lose value in doing so.
Right, for instance, here, this isn't going to happen, I don't think, with this pickup. But he could play the Ivory Knight early to go defensive, and then not know which card to take because it's too early in the game to pick the right card.
Well,
whereas the longer you can leave your Ivory Knight, you get a better choice.
Right, or and you play.
It's just an example. It wouldn't be a great play. Just an example as to you might need to heal quickly, and you take the wrong card because of it.
Yeah, or there's something very simple like you just take bad trades, right? You trade in like your 4-2 and into their 2-2 because you're afraid of dying. Just simple stuff like that.
And yeah, it's working out really well for Rain in these opening exchanges. But Exo's not being flustered. He's had equality clear in his hand for a while, and he's going to make sure he uses his health total as resource, goes probably scarily low, just to make sure he doesn't fall into that. It's not a trap, it's something your opponent forces you into. But just to make sure he minimises that damage as much as possible.
Alright, this time Ivory Knight is never really the choice. Going to be between the Repentance and the Getaway Kodo. And he could play Repentance right now, and it looks like he is going to, because X-Hope has been playing really suspiciously slowly, which means we're probably heading for a coin and an 8-drop.
Yeah, and that is going to be realised here probably. X-Hope's got to make sure he doesn't just die.
He could play around it by... Oh, okay. This is kind of a play around, and you see Rain go like, really? He just played that? And I think this is definitely just a play around that. I think it would have been a different play. I think he would have gone for Coin Tyrion if that would have been anything else. And you saw, and it was a really good read by X-Hope here.
X-Hope's played exceptionally well so far today. Really impressed with what we've seen, and he's got it to do to qualify at this point, though.
Do you Spike Rich Tea this Acolyte of Pain and give it 9 health? I think that might be overkill. I think you might draw too much.
Well, you're then going to coin out Outdoor Peacekeeper and just start drawing 1,000,000 cards?
Yeah, that would be nice if you had no cards in hand, but it's very easy to overdraw then.
I think maybe you want to get this Cairn down soon as well, so that you can get an Azoth into Cairn sooner rather than later and have it all going on twice.
Yeah, so he's going to go for a mix of those. Aldor into the Cairn, and no chance of overdrawing from this Acolyte now, and his Hearing's also pretty much neutered. So things have somewhat evened up. The big price to pay for that, though, from X-Hope was the quality consecrate, or the Pyro quality, excuse me.
Okay. Just casually have a 3/3 Wicker Flame, whatever he's called.
Wicker Flame Burn Bristle.
What a silly name this guy has.
Everyone's a 3/3. Rain just wants us to be over it. He's just attacking the face, saying, let's just kill this guy. Let's just kill this fool.
Yeah, and that... So this is what I was talking about earlier. So he's got all that early tempo, and it's just about got him over the finishing line. But if it does slow down, Hope's going to be able to get the value advantage.
Potentially.
If he can hang in there for 2 or 3 turns.
We've seen already a Twilight Summoner, a Fisitoran, and a Tyrion on the side of Rain. So if he just slams out the N'Zoth, that's a lot of value and a lot of tempo at the same time.
He just loses the game to Equality Consecration if he does that, though, if it's in the hand.
Right, but then you don't have an answer for, like, Rag, Lightlower, or something like that. But anyway.
No, I mean, he literally just loses the game. There's 11 on board.
Huh?
He's on 9.
No, I'm talking about Rain. I'm talking about, like, if Rain...
Oh, sure, yeah.
I'm saying Rain still has value left to spare.
Sure. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, my bad. Yes, he does. Yeah, X-Hope's just here, trying not to lose. Manages to get it down to 8 damage, which is a good job because the Equality Consecration is there now.
Yeah, Spike Receipt was pretty huge because that made it so it was very hard for him to die because they double taunts, right?
Right.
If he played Tyrion, then Equality Consecration, I believe he just dies, right? Equality Consecration hits 1 in, and then his opponent's at 7. Yeah, it would have been over. So he had to go for Spike Receipt this turn. There was really no way around it unless he somehow found a way to clear his opponent's board.
And Rain has just let out the heaviest of heavy sighs. He's done all the numbers and like, really? This isn't how numbers worked when I was younger.
You can equality consecrate equality. Does that help him? Not really. He's what, 2 off?
Yes, 2 off. 2 plus 5 is 7, and trying to do 9.
All right, so
let's go for the play you called, which is just deal with this.
It's a lot of stuff to deal with. You kill the Twilight Summoner, it just comes back bigger.
Yeah, he's the one sighing. Who's just made a Tyrion, Twilight Summoner.
X-Hope is stone-faced. X-Hope is just facing this massive board of nonsense, and he is just stone-faced. Meanwhile, there's an equality consecration on the side of Rain.
Yeah.
There's no card draw other than the Ivory Knight. And if you Ivory Knight into equality, you don't have enough mana to consecration. I guess there's the draw from the Acolyte. So is it time to just put your faith in the light, as it were? Not Tyrion, but faith in your card draw, I suppose, and hope you get that quality. Because there's no way that Tyrion saves you.
See what he gets.
Is that enough?
Now everyone just goes,
17, there's a quality consecration. You can get rid of... You can kill the Tyrion, and so the Ashbringer damage is the same because what's on board.
Yep.
But then that means you're giving rid of your own Stegadon. I think there's a very good chance he's just dead here, no matter what he does.
Yeah, tries to get healing and gets 1.
So he's gonna have to go for Noble Sacrifice and Aldor, I believe.
Yep, and I think it's not enough, but honestly, my brain has just about stopped functioning at this point. 3.
No, it's super over. It's super over because he can call it consecration.
Yeah, it's just.
And then attack one of his smaller guys in, and then the N'Zoth and the Ashbringer will be lethal or any combination thereof. And Rain manages to bring it back, even though it was a spirited fight here from X-Hope as he just won a couple of games out of nowhere in that series.
It feels like X-Hope's just been slaughtered like 6 or 7-0.
Yeah.
And actually it's 4-3 to Rain, and Rain's only won that last game. You know, he got the opening tempo rolling, and there was really no way for X-Hope to get back into it from there.
Yeah, and you can see the Chinese casters kind of looking down like, oh my goodness, what just happened here? But wow, what a match. So, X-Hope, just to update everyone, he is now 2-4. And Rain is at 3-3. So Rain, great chance to get in. X-Hope, very poor chance to get in.
Yep. We know that Jason Joe is also 3-3. I'm trying to do this from memory now. Trunks lost to Dog. So Dog's 4-2.
Wow, that's big. 1. That's big for Dog. Trunks doesn't matter anymore. He's in.
Yeah.
So did we get an update on Nigod?
That's the one I either didn't see or can't remember. I'm not sure which it is at this point.
All right, well, speaking of Nigod, that is our next player. We're going to see him go off against Hamster, who is more or less out.
That's why we didn't see it, because this is the second game of the 3rd round of games.
All right, well, we'll see what happens with Nigod coming up next.
好神送我觉得直播我赚了，真的。哎，来。
关注暴雪游戏频道，为你喜欢的选手点赞。就在4月21日，双人线开赛。
Welcome to Hanamura, a large 2-lane battleground set inside the sprawling grounds of Shimada Castle. Much like Towers of Doom, heroes will not be able to directly assault the core of the opposing team, but must find victory through use of the map's unique mercenaries and central objective. Woven across the center line of the battleground are payload pathways for both teams that cover the top and bottom of the map. These payloads are the key to victory on Hanamura. Escort a payload to its final destination, and damage will be dealt to the opposing team's core. A payload will only move if a friendly player is standing inside its proximity circle, with its movement speed dictated by the total number of friendly players standing inside the circle. The payload will hit max speed at 3 or more players. If even a single enemy player enters the region around the payload, the vehicle will stop. If no friendly players stand inside the proximity circle for a brief duration, each core has a total of 7 health, with a normal payload securing a single point of damage once its escort is completed. If a team manages to destroy a fort or a keep, their payload becomes empowered and will deal an additional point of damage once captured. Every fortification you destroy adds a new point of damage. Push deep into the enemy's territory to make your payload volleys all the more devastating. The mercenaries on Hanamura offer unique mechanics and implications for gameplay yet to be seen in Heroes of the Storm. Across the board, capturing a merc camp, no matter the type, will generate a high value of experience for your team. A fortification camp is situated at the top and bottom of the battleground. If you can secure this camp, a turret will drop that can be added to your inventory. This turret can be placed anywhere on the battleground, including atop the payload, and will block pathing wherever you place it. A recon camp sits on each side of the map, just inside the top and bottom lane. Upon defeating the henchman, a dragon token is made available for pickup. When used, this item will send out 3 dragon spirits to seek the nearest 3 enemies to your location. Upon reaching their destination, the dragons will reveal their targets for 8 seconds. Just outside the blue and red base sits a support camp. This hard-hitting sentinel will cast a heal on himself once damaged, but if you can secure a takedown, you will be rewarded with a healing pulse token. Upon activation, this item will release a pulse of restorative power that will apply a moderate heal to all nearby allies over a short duration. Lastly, in the center of the map sits a large Mega Enforcer. This formidable boss will require allies to take it down, as it will gorge a nearby hero while issuing a large ring of continuous pulsing damage to the area around it. Securing a takedown on the boss will deal a point of damage to the enemy's core. As a battleground, Hanamura will constantly challenge your team's ability to defend and attack at the same time. A payload respawn timer will trigger as soon as a payload has been successfully delivered to its destination, so teams are naturally rewarded for pushing their payloads faster than the enemy team. Capitalize on this with an aggressive pushing strategy, or by working to stall the enemy on theirs. The core only has 7 health, so capturing the center boss could have a major impact on the fate of the game. Don't underestimate the effectiveness of empowering your payloads by destroying enemy forts and keeps. This is a great way to get back into the game if your team is falling behind. Lastly, destroying enemy keeps will cause sappers to spawn with your minion waves. Take advantage of the extra pressure these powerful minions can provide as you continue to push for the win. Hanamura, home to the Shimada clan, has entered the Nexus, bringing new game mechanics to Heroes of the Storm. Harness the power of the dragon and empower your team to victory.
王马年来了，我们去勇闯安格洛吧。
嘘，别出声，嘿嘿，这话不错。
2017双人线开赛来了，16位知名选手协办参赛。
我很好奇的一杆会是谁呢？技术和才艺如何？
有趣的进化，变化莫测，看谁才是天选之人。 关注暴雪游戏频道，为你喜欢的选手点赞，就在4月21日双人线开赛。
勇士们，你们战胜了孤单，那是结束这场战争的关键。集齐创世之柱以后，我们终于有能力将恶魔赶出这个世界了。 孤单失败了，而人兽军团也一样。
古尔丹只是他们的棋子，在胜利到手之前，我们得保持警惕，因为军团真正的主子还没有出现。他们之中有一个在星辰间追杀我们人民的怪物 ，Kier Jaden。
我在接受邪火的那一天，就已经看清了我注定的命运。一场宏大远征，是那创造尽头的宏大远征。可那是你让我看到的幻象。我们的远征必将胜利。我们所做的一切都来自于你的指示，而我们得到的却只有失败。也许你看不清我们的命运，也许是我高估了你的决心。为了这所谓的命运，我牺牲了我的世界。现在是时候去把它完成了。让它燃烧吧！
时间所剩无几了，陛下。
我知道，你的任务就是杀掉那个男孩。
只要他还在那儿，就会有更多的平民会死去。
Nova， 我全靠你了。
这一步已经搞定了。
你今天又多了一个强大的敌人。
你也一样。
《
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Gold Series China Spring Championship, the qualifier for the Global HCT Championship. I guess that means Hearthstone Championship-2 or Championship. Anyway, it's probably accurate. But big matches behind us, big matches still ahead of us. We're going to have Hamster versus Nigod coming up next. And from last we saw, I believe that Hamster was in a really bad spot. And
I think he's 1-4, and I think Nigod is 4-2, which doesn't add up. I think Nigod's 4-1, 3-2.
I think he's
Nigod's
3-2. I think he's 3-2.
1-4. So Nigod really needs this win. And actually, if Hamster wins, there's going to be this whole clutter of players on 3-2 wins, and he's probably not out of it either. Although I wouldn't like to swear to that because the maths is something we haven't got access to right now.
If you want drama, you want Hamster to win. If you want Nigod to go through, you want Nigod to win.
Basically, either you like Nigod or cheer for Hamster.
Yeah. Pretty much it.
We have got a lot more Hearthstone today, and it would be better if it was all dramatic.
Yeah, looking at the Hearthstone that we do have after this. Oh, okay. So, this is our third match of the day? The last match was so long, it's hard to keep track.
This is match 4 coming
up.
up.
It is match 4.
We've just hit the halfway point.
Okay, we changed the second one. Okay. Right, so this is the last scheduled match of the day, and then they're going to just do the best ones after that.
Yes.
Well, by last scheduled match, I mean last predetermined this player versus this player match of the day.
Even though one of the predetermined matches didn't happen anyway. And what is Hamster doing with his eyes in that picture?
Looking into your soul.
I feel like he's looking into my soul.
He just wants to make friends, okay?
Yeah, but he could do it in a less scary manner.
He's a nice
Anyway,
guy. Okay.
He's lovely.
Well, here's Nigod. Nigod's actually been around for a while, even though
he was good and then bad and then good again, right? In simple terms. I'm sure that those things are exaggerated. So he had results and did well, and then we sort of watched him in Team Story, and he seemed a bit. Why are we saying this guy is good?
No, that was
and
Lovely
He actually
Chook.
seemed to get. Lovely Chook as well. But that was more in individuals. I thought Nigod was kind of poor in various matches. Going back a year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, everyone on Newbie did very poorly in the team story, in the team portion, including Lovely Chook, who somehow has been amazing in individual tournaments.
Yeah.
But Nigod, I'm guessing he just got better. I haven't seen a whole lot of him.
Yeah.
But he did get to the top 32 or so in the last championship in winter. So this is his second rodeo, which is why he is ranked 24 and not ranked 25. As we see a ban on Druid.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, Druid has actually done really well, so it's not too surprising.
He probably doesn't want all his stuff to get mind controlled, and he's banned. Not really big surprise. The quest rogue that most people seem to be banning.
Yeah, for Hamster, he typically plays more control style decks, and Druid just kind of beats those, so makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's been doing very well. You said in particular against Control Warrior, although there is a Control Warrior in this match, so that's definitely a factor.
Other than that, it did really well against Paladin too. So against Control Warrior, against Paladin, and Hamster's list does really well. Shaman is not, unless you're playing full on Jade Shaman, you're not going to beat Jade Druid, which is strange to think about because Shaman didn't lose obviously all of its Jade cards, so it's like, why don't we play Jade Shaman?
And this is where, when you say a meta is ahead or behind the Western scene, so you look at the Druid decks and go, why are people playing that Druid deck? Nobody plays that. They're playing that Druid deck to counter the N'Zoth Paladin decks that we don't see.
Yeah.
It's a totally different. You've got to take the whole meta as a whole. It's just a totally different meta, and they're playing this weird Jade Yogg Druid deck because it fits their meta really well to the point where it's getting banned out. You see that in a Western Gate tournament to a large degree. It'd be a really useless deck, not entirely, but you know what I mean.
I wonder how much people are playing around something like Freeze Mage as well, because either it's one or the other, right? It's either there hasn't been enough Freeze Mage for people to think about it, or there's been so much Freeze Mage that they're super playing around it, and then people went all the way around the other way and said, well, everyone's playing on Freeze Mage, so I'm not going to bring it.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Those things are always consideration in meta games. You've got to think on the correct level, and the correct level isn't always the highest level.
Yeah, and
as they both pull out Elemental Shaman, and we're in for a bit of a slugfest unless somebody happens to get ahead on the tempo here.
Well, looks like Nygot is a pretty good lead in that regard. He can Fire Bloom Harbinger next turn, which is perfect because not only is it an elemental, but it reduces everything. So he can go 2 into 3 for the Servant of Kalamos. He can maybe go for another Servant of Kalamos after that. Or excuse me, go 2 into 4 for the Servant of Kalamos.
Yep.
And then he can just continue the chain on and on, especially if he picks up a Servant of Kalamos off the Servant of Kalamos. In this weird situation, he actually just wants the Servant of Kalamos and not a Kalamos itself, most likely.
Yeah, so he can just chain right the way through. Just that missing turn 5. The issue, if he can sort that out, he's in a good spot. Although, while he's busy sorting that out, this Manatide Totem is going to do a whole bunch of work if he doesn't break the chain. So he may take next turn out to play the Flame Tongue, Nigod might to clear up the board, and then just go. Oh, then he hasn't got Fire Elemental. I mean, it's messy.
Right.
Shaman's always messy. First we have Overload, and then you have Elemental stuff. And if you break that chain, it does definitely get a lot worse.
Yeah, so sometimes you issue a potentially better play just to make sure that you get an Elemental, because it makes your plays after that way, way better. Speaking of weird plays, Hamster looks like just a hero power pass. He's not really doing much this turn, but wants to get a bit of tempo on the board, doesn't want something like Flame Tongue Totem ruining his day. Gets a Misters and Mitches, which is a bit above average just because of the stat line.
Right, and that makes the turn a bit easier for Nigod, strangely enough, because now he hasn't got a realistic way to trade into the Manatide that's really much fun.
Yeah, he can Flame Tongue Totem and Maelstrom Portal, which isn't that great. I think he just has to go for Servant of Kalamos here. I mean, you're not really going to get anything that bad. You can get a crappy Elemental, which means you can play it, or you can get a good Elemental, which I mean, you can't play it right now, but you'll eventually be able to. So,
but he does go for the, you know what, I'm scared of your Manatide play, and I understand this. I just preferred the let's get the board and hope it all goes away play was better for me.
Yeah, it is pretty scary allowing your opponent to get ridiculous amounts of cards, however. So
it really is, yeah. But now he's going to have to draw into a way to start this elemental chain going. Of course, he can just play the elemental and not draw a card from it if he wants.
Oh no. Wow. If Nigod had gone for Servant of Kalamos and picked up something like Kalamos and then picked up this another Servant of Kalamos this turn, that would have been absolutely amazing.
So think how many cards that Manatide would have drawn, and compare it to how many cards Nigod would have drawn whilst developing a board. And that's why I feel that maybe last turn wasn't the correct thing. Yeah, obviously it's easy to say now we're looking at this 5-drop in hand, but even so.
Yeah, you sacrifice your opponent. The thing is, I've seen so many games where people go, well, how bad is this Manatide Totem, right? And it ends up burning them in the end because that massive card draw ends up killing them. But there's the other side of it where your opponent does have to deal with your stuff, right?
And you would have been getting fairly good card draw yourself. It's not like you're doing nothing by making the tempo. You'd have been drawing cards off these servants.
Yeah, and now he's losing draw for doing that.
So let's see how that works out for him. Because again, that was a divergent path choice, but it wasn't necessarily the wrong one. It's just the one that was against how we felt at the time.
Well, Tolvir Stone Shaper hits the board here for Hamster, and that does stop the elemental chain, but he doesn't have anything to do with the following turn anyway. And there's nothing other than Servant of Kalamos he wants to do as far if he picks it off the top. So it should be fine since he has a couple of elementals in hand. And now it's time for Nigod to choose what he wants to do. He can just play this Blaze Caller, follow it up with the Kalamos, but at that point, are you really accomplishing a whole lot? Because you're killing just a 1/5 taunt, essentially, as far as its impact on your opponent's side of the board. You could just take off the Divine Shield and then kill off the Tolvir Stone Shaper.
I feel that's better.
Right, but you could also just do neither and just play, your own second Servant of Kalamos and the Hero Power, set up for Kalamos next turn.
What would you do with Kalamos next turn at the moment, though? Does it really do much right now? Oddly enough.
There's a decent chance you could do 3 to all and clear the opponent's board because you have your double Servant of Kalamos to weaken up the 2 minions on your opponent's side.
Yeah, it's interesting that with such a fantastic set of options here, he doesn't have a very good.
He also does Phoenix. Yeah, he can Phoenix on the Divine Shield, which is a better way of going about it than taking 3 damage to your minion.
Yeah, it's a good stalling play. It sort of does nothing whilst keeping all your options open.
Yeah, and
Phoenix is, of course, an elemental for those who haven't seen the Phoenix played, because it's not always played.
Yep, and Tolvir Stone Shaper is very much not an elemental. And the exact card I was saying could be something where Hamster gets a bit punished by not playing an elemental. Comes off the top here. But he does have elementals to develop it next turn. And let's see what he decides to go for. If he plays Lightning Storm right now, he's still able to play the Servant of Kalamos next turn, so that wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, a bit better to get this Tar Creeper on board and working for his side. But this does mean that Kalamos is pretty nice.
Right, yeah. It was not clear what Nygod wanted to do this turn until this. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to Kalamos for 3 most of the time. I can't see something more exciting for him, but maybe he's got something in mind.
There is a Blaze Caller, but yeah, even just clearing these annoying minions off the side is pretty nice.
Yeah, because the Bloodlust is actually a huge amount of damage if you let that lot live.
Mm.
It's one of those plays where you Bloodlust, we saw this in the Japan Major, you just Bloodlust, get on with your life, having done 23 damage, and eventually you just look for those little pieces of damage to finish it off.
And Naiga does decide to trade in here because there's no great trade for the Tar Creeper on the other side. But now there is with that Maelstrom portal. Likely to just see the Servant of Kalamos come up here, but doesn't have a way to deal with his opponent's Kalamos unless he devolves, which turns into a 7-drop, which you don't feel too good about.
Yeah, 7 drops. I think, what's the bad number? There's a bad number. Is it 8 that's awkward?
For what? For devolving?
For random minions, yeah.
8 is the highest value for basically anything. 9 has gone up recently, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not too bad. Same thing with 10. It's not just you know the old gods which suck by themselves.
Okay. Yeah, there's like Megas or whatever it's called now.
Ultrasaur.
Ultrasaur. Get my levels of saws correctly.
Mega lol, ultra lol. No.
There you go. That's how I remember that from now to my dying day, which will probably be about 3 hours time. And
this is
really
really
clear
good.
this board. Yeah, it really is.
Oh, he's not going to use his Blaze Caller.
Oh. I thought he'd just Blaze Caller then put a whole bunch of damage to face, but
you can heal.
He's scared of those devolves.
He can heal his Kalamos, and this makes sense to a certain degree, because if you're kind of wasting the Blaze Caller, right? This is the best value you're going to get from the Hot Spring Guardian.
Yep. Yep. Not giving up his initiative anytime soon. Kalamos not the most effective here, but in conjunction with Lightning Bolt next turn it might be. But he only has the 1/2 elemental left in his hand for elementals. So he would have to play that if he's intending to delay the Kalamos play.
Right. You could make a bunch of 1/1s and hope your opponent doesn't have Maelstrom Portal.
Yeah, I mean, that seems really, really gritty, given that the card on the left-hand side has been in hand since the start of the game. It would be correct, as we can see, but...
Right, yeah. So, yeah, that is true. Hamster's like, what is that card? And then he's like, oh. That moment when you're staring at a card from your opponent the entire game, and then they play it, you're like, oh, was that? Really?
Yeah, you try desperately to backtrack to why did I think it couldn't be that, and you can't quite remember, and then you check the VOD, you're like, why did he do that? But he finds a way to clear up here, but it doesn't involve playing his elemental.
Well, he couldn't play Kalamos anyway because he's massively overloaded, or at least for 3. So
sure,
6 mana next turn, probably Vol sort of play elemental, and Night God's going to continue on his. Oh, ouch! Oh no! I guess Firefly.
Yeah, just because you might need the elementals later. That's the only reason.
Yeah, so
probably... And it faces off against. I mean, actually, Firefly faces this board kind of well. Oddly enough.
But you don't care about this board. That's the thing. It's like I don't care that he faces this board. It's whatever.
You should always care, D2. You should always care about boards.
I'm curious as to why Night God hasn't committed to this Manti Totem, because this is one of the best chances you're going to have when your opponent needs to play something or needs to use cards to get rid of it.
2 of their 6 mana playing Devolve on this board, then good luck to them. The Mana Tide will do its job in cycle, and if they want to waste basically their whole turn devolving that into something that's still a 2-drop, then sure, go for it. Devolve it. See if I care.
Pretty risky play here from Nygod. He's going to go ahead and commit the Flame Elemental to the board. So hoping that he gets another Elemental next turn to keep that Elemental chain going after this Blaze Caller. And for Hamster's sake, yeah, he's going to go ahead and play this Flame Elemental just to hide the newly found card in his hand. Because he can just play that whenever he wants. It's basically the same thing as having, you know, the Flame Elemental in your hand. With the exception of, you know, something weird, like getting the Hive, the Broodmother, I'm forgetting the card name, the 2/3 for 1. But...
Right, so he does have the extra elementals for turns. Obviously, that is useful later.
Emerald Hive Queen, sorry.
Emerald Hive Queen. That card is terrifying. Broodmother sounds like you played too much StarCraft recently.
There's like so many like cards like that in this new expansion. I swear. Like the what is the name? Oh my goodness! This is the quest, the Hunter quest that no one cares about anymore because it's not.
The something Queen.
Yeah, that's kind of like Broodmother. It's like
the Marsh Queen.
The Marsh Queen. There you go. Something like that. Anyway, this is kind of awkward for Nygod because he's used his Elemental. He doesn't really want to play his Blaze Caller, so he's in an awkward spot where I don't want to... Like, I need to play an Elemental at some point, but that Elemental might have to be just for no value again in the future if I don't pick up something like an Igneous Elemental or something like that.
And the Mana Tide that he's held onto for so long has kind of just not really got any extra value than it would have got if he played it a while ago, and he'd had more options available to him in the meantime, so he's just played into the Kalimos eventually here.
Yeah. Nygon's kind of botched this a little bit, playing a little bit too safe, for lack of a better term, right? He's just... And by safe in this regard, I mean that he didn't want an easy way for his opponent to deal with, but he just, in the end, just made it easy for his opponent to deal with. So
yeah, exactly. The definition of safe that we all know and love that isn't safe at all. Now he's also got his elementals messed up.
Well, that's pretty good. That's about as good as you can hope for with Devolve. Getting a 7-drop that's a 5/5, and getting a 1-drop that's a 1/1.
And both players are just out of stuff, and Nygod does have...
He's doing it again. I don't think that Nygod... I really don't think Nygod should be doing this, because it really limits your options going forward. And how much does this 1/2 even matter?
It doesn't matter at all. It either dies or...
It helps with
0-2 or...
It helps with Flame Tongue Totem, but you already have Lightning Bolt and Blaze Caller. That should be enough to kill most things.
Yeah, you're messing up your options so hard if you draw a mid-elemental that you don't really want to cast yet. Well, let's see if it works out for him. It's just going to let him do quite a bit with this Flame Tongue, but he'll get a board clear out of this.
The question is if Hamster plays out his Blaze Caller. We see that it's just really annoying for Nygod to deal with right now. And this is something that maybe you guys at home can keep in mind, because just look at this board state, right? With all the information, it's really annoying if Hamster just plays this. And it's tempting to hold on to it, because it's like, oh, 5 damage, I can kill most things, and that's really good. Whereas right now I'm not getting much value at it. But we can see, it's just really annoying. Like, how does Nygod deal with all this stuff? He can kill the elemental on the right side, but then everything else is hard to deal with.
Yeah, and I feel like he's had the better start as well. I feel like Nygod has been dealt the better hand, only fractionally here, but it feels like he could have tempo rolled a lot of this game.
Yeah.
Could have played instead, he's the one fighting off trouble.
He would have... There's a couple things he could have done. One, he could have played the Servant of Kalimos earlier, which would have made his opponent deal with it. There's the the snowball effect where your opponent has more cards. So Hamster would have 1 or 2 more cards right now, but you'd have better tempo at the point, and you'd have an extra elemental in hand to utilize. On top of that, you would also have it would also extend his lead, so he'd probably have a chance to play the Mantite on him. And even if you ignore the fact that that he made that decision earlier and stay along the current present reality and go with that, he still could have played the Mantite at a time when it was really annoying for his opponent and really couldn't have done anything about it. So Well, Servant of Calamos is one of the best cards for Hamster here, and he has picked up his own Calamos. I like that he's not choosing it right away. It can be frustrating for casters when we when he takes his time, but for his own sake, it definitely works out for him because for him, Earth Elemental is no joke.
Yeah, he seems to have grown as a player as we've seen him over the last few months. He was, talking of jokes, he was a little bit of a... The way he made his friends, the way he went to BlizzCon and sort of like, I'm just going to play the decks that I like. Stuff the metagame. That was fine and all that, but now he's got to make a name for himself as a good player on top of all that, I feel. He hasn't got to, but now I feel he is doing.
I think if we were going to talk about one player who grew, I think that the best candidate would have been Exop, honestly, because I don't think he was nearly as good as he was.
I agree.
In the past.
Yeah, he got a lot of good press, and I'm like, why? And then, he's got a lot better. I felt that he played exceptionally well in that previous series.
It kind of goes to show that I think that there's just a huge difference between what you see on ladder on a day-to-day basis. Like, you can get really high on ladder, just beating up on subpar players, even in the top 100. And it's a huge difference between that and constantly having to make super high-level decisions against the other pros. Even if, sometimes the pros don't always win because of unfortunate effects in the game, but, yeah.
Yeah, and I think they pull you up with them. When you have to make those decisions several times in several big tournaments, you start thinking on a very different level more habitually. Whereas when you're doing it on ladder, like you say, you're probably getting top 200 by having a cup of coffee and watching the TV and, making some fairly poor decisions for 12 hours straight.
Yeah, it's almost better to be, 90% as good as the best players in the game, but just play constantly.
But not die. Just keep playing. And this is talking of not dying, keep playing. This is over in like one more turn, unless something crazy happens, because this Bloodlust is going to, even if it doesn't end up being lethal, depending how this Hex pans out, it's going to end up being effectively lethal.
Right, the Hex probably has to go down here. There's not a whole lot else you're hexing. You're not really worried about death rattles too much. I don't think that Hamster is playing Aya, if I remember correctly. And so yeah, you just hex the biggest minion, especially because you're really behind the 8-ball right now.
And then I think you do just Bloodlust, hit everything. Unless it's a taunt, you might not. You just Bloodlust and hit everything while you can and trust the world. Maybe you've got one more turn, actually. Maybe you've got one more turn.
Yeah, you have a healing.
To work out what he thinks he's going to do and whether he thinks he's only out to top decks here, by the way.
Well, there's 14 damage on the field if you include the Bloodlust. I don't think that's quite close enough where you can really commit to it right now. Because your opponent can come back from that. Though here's the Calamos.
I actually feel that Nigel should have dropped the Elemental here, because I think his only outs are probably top decking Elementals.
Yeah, that's probably true. I agree with that. So, time for 6 damage to face, I think. It's time to go 6 damage to the face and make another totem. Probably kill off this 1/1 so it doesn't kill your Froggy, because that's 3 more damage.
Yeah, and that just sets up super mega lethal. There you go. There's the 6 in the middle of the card.
I didn't realize it came from Morgul. The fireball just comes from Morgul.
Does it? I didn't pay attention.
It shot out of his head. He's like, here, Thor, I'll have one.
Wow. That's pretty brutal. And this is it. It's going to be 1-0 to Hamster in a game that we both feel that Nygod could have won, but it would have definitely been different, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It may not be a different outcome. There were a lot of factors to put in there, but the choice that Nygod made didn't work out for him.
Is there a way that he can survive? I guess not. I guess he doesn't even need the Devault, right? The Bloodlust to go into there, and then
if he does need a devolve,
10,
then
14.
Can go. Maybe he needs a devolve. Maybe I've called it slightly early.
Yeah.
So he does
damage.
actually need to devolve and not hit a taunt. Okay, my bad.
That's not a taunt.
Yeah, I knew.
It's fine. It's fine.
I knew all along.
We got there.
Yeah, 1-0 to Hamster, and his tournament is not yet done. He can win this, go to 2-4, which would give him an outside squeak. We think, again, having not checked the actual matchups and tiebreakers, that he could still go through.
Hamster at 2-4. Depends on who he plays last, I believe.
That's what I mean. Yeah, we need to know who's playing who for this. So.
I think he plays Exop, which is good for him because he would knock down one of the players that he needs to get knocked down. Because Exop is always also at 2-4, and so if Exop is at 3-4, that's another person that's in his way as far as tiebreakers are concerned.
I'm just actually trying to write this out in paper now because we haven't got the site hasn't updated. If people are wondering why I'm talking about numbers and not knowing what's happening, that's why. Just trying to get an actual list in front of me so I can do some basic counting.
Well, in general, the 4 players that started out of the day in a really good spot, Trunks, Nigod, Dog, and Jason Joe, are still in a good spot, but the one player who has joined them is Rain. So it's kind of like a 5-man race at the moment, and Hamster is really not looking to be in a good spot, even though he's up 1-0.
Yeah. That works out well. So I think what it is that Trunks is 5-1, Dog is 4-2, Nigod is 3-2, Hamster 1-4. We can see that here. Then Jason, Joe, and Rain are both 3-3, and X-Hope is 2-4. So it depends who plays who, but the short version is if Nigod wins this, he's definitely through. Oh no, he's not. He's really not. It depends who plays who.
Yeah.
Your version was better. I'm going to put that piece of paper away and get on with this. I'm going to blame everything but myself. Carry on. Proceed. Hunter versus Paladin. Hunter's been pretty good in this whole event.
Yeah, it's beaten up on all the control decks that people have brought in order to, counteract the meta, especially because you can just ban out the Pirate Warrior. So, this decision again, do you go for the tempo of the Repentant, or do you go for the value of the Getaway Kodo? The Redemption doesn't really help too much. It helps with something like Wicker Frame Burn Bristle, but seems like this is a Getaway Kodo. You can go Getaway Kodo, and the next turn go Stonehill Defender plus Coin Getaway Kodo. The problem is you might fall too far behind if you're just playing out Stone Defenders against a Hunter.
Yeah, hopefully you get something good though from the defender, like a Tazdingo, etc. But yeah, he's going to go for that line. You do get some pretty good pickups from the defender.
And you can also decide after you play the Stonehill Defender, right? If you get a Tazdingo, you can go for the coin and get away Kodo because you have a 4 mana play. If you get a 5-drop, you can just hold on to the coin. So very flexible, that card, obviously. Speaking of nice and flexible, Hyena can turn into a 6/4 right now.
Yeah, it's really tempting just to do that. Because even if they do deal with it, it's probably going to cost them 6 health. And a coin. Just with True Silver. Nothing else really works.
Yeah.
This defender's actually going to work quite nicely.
And if you Aldor Peacekeeper that guy, then you can Houndmaster it and turn that into a 3/6.
Yeah, which is fine. It's just, Spike Bridge, steedy dude.
Well, Cyclops is okay. The other ones are absolute garbage. You can go for the Frostwolf Grunt just because it's really cheap, but you're not Warrior. You're not fulfilling a quest or anything like that. You're just kind of getting stuff in the way.
Yeah, I think you go for Cyclops because the way your curve looks right now.
Cyclopean Horror, I believe, is the name of that.
It is.
The horrible Cyclops. Anyway.
Wow.
Let's go for the Frostwolf Grunt. I think I agree with this play because the other ones are just so bad, and you might as well just go for the most utility as far as it being cheap.
Okay.
I think that's like a crackling lizard.
I'm just looking at it and hoping that you know what it does.
I think if you play it evolves or adapts if you played an elemental last turn, I believe.
So it's really useless then in this particular spot.
Yeah. If you're playing Elemental Hunter, that might work.
We told you to save your elementals, Nigod. We told you.
I'm actually trying to search
so the
for
mammoth's too slow here, and so it's between the snail and the tentacle. Of course, I'm just starting to call things by their pictures now.
Yeah, so I was correct on the effect. It's called Thunder Lizard.
Thunder Lizard.
It's also a beast, if that helps. Well, obviously it's a beast because you got a Chudlaka.
Wow! The high stakes casting is just getting better and better. Okay, so he's going to get yet another Getaway Kodo.
Do you?
Minion.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you just Hunter's Mark this and say, I'm hitting you in the face for 8, potentially
Actually,
10?
I think I play Animal Companion first. To see what I get. Because if I get Huffer, I don't even need to use a Hunter's Mark.
Right, but he wants to kill off his guy so he can build up his hyena.
Yes, sure, okay. I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's out of range of 2 silver now, so...
I'm curious. I think you should just play the Houndmaster. Not just to get the value, but The 4/3 is really annoying. It's a really annoying size for Paladin to deal with.
I guess he's thinking that if this hyena doesn't get dealt with, he wins. But if it does get dealt with, he wants a bit of second boost, so the Houndmaster might give him that.
Well,
You're right.
That's what I'm saying. I would rather have the Houndmaster. He does get 1 more damage this way.
But one of the things in his mind of it being dealt with will be a quality consecration. So he's like, okay, if that happens next turn, I'm going to play Houndmaster on the minion that I didn't play. But yeah.
Well, now we have a Stubborn Gastropod coming out, so now he really wants Huffer. Huffer's lethal.
You have to go for it. You can't turn on 1 in 3 lethal here with so much more going on as well.
Well, Misha's pretty good too, because that means that the Gastropod can't kill the hyena. But we do know that there's a ton of taunts in Hamster's hand. Nigo knows there's taunts too, but he doesn't know how big they are or how much mana.
You get to press the hero power button as well.
Well, you could just play the Thunder Lizard instead, because your opponent just used a consecration.
If I'm playing Thunder Lizard, I'm taking the 1 in 3 chance of winning on the spot.
Well, he tried. He got the 1 in 3, which wasn't a disaster, aka Leok.
I guess the only other option is to play the Grandmother and buff her to keep your 10-4 safe.
Right.
But I like this.
Well, the thing about the Grandmother is it's extremely hard to get through both sides, so now he almost certainly can Houndmaster. So, can Hamster still stay alive?
Can he win with Eye for an Eye and hope that Nygod BMs him?
He just goes for 1 billion damage and ties the game.
29 rip draw.
Well. Yeah, the question here is, does he go for a double taunt here instead of like doing anything else? Sunkeeper Terram is one way to eventually deal with this hyena, not this turn, but next turn.
You can also Hydrologist into Noble Sacrifice. Does that do a thing? It doesn't do a thing. It just gives the hyena more work.
Well, with the Stonehill Defender in play, it would prevent him from dying.
I guess you take Tarim, because one of the ways that you don't lose this game is to try and get that hyena under control.
Yeah, I'm actually confused why... I'm actually perplexed why he's even taking so long. He took the Stegodon.
So he's obviously got a plan for next turn that involves playing 2 minions. Oh, okay, so he gets the Stegodon and the Hydrologist and potentially another Getaway Kodo next turn. Maybe that's on his mind for next turn.
Yeah, but Sunkeeper Terram is better. Not really understanding.
Better is in the eye of the beholder.
I think it's pretty objective.
Yeah, it's in the eye of the winner. Okay. Alright, so deal with this. You need lots of good things.
I suppose he would die if this were Sunkeeper Terram, because if he Sunkeeper Terrams right now, then the 3/3 and the... Oh, no, it's actually okay. Because it's tough. There's a few things that kill him. I don't know. I don't know how this helps, though.
Yeah, maybe it's just how he saw his 0.1%.
Well, now it has to be Get Down. Or Redemption. Yeah. I guess Redemption's okay, too. With the...
it's all worked. He should have got that for the snail. Misplay. I'm saying that, guys. It's not actually a misplay, but it would have been nice if he could have, everything's just not fallen right at all for Hamster in this particular game.
Well, if he didn't kill the Misha with the snail, then he might have died to just the...
Right, exactly.
The kind of grandmother going through. Also, he had other taunts up, then that wouldn't have been redeemed, potentially. Alright, so Noble Sacrifice it is, since it's basically the same thing. It's just putting a 2-1 on the board that your opponent can potentially ignore. So is there lethal now?
No, because there's 2 taunts. So yes. No, you can't get through the 12-6 without...
The that's not a Strike Rage Seed, that's a Stegodon.
No, a Noble Sacrifice is a taunt.
Yeah, but it's a 2... Oh, it's not a... It doesn't mean that's a... Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it does. It's a taunt. But how do you win the game of Hearthstone?
For Nygod or Hamster?
For Hamster. Like, Nygod here just has to go...
put enough taunts up until it dies.
Press the magic button, go, and do some trades of some sort, wins the game.
You just never-ending taunts. Just all taunts all the time.
I think this is the worst option, by the way.
Well,
this means he now struggles to deal with a 2/6.
Well, if there's something weird like Eye for an Eye or like Redemption, then this is the best way to go about it. Well, I guess not, but like if he doesn't attack him with this one, perhaps it's like a bluff, right? And he's unable to get through.
Yeah, it's all 0.1% at this point anyway. I think for both players, they're taking a lot of time because they're looking for the one out or the one way to win.
Well, that's an outdoor, but no, not enough.
Hamster gives up.
I guess it is incorrect to attack with the hyena first if you consider everything. If it's eye for an eye, it doesn't matter, right? Because you kill him anyway. If it's redemption, it doesn't really matter because you get through. I suppose redemption is kind of bad, right? Or redemption is better to attack with the hyena first.
Yes. Okay. Sure.
And
yeah, that's the only one.
Yeah, and then get down doesn't really matter all that much.
One game apiece in round 7, the start of round 7, the final round of games, isn't it? No, it's the end of round 6. Oh my goodness. It's the last game of round 6.
Round 6? You mean round 4? Oh, round 6. Oh, round 6 of the entire thing. Yeah.
Of the entire round robin, yeah. Match 4 of the day, round 6 of the round robin, and it's the last match in that round, and then all the players will have played all but one of their games, and we'll hopefully get a league table. We'll know what results are needed. Exciting times.
That was the most just stressful 8-turn game I've ever experienced because Hamster was just hoping to stay alive the entire time, and Nigod was just getting, for lack of a better, I probably shouldn't use this word, but
don't do it.
Why?
We'll get fired.
By whom? We're not getting paid.
Oh, go for it. Let's get fired.
Okay, he was getting cucked by those taunts. It was just like, every turn's like, oh my goodness. Like, really? Another taunt? Really? Another high health, low attack taunt? Yeah, it was just annoying.
And you knew right from about turn 3 when the hyena first went off that game was over. Yeah. But there was always this sort of 1% you have to play to that you might get equality consecration followed by something, followed by Tyrion, and you're back in it. Which is one of the problems with which is one of the reasons that Paladin games go so long, is you're never quite dead. Same as playing Yogg. You're never quite dead because Yogg might do its thing. With Paladin, you might just get that curve of taunts for turns on end and then heal up.
Well, into this game, it is the Pirate War. Probably going to be another fast one. If you're Naigo, do you just equip the upgrade right here? Because it doesn't really help you all that much. Right? And you could save it for later. But you can't just get the damage in now and just hope that you get it in before your opponent can put their taunts in front. And Paladin is really one of those classes where they need the mana. Earlier on, they have really nothing to deal with it. But once they get enough mana, they're just really annoying.
Sure, I was just looking through the other results that I failed to get anything. Yeah, I think you just spend the mana when it's there. Get the damage in when it's there. And... oh, Hamster. So he's going to get the clear, obviously, with Equality Pyro at some point.
Or will he, because of the South Sea Captain nonsense that we have to deal with again?
Nigod versus Jason Joe in the last round, by the way. So if he loses this, that will be a win and in.
Oh, this changes things. Potentially. He could still go for the South Sea Captain. In fact, the South Sea Captain seems like the best option for the very... because we've gone over this before, you can't Pyro coin equality. So, Pirate's probably going to live. And then next turn you can go for the Bloodcell Cultist and the Dread Corsair. But looks like he's just going to go for... yeah, I don't like the frothing here. Usually frothing on 3 is really good, right? But in this case, I don't think so. Because if your opponent just goes coin True Silver, then they take the 4 damage, but they've mitigated the threat.
Sure, is all I can say to that. I process what you're saying. Sure, that works.
Yeah, just True Silver is just way too good against this. Whereas if you go for the South Sea Captain, it's really annoying for your opponent, right? I suppose he's thinking, if I go with South Sea Captain, he has exactly True Silver into power equality, then I lose the game. But it's kind of the same situation right now, anyway.
Yeah, people always say that playing aggro is easy, and to some degree, it's forgiving, but you're the one asking the questions with unknown answers, whereas when you're the guy with the answers, you tend to have the more simple decision a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Because you can only answer a 2/4 with a thing that does 4 damage, for instance. Whereas when you're the aggro player, you've got to work out which things have got 4 damage, which things can do 3, how likely they are to have those things, how it favours you if you don't have them, etc. Whereas in general, playing the control deck is all about planning your curve more in a way than playing the aggro deck, which is really strange.
Over on Hamster's side, he doesn't know, but Pyro Cult is actually really good here. It seems like a waste, but it really screws up Night God.
Yeah, makes a real mess of things because his mana next turn is just not good.
If he doesn't do that, he's either outdooring or he's passing, because making a hero power just makes him take more damage.
Yeah, and not doing it means that now the cultists come down, buff the weapon, and he gets the other minion on the board. But of course, that means that
he might not need to cultist. He might not need a cultist. That's actually a massive draw. Because now he can just use his mana in a very nice way. So he doesn't have to attack with his weapon, right? Or he can attack with his weapon without losing it, I should say. And he can still play the South Sea Captain, which is huge because now he doesn't get power equality.
And these guys are protected from pyro equality. And this frothing's going to get buffed. And this is setting up either next turn lethal or basically next turn win the game, even if it's not quite lethal.
Hamster needed a 1-drop spell, which is not existent unless you have
These
an
paladin decks all have the same weakness, which is turn 5, the 5-drop turn. They just don't have any 5-drops in paladin that are worth playing at the moment. So you're often stuck with all these even number cards in your hand unless you've got an Aldor. Or the 1/4 taunt, which actually comes out on turn 3 all the time. The defender.
This is so sad. He has to do this. He has to kill off the South Sea Captain and the frothing. So it's not actually. Well, it's not that sad because you're taking off. Let's see. He's leaving 2, and if he just did nothing, like didn't even hero power, then he'd be leaving 9 damage on the board. So he takes 7 damage off the board. He still has to do this, but it feels bad.
And the sad thing for him is he's just picked up another captain. Nygod's just picked up another captain anyway. This is just a whole chunk of damage, and you now have to assume they can't do it to you again. Although he's actually saving back the Corsair. I guess why not? Is this lethal to set up anyway? 4, 5, 6. No, he needs it, so he's going to play it. Fair enough.
Well, he didn't need to.
Actually, he didn't need it. He could play the captain again next turn. Yeah.
Well, he could have played. Oh wow, quality in the coin consecration. He could.
So actually, he didn't need to. Yeah.
So a quality of consecration would have killed the board even with the captain in play because being at 2 health doesn't matter anymore. But this is actually a huge deal because now Hamster, that old Phoenix, the old Phoenix tech from Night God, that actually helps him here. He gets a minion onto the board. But he's gonna captain instead.
Surely you Phoenix and protect your captain in case you pick up a deckhand. I guess the captain does 1 more damage. No, you've got to play the Phoenix, right?
Yeah,
it's a more expensive card as well.
The captain also is a pirate to help with another blood cell cult. Has he played both, or am I getting confused? He was holding back that one blood cell cultist for so long that I got confused. I think so. I think he does have 1 more in the deck. So blood cell cultist and the South Sea deckhand, like you mentioned, do both get are both benefited by that.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to work out what he's thinking about. It's better in every way that I can think of.
He's counting the elementals in this deck. He's like, well, I got a Thunder Lizard.
Thunder Lizard. Oh, I see. The decision is actually do I attack? And the rest of it's just incidental. Okay.
Well, he was hovering over the South Sea Captain. Maybe that was a bluff.
Yeah. Do I play this Arcanite Reaper now or not?
That's true. Well, one decision here. Ivory Knight. Probably pick the most expensive thing unless there's a really good value here. Holy Wrath is very good. Stand I forgot the Stand by Darkness or something.
If you'd kept the weapon back, you'd be able to play a gigantic pirate.
I was wondering
you
where
see
you're
both
going
the
with
qualities.
I was wondering where you're going with that one.
Hey, chill.
Something. All right, another Ivory Knight.
List of final round games sorted out. I'm getting excited by
this. This is interesting. Okay, what is his life total right now? I think he's at he was at 9, so I think he's at 6. If he takes out one of these, then he dies to a lot of stuff. But if he managed to survive, then Forbidden Healing just locks out the game. So this is actually really tough.
It's been a good game of Hearthstone, this one. Okay, so somehow, oops, never mind.
1 off lethal. And there's a Tyrion coming.
Tyrion's coming. Batten down the hatches. Would he have won if he'd kept back the weapon charge earlier? And then this deckhand would have been a 6-3.
Yeah, because he would have had to kill the deckhand. What do you mean? The raider.
Bloodsail, Raider,
the raider,
deckhand. They're all the same. They're all pirates.
Wow, we just picked up forbidden healing, by the way. I just want to point that out. You can heal to 17. That's a lot of healing. I think you do it. I think Tyrion, you die to some direct damage, whereas 16 is pretty safe. And then you can just Tyrion the next turn.
Yeah, just clear everything up here. And that should be enough to force the concede from Nygod. Maybe one more pickup just in case. How? The hamster just... I can't imagine him ever making that face.
The only two words I could read from that were I and possessive. So the first two letters collectively mean my. So my face, I guess? I don't know.
There's plenty of things I could say that I will not at this point. Just leaving that to the imagination, I think.
I think you kill the deckhand here because it makes it a lot easier. Well. It makes it a lot easier for opponent to get through.
Yeah.
If you leave the
deckhand.
You
win this game 1,000,000% of the time if you kill the deckhand here.
There's not enough direct damage for your opponent to kill you, especially if you play on Mortal Strike. And if you can just build a huge board from now on before they get 2 Mortal Strikes in hand. Whereas you can, and then you can just kill them in 1 turn.
Yeah, but there's just no reason to mess around with anything that could possibly go wrong.
Nygod is attacking. I was gonna say, is he going to armor up? Because he might.
Yeah, he probably shouldn't. Yeah, interesting.
No, well, he's gonna take damage pretty quickly here, so I don't think that really matters too much.
Yeah, you don't want to alert your opponent to the potential they might make a mistake, I guess.
Eye for an eye.
Noble sacrifice for me.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, just getaway coda. Make another Tyrion. What we're talking about.
But you can Tyrion with Azoth anyway. You don't really need getaway Kodo.
You can't have enough Tyrions.
Yeah, you can. If you're gonna die, if you're dead, it doesn't matter how many Tyrions you have.
You don't die if you've got enough Tyrions.
Yeah, but get down. He's saving Uther. Get down. And Uther's like, thank you.
Or you can just put him back on the board, Tyrion.
No, but
I don't know. I understand it's more heroic, but how many heroic hamsters do you know?
Well, that's the point. He's not very heroic, so he needs a noble sacrifice.
Sure. You got me. All we need now is a panda, and I don't know what that other thing is, to trot across the screen, and we're done for this game.
Is that a getaway
panda? Is it like
panda?
a bowl of sweets? Getaway panda. It's just a bowl of sweets, right?
I don't know. I don't know what
bowl
it is.
Of panda breakfast?
Yeah, I'll just say yes. Yes. Nygod chooses
okay,
death.
2-1. Thank you, Nygod.
Thank you. We needed that.
Short break should do the cast of the world of good in the not worrying about pandas having the breakfast. Oh no, it's back.
I think if someone donates a massive amount, can I read that? Is that what you're asking?
Can you read any of it? I can read one and panda.
No, I can't. I can't read any of it. I'm sorry.
What if he's donated like 1 million panda breakfasts or whatever they are?
I've learned to not assume something means something if you don't know one thing in there, unless you know exactly that it means that every single time. And there was someone that was trying to read Japanese, and they saw like the line across, and they're like, "Oh, that means one." I'm like, "No, it doesn't mean that one in this situation. I'm sorry." So...
Right, because you have to take the whole context of the phrase,
yeah.
As I understand it. Is that right? You just read what it could say and use your imagination.
Yeah, because you combine characters' letter together to make different words sometimes. So it's like what if you read something and you thought it meant something in English, but there was a not in front, and you're like, oh, it means the exact opposite, right? So...
Like, isn't it something weird? I'm sure this is completely wrong, but something like train is like fire horse or something along those lines.
I wouldn't know, and it's not the case in Japanese.
Right, but it's that sort of construction, right? I thought it was exactly that, but
train in Japanese. Now that I think about it, I haven't thought about this before, but it's literally electric car.
Electric car.
Yeah.
So they're going to be in trouble. Your language is in trouble, D2, when electric cars become popular. You have to call them trains.
You just put an American name on it, electric car or something like that.
American electric car. So,
No.
as cast deteriorates into next game.
Just linguistics. We don't need it. We can talk about linguistics during this.
Can we? Good.
Yeah, sure.
Whew. Right. Druid versus Shaman. And the Druid has a spectacular looking hand, and it's going to take him a while to work out how to do this one.
I think you start with a pass.
Start with a pass. When do you want to nourish?
I guess you can coin innervate Jade Spirit because we've talked about this before. Elemental Shaman doesn't really do anything in the early turns. Sometimes it Fireflies, but that's about it. So they usually totem, and when they totem, you want to have a 2/3 there to kill it. So I think he goes coin innervate Jade Spirit, and then you just hero power the next turn.
Okay.
Because getting down those totems, is a really big deal. And innervate later on to use a spell to remove something is just kind of catching back up to where you would have been if you just killed the totems.
So what he can do is innervate Jade Spirit into innervate Druid of the Claw into coin nourish. That's the curve I see when I look at his hand. Forgetting the fact that Aya's just made things good.
Yeah, if you do go for Aya, you can go for double innervate Aya this turn, coin Jade Spirit next turn, but then you're really starving for a card after that.
And Hex really, really screws you up.
Yeah, a lot of times you can just plan and trust your deck and just plan around you drawing something, but there's not a whole lot of stuff for 4 or less in the Druid deck. That's a minion that you want to play proactively potentially.
Right. I like the original thing.
Yeah, if you're planning on drawing something 5 or more, then yeah, you have a decent chance, and you can say never lucky if you don't get it because it's legitimately a very good chance. But 4 or less, that you're kind of just shooting yourself in the foot.
Interesting, he's using the right hand innervate. Or is he going to do anything?
He's going to go for the Aya, looks like. You don't typically keep Hex, even against Druid, because there's not really much to Hex.
Right.
Let me take a look at Hamster's list really quick. He does run Engine of War, so there might be a slight chance that Nightgod would keep a Hex if he's worried about Druid shenanigans.
The reason I'm not happy with this play is because I don't know what you do on turn 4. Unless you're going to do nothing on turn 3 and then go coin into Druid of the Claw to nourish, but I feel that this play, you had a really nice curve where you could curve turns 2, 3, and 4 with big things. And now you're going to miss one of those turns because you've used 2 innovates on 1 card. I think you could have possibly spread the load, but you have forced Nightgod to overload here and clear up his board, so definitely going to work out okay.
Nightgod just reasoning that if I overload now, I'm not going to be overloaded in a more crucial turn later, and I do want to get rid of this Aya pretty quickly. Like later on, he doesn't want to be lightning storming, so he might as well get this useless card out of make use of this slightly useless card right now.
Yeah, and Hamster's going to have a pretty big board. To be fair, that Aya early players allowed to get these 2/3s, 3/3s. So what about what he draws next turn, though, as to whether he can keep the hate coming, or as to whether he has to actually just take time out and let Nightgod back into it? If he draws anything at all that does something even half decent, he'll win this game on the spot.
Yeah, most likely. Gonna go ahead and answer a question in chat. Do China Hearthstone pros use Western social media? Can't find any of them. No, they do not, because it's blocked in China, so they're not using Twitter or Facebook or anything like that. There is the Chinese version of Twitter, which is Weibo, Weibo. I think it's .com or something like that. But yeah, that's where you would find them, unfortunately. Anyway, you can find a lot of the other Asian countries, like Taiwan and Korea, for instance. But like you mentioned earlier, no 4.4 Hamster, so the game does not end quite yet.
Yeah, I feel this was a missed opportunity. I know he's managed to get a decent board out of it, but I do feel that if he just waited those innovates over 2 turns instead of 1, that he could have just had enough good stuff going. Play Aya on her natural turn on turn 6, it should have been pretty powerful because of all the stuff that had gone before. As it is, he's unlucky that he didn't. He drew 2 6-drops in a row. It didn't. The game didn't favour him much in his plan.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning. His deck doesn't. There's not much stuff to play that's 4 or less, other than the Jade.
Yeah.
It's basically Jade Blossom and Jade Spirit, and that's it. That costs 4 or less. that you play proactively.
Right.
Well, back over Night God, and he has a couple of options here. The Blaze Caller doesn't feel too good. You can just go for the Phoenix instead of for the Blaze Caller next turn. And looks like he's gonna do just that. Hex is kind of bad because you're just hero powering and hexing, or Manta Totem and hexing. And this keeps the train rolling a little bit. You can also potentially get value out of Kalamos if the Druid Claw trades into the Phoenix.
Yeah. Actually decided to go face there. Interesting for a guy who is very, very control focused. He doesn't miss many chances to go face, which is good to see.
Well, when you play one side of the coin, right, you know the other side as well. You're like, it really hurts when I'm playing control and they smack me in the face. Well, maybe I should
it's definitely two sides of the same coin, obviously.
Alright, are we going to see a 3 AoE across everything? Or are we going to see ones on his side of the board? Nope, going to see 3. Not the greatest one, but at least you get the 7/7 up. You clear a couple of minions, make the other ones a bit weakened. And it kind of incentivizes your opponent to trade in.
This hand is pretty grim at this moment. It can change very fast.
For Hamster or for...
For Hamster, like, it just doesn't flow nicely, and you need to as Druid.
Yeah, well, that's typical Druid things, right? Either you're doing ridiculous things with mana, or you're extremely clunky with mana. And right now, Hamster is probably tempted to just throw out the Fandral, but he gets completely annihilated if he does that.
Yeah, I like this, actually. This was really... I think this is a trap avoided here, where he's just gone for the straightforward play. And there's that Spellbreaker, which he plays.
He plays the Spellbreakers in 3 out of 5 of his decks.
And in fairness, we've seen a lot of situations today where Spellbreaker would have been really handy. It would have been really nice for him, for instance, when he was getting smashed by a 15, 14 Hyena.
That's a really good card for the future. The Blaze Color now, obviously, but just keeping the Elemental train rolling, because Nigod needs to push this advantage now that he's going to finally gain board control. If Hamster has any time, then he wins the game, because his Jades are already too big. But Nigod may be able to push this into win right now.
And now, what do you want to do? Your hand is garbage. Everything that sort of deals with this board just wastes a turn.
You can silence the Wrath of Air Totem.
I mean...
We've done it. We've done it. You could do that. You could actually go double 4. That might be your best play here.
Yeah,
just getting the bodies in the field, and then allowing for better removal options with your Fail Rage and your swipe. You need to survive.
What about Wild Growth? Even though it costs you the Wild Growth and the Cycle and everything later on, what about just doing that, giving yourself 10 mana next turn, your hand's full of 6s and 4s, so 10's probably a good number, and you get to cycle a card, and you get to put a 4/4 on the board. What about that?
Yeah, it seems pretty good. It's really tempting to hold into the Wild Growth and just play everything else, though, so you can go Gadgetzan Wild Growth. The biggest problem here is he can never play Gadgetzan Innervate, because that's already been done.
Yeah.
He's already played both Innervates, and that's the problem with playing Innervates earlier.
Yeah, this frees up a lot of his mana concerns for next turn, that's all. I'm not saying this is fun, because it isn't, but it tidies up a lot of the problems he had with the hand.
Nigod has a pretty good turn from my vantage point. Goes for the Servant of Kalamos and then plays the Manatite Totem. If he doesn't play the Manatite Totem, I'm going to be very sad. But this is reasonable too. So he can go for the Hot Spring Guardian, play the Manatite Totem as well as play another totem on the board, which heals everything back up. This is really annoying. And then he can save the Servant of Kalamos for the future when he knows what he's working with.
Just for a second there, I thought he wasn't going to play it again and you were going to be very sad.
I was thinking the same thing.
Okay, so... now he can silence the Mana Tide, which is a thing he probably has to do, and work it out from there what he wants to do. Make a big Jade, kill a 2/4 with your face.
He probably needs to go for armor. Because the 2/4 just trades horribly with everything. Killing the 2/4, that doesn't really accomplish anything, other than perhaps it makes it easier for you to trade in the future.
Yeah.
But he's going to do it anyway.
6, 7, 8, plus 15. Just checking he wasn't just dead to Bloodlust as well, but he wasn't.
12 plus 8, 18. Well, this is a reasonable board to use this Flame Tongue Totem now that this Manatite Totem isn't really doing anything else. You might as well make it attack.
Yeah. And that's what he's going to do, just tidy up the board in a good spot, especially as Hamster doesn't really have much synergy at all in his hand. He's got 4 good cards, but they don't synergize with each other at all.
Interesting decision from Nygod. He traded off the Healing Totem and then played the Maelstrom Portal. I wonder if there was like a specific order he was looking for when he used his or went for the hero power. Could have gone for, you know, more likelihood of trying something else, but he's gonna go for the Storming Calamals anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And gets himself not the greatest option. He probably has to go for the 6-mana 8/8. Yeah. The other ones are just too poor. The Fire from Harbinger does nothing at this point.
Yeah, trying to see any way back here at all for Hamster in this. He needs spell damage. Does he have any spell damage in his deck?
This seems to happen so often in this matchup. It seems like if the Druid has just more value overall because of the Jade Idols, but the Shaman has more flexible value, right? They can do stuff while putting stuff on the board, and they just consistently end up outvaluing the Druid, even through all of its innervates and nasty stuff like that.
Which is really strange, because you would think that Druid is the one that has the choices, but it just doesn't anymore. Alright, well, he's drawn 1,000,000 cards. And Nygod needs to end it now, and there you go. Luckily for him, he pretty much can.
6, 10, 11, 12, 18, he's 2 off, I'm counting.
Yeah, it's ended.
It's ended enough, yeah. It essentially is, right? Because if there is a actually, I think he just goes for the Alkir this turn, right? And the reason why is because he can Hex in Phoenix next turn. If you're counting like the amount of damage that you can possibly do in a single turn, I suppose he can Phoenix and then play the 6-mana 8/8, which is a really big deal in finishing out the game if you're only looking for one massive attack. But the big thing here is that Nygod, your opponent can only put an Ancient of War in front of you as far as big taunts are concerned. There's not a whole else he can do as far as, you know, protecting himself. Like he can't put up. He can put up big Jades, but that doesn't really matter.
Right. Yeah, this is just absolutely... And he's going to take the Auctioneer for safety, surely, here. Safer to kill them, as you always say.
Yeah, Auctioneer can do some pretty ridiculous stuff, even though there's no innervates left in the deck. Thalanos Double Swipe is a board... Is that a board clear? No, it's not. It leaves up the Servant of Kalamos.
Huh.
Which would be lethal with the Phoenix.
Because Phoenix would be lethal.
Is there a better way?
Just play for that. Is there anything else you can do?
Thalanos, Swipe, Wrath, or something weird like that? That doesn't really help. If only he had Innervate. Innervate would have been amazing here.
Thalanos, Swipe, Fandral, Wrath, Innervate, yeah. Yes and no.
Yep. This is the best that Hamster can do. And it's not going to be...
So it's going to go to 2 games all between Hamster and Nygod.
No, not quite yet. He's using...
Oh, he spotted a plan.
He's using the Wrath to take it out, and he's using the Hero Power, so now Nygod is one damage off.
Nice!
He's done it.
He did it, Reddit.
No, he hasn't.
No, he didn't do it.
Just kidding.
Rip. Nice play, 2-all. Sorry.
Yeah.
2 games all, and it is all on the line. We're doing the stats, and Hamster can still qualify, I think. I don't know how the tiebreakers work. I haven't gone into those, but he can equal 4th. And Nygod can fail to qualify if he loses twice because of who is playing who.
So we're starting to get a better idea of that matchup. It just seems like the Shaman just wins because, on average, its value plays are also tempo plays. And sometimes, I mean, for the Shaman's sake, that can be even a bit too slow against things like Hunter or like Pirate Warrior because just the value plays that you make are too expensive, right? But against the Druid just its value plays are just value plays. They're not tempo plays as well, unless you're talking about Jade Blossom. So unless Druid does ridiculous Druid things, in which case it can beat literally everything, including its worst matchups, then Shaman's just going to win.
And that's historically why people argue about how good Druid is for the entirety of every metagame ever. Because some people get the experience in their 200 games where they innovate every game, and some don't. And so you never really get a big enough sample to really decide, which means that unless you're collecting data like certain sites, then you basically, because everyone's individual experiences are so different, especially when cards like Yogg are involved as well.
There's also the just knowing how to play Druid, because and knowing the matchups. Because for instance, if you play in this matchup against Pirate Warrior, you have to just mulligan for the nuts, right? If you have like, oh, this card is okay, maybe I should keep it. It might help me a little bit. No, you have to mulligan for the best possible starting hand.
And I honestly feel that Hamster messed up his opening hand last time as well. I think he could have had a much smoother curve using those innovates more carefully.
So does Hamster hit face? I think he does. Because what is this 1/1 really gonna do? Not a whole lot. There's no.
How does it die to incidental damage? It doesn't die to swipe until turn 4. Yeah, face seems okay.
Especially because you have the South Sea Captain in hand.
Sure.
So, if your opponent doesn't trade in for you, then you punish them really hard.
And what's the punish for running it into the Raider 2/2? Nothing. I think probably face was fine there.
Yeah, there's no Living Roots, are there? Or is that...
No, Living Roots is long gone, all those 10 days ago or so.
I know Raven Isle's gone. I didn't know if Living Roots was gone.
Yeah, Living Roots went. Unless you're a Paladin. You've still got it if you're a Paladin.
Well...
So you've got Lost in the Jungle, which
Living Dudes.
Living Dudes.
That sounds so weird. Yeah, man, we're the Living Dudes. It sounds like a weird rock band.
I'm so done right now.
Doesn't it, though? It
really does. It really does just sound like some sort of rock band going on.
Just like a weird, like, hybrid surfer rock band. Just like... just like with the Hag 10 symbol from like 20 years ago. Yeah, we're the Living Dudes. I can't get over it.
Meanwhile...
Stuff is happening,
Nygod is going to be able to get his Arcanite Reaper down and probably going to get the chance to buff it, because the bigger threat of these two at face value is the Frothing Berserker. And so the first removal spell will go on that, which is probably the swipe, given that you need to save your Feral Rage for armor later on in this match.
Right. But Hamster might go for what seems like the greedy play, but it's probably the right play in Aya, yeah. So
Aya into Behemoth might be okay, yeah.
Yeah, Aya into either Behemoth or swipe the following turn. But if you spend all your early turns just removing / playing taunts and playing super defensively, then they're eventually just going to kill you if they have a reasonable hand.
Yeah, you do have to develop something, and I mean, two ways you win this. First of all, you want to Feral Rage with something on the board on about turn 8, and obviously you want Yogg to just pick off some bits and pieces as well on turn 9 or 10.
Yeah, we're still deciding whether he wants to go with that. As yet another donation comes, another couple of donations come in for the Panda.tv.
It's like a Panda race. I don't even want to go there anymore. I'm just...
Yeah, not at
They
all.
finished. Yay. I think you have to just play Arcanite Reaper here.
Yeah, because you need to set up for future turns. If you had a Fire Warx in hand, perhaps you go for the Korkan Elite right now, but it just takes too long to develop this Arcanite Reaper.
How do you trade here, I guess, is the question. So you can Arcanite Reaper, and in some worlds, putting the Frothing into the 2/2 isn't ridiculous.
Yeah, that is true. You're losing a lot of damage, though. You could also put your Arcanite Reaper into the 2/2, because it makes it a lot harder to deal with. This is the most, straightforward, obvious
response. This is the play that you all see and go, yeah, okay, why don't you do that? But this is the one that gets swiped into oblivion.
Yeah.
Which it's going to do...
Or not. You could also just throw your Aya in, play the Jade Spirit, and then kill the Bloodsail Raider, and then from there on you basically have board control, which is a big deal right now, considering Nygod's hand, right? He's going to be playing these Bloodsail Cultists out, and so you need stuff to be able to deal with it, and he does go for that play.
Really nicely done. A lot of damage coming in here, but it's not going to be lethal. He's got Feral Rage in hand, has Hamster to stabilize. This is a lot of damage though now.
Yeah, turn into a 6/2 weapon, going to be a 7/2 the following turn, even after he swings right now. So, oh my goodness. I think even though Hamster made the right play in playing, for the long term, it's
don't
still
call
might
it yet.
negative.
So, Feral Rage for armor. You can trade everything in on board. You don't need those things. You can play.
The problem
another
is
Jade Spirit. You get hit for 10, which takes you down to about 8. Then you can play the Behemoth. I reckon you could get yourself to your Yogg turn and try and get lucky.
Yeah, it is worth trying to, kind of coax the weapon swing out of your opponent before it's a very clean kill on your Behemoth. On the other hand, if you play the Behemoth now, then you don't have to worry about it hitting your face the next turn. So it is pretty close. But I think I do agree with this particular play, playing the Jade Spirit here.
Like, your entire plan here, however you get there, is to get shield block from Yogg. That's how you win this game.
I suppose.
That's how I win this game. I mean, it's not a complete stab in the dark, though. If you get 8 or 9 spells, shield block does it, but there's other cards that give you a chance. Like, you can get lucky with another Feral Rage, or maybe somehow set up a Wall of Taunt. Stuff can happen. You can heal yourself for 12 in the face. Things can happen.
On the other hand, Nigod, is he going to get there? We've been talking about how Drew stays alive, but Nigod is tantalizingly close, but not quite there. And he could get shut down right now.
Yeah, this is a shutdown that has been set up really well by Hamster over the last few turns. But obviously, from now on, a second Mortal Strike will just win the game on the spot for Nigod.
And that's what he's looking for. That or... Leroy wouldn't do it, I suppose.
Showing how much damage is coming in the other way next turn, and it is a lot. That's how much. That's caster counting. There's 20 damage the other way, so a second Feral or a Swipe would actually be lethal here.
Including the armor up?
Not including the armor up, but I don't... he probably does armor up, actually, yeah.
Yeah, he probably goes just 3-3 here, and armors up, and forces the opponent to deal with the board. Because you have to deal with the board if you don't have lethal.
Yeah, you'll be 1 off lethal, which is as good as a miss completely. But the other key thing here is that Hamster will get to 9 health now as well.
I hate when people do this. When they're like, protect myself while I attack. It's like, no, it's the opposite.
But you want to go below 12. Does that matter? No, it doesn't matter. Yes, it does matter.
I'm sorry?
You don't want the armor. Does it make a difference either way? I don't know. I'm talking gibberish now. I've lost it. It's gone. Plot gone, guys. Nothing to see.
Yeah, the question here for Hamster is, does he play the Fangel and Hero Power Up? Because going to 9 is pretty relevant if you're facing down double Moral Strike as opposed to 8. So do you Nourish in Hero Power, or do you Fangel in Hero Power? And you, I guess you can Fangel Nourish in Hero Power. I guess
that's
you
what I would do, because then you've got another spell on your Yogg if you do need it as well. Although he'll be looking at winning this without Yogg right now.
Or he could just get, Earthen Scales or Feral Raid, so that just locks it up.
Yeah, no Yogg going to be needed. Hamster's going to take a 3-2 lead next turn. Might be the turn after. He's going to take his time. You don't want to put them below 13 just in case of accidents, but it's going to happen.
Yeah, but this one's pretty much over. And this has to feel bad for Nigod. This is the exact reason why you bring Pirate Warrior in the first place, to defeat Druid. And Hamster just calmly, coolly, and collectedly takes that one down.
So Hamster, 1 deck left. And it's a quick one. It's Quest Warrior.
Yeah, Quest Warrior versus either the Paladin or the Warrior inside the Nigod. Is Nigod going to drag this one out? I suppose he kind of has to, right? Because game play matters.
It must matter somewhere along the tiebreakers, so you have to drag it out if you can.
Yeah, he's going to play the Paladin, guys. I'm sorry. We're not going to be seeing the faster version, potentially. Pirate Warrior versus Taunt Warrior would be a pretty quick game either way, but we're going to see the Paladin first, almost certainly. And even though Hamster is ahead in the series, these aren't the greatest matchups. Or the Pirate Warrior is, but the Paladin isn't. So right. I think, would you rather be like a 75-25 and then like a very poor... Would you rather have like one favored and one unfavored, or a double, like 50-50?
You're better off having one favored and one unfavored. The worst it can be for you is double 50-50.
Yeah, true.
That's how the maths works out. So, yeah, the closer you are to the levels, the worse it is for you if you're trying to win exactly one.
I guess it would be... So, if it was like 75-25 both ways, then
yeah,
it's 75 times...
75 already, plus the bonus, yeah.
Right.
That's the quick way of doing it, right? If you've got two 50-50s, it's 75. If one of them's a 75, the other one can be 1 and you're better off.
Mm.
Okay, so keeps the quest because he's not expecting any early beatdown. He is going to need that quest to be completed to try and get the hero power active so he can shoot things down, which is what we saw happening earlier today. When eventually the warrior, after like a million rag shots, eventually did hit home for X-Hope, although it didn't end up winning him the match, just that one game.
Hydrologist comes out here, which seems good for Night God, but it means he probably has to coin True Silver to take out the Acolyte the following turn. Goes for the Getaway Kodo for the value, which obviously makes sense here.
Yeah, it's going to be a very value-orientated matchup, especially with these hands. There's no immediate obvious beatdown.
And gets the Stonehill Defender, which is very nice to pair with that Getaway Kodo. Tyrion's for days.
Tyrion's for days. Although sometimes you just go for Hydrologists for days, to be honest.
I'd rather have Tyrion's.
I'd rather have Tyrions as well, but Hydrologists are good early game.
Yeah, when people talk about infinite value, like, oh my god, the Cabal Courier and the Cabal Courier, yeah, you're getting infinite value out of 2/2s. Like, we know that's not good. But,
hey. Alright, more value coming up here as well.
Grime Street Protector. Thank you very much.
You know so much about card names. I used to play Arena too.
Oh. The reason why I know is because yesterday that card came up, and then I was like, I don't know the name of that card. And then I looked it up today because I knew that we were going to be having more Stonehill Defenders, and that's a very likely occurrence. Because there's Grime Street Protector.
My Chinese.
There's only 4. There's Grime Street Protector, and then there's Tyrion Wicker Flame, and now I'm forgetting the last one, the broken one, the 3/7 taunt.
Oh, Sunkeeper Tavern?
Sunkeeper. I was like, Sunwaker? Sunflower? Like,
Sunflower Tavern. Oh my goodness.
Hey, he's a delicate one.
Oh, D2.
So the funny thing about this is that since you played the Doomsayer, it goes off on... Oh no, it goes off on your turn. Never mind. I got confused with the last game where the Freeze Mage played the Doomsayer and the Paladin played the Secret so that it would go off on his opponent's turn. But this doesn't work this way. So he won't get the Getaway Kodo if Hamster doesn't kill anything. Or is he?
Do I just staring at this? I just like to yet again say how great it is to have a little quest dangly 2 out of 7 there. It's so helpful.
Thank you, Shines Production.
There is no chance at all that I remember that.
Well, in America...
In the first series of the day, sure. In series 400, not so sure.
In America, they hover over the quest for you.
Sure, that's one way of doing it.
Sorry. I had to go there. Anyway. Alright. Festatoran. Potentially hero power, potentially not. For Getaway Kodo value. The thing is, if you don't hero power, you know exactly what your opponent... Or you're giving information directly to your opponent. But you kind of already expect he knows that since he didn't attack in for the extra 2 armor. Yeah.
So, trying to work out... With Nygaard having this double equality, and assuming he pairs it up with something fairly soon, when's the best time for him to board clear? I mean, obviously it will become apparent as the game progresses, but if you're planning ahead, like, he looks like he's just going to play the Dirty Rat now and say, hey. But I'd play the Dirty Rat the turn before I Equality Conk, to be honest.
Well, you're not going to die, really. I suppose the win condition for Hamster is to kill you and not, outlast you, but still... You're kind of fine putting this taunt up, even if you get a massive taunt, because even the Primordial Drake only has 4 attack. But gonna go ahead and go at it this way.
Yeah, this seems to be efficient. Just gives you some sort of board. I mean, you can lose by getting outvalued the Paladin if the quest is completed rapidly, which it doesn't like it's going to be, in fairness, this time, though.
Might be time for Hamster to go ahead and proc this Getaway Kodo, because Infestatoran is kind of annoying, but it's like... You can deal with
it's
it.
As good as you're going to get, right? Yeah, you'd rather it not be a Tyrion next turn.
Yeah. Although it is a taunt, so you're always going to be able to do it whenever you want. But yeah, I might as well just do it now. It also protects a little bit from Grime Sheet value, Protector value, though you're still going to get it on the slime.
There we go. Slime.
What?
It's just slime. Why is there slimes in this game?
I think that Grime Sheet Protector, this is about as good as you're going to get, because the warrior's going to be really hell-bent on clearing your board every single turn. This is really nice. You get to keep your 2 smallish guys, but they're, I mean, 3 attack, 2 attack, they're okay.
Yeah, I've never seen Grime Sheet Protector actually do anything of any use, so yeah, let's make it do a thing right now.
Or we can Dirty Rat Equality. That's also a thing. Doesn't get a taunt. Wanted a taunt probably, though there wasn't one in Hamster's hand.
Okay.
This works too. Just clear off the board, play your Infested Torn back on the field, hero power, get on with your day. Hamster needs another taunt though. He needs, well, a couple of taunts obviously to finish his quest, but he needs to get going right away, because the more time Nightgod has, the more he's just going to outvalue him.
Yeah, and Hamster hasn't really got a hand that's conducive to finishing the quest. He's got no card draw, no anything really. It's just a very nothing hand. He's got a handful of stuff that clears, but you don't really need to clear this early against Paladin.
Yeah, you don't want this at all. Not in the slightest. You can clear stuff and then not follow up with any sort of value of your own, which feels bad.
And it's also bad because even though this stuff is all garbage that isn't worth clearing, it's still good enough that it's actually being annoying. Like, this garbage is slowly but surely getting some sort of board that you're going to have to eventually deal with and not want to. A bit like when shamans just make a whole bunch of dudes and you like have to clear them up. This is going to be the same in a minute.
I know that Nightgod didn't have anything to do, but I guess, okay, I was thinking that maybe he could hold back the Dirty Rat to save it for a taunt. And I feel like Hamster almost always plays the taunt here just to get closer to his quest, so he has time to get out the Sulfuras. But I suppose if he just gets the taunt, he's going to throw it out anyways. He might as well Dirty Rat now while you have time.
Yeah, I can see that. Both players have very little to do. Given that Nightgod isn't going to play a minion, I think he's made that clear until one of the brawls has gone.
Another
or at least not a meaningful minion.
Hamster's going to get swarmed down by 2 attack minions. This does not feel good. Well, it's good for us. It's good for us. It's kind of, I mean, if Hamster eventually picks up his quest, this ends up being just a chicken fight, right? Both sides are kind of like, I don't want to put stuff on the field. I don't want to do X, Y, and Z because he might have brawl. But
Acolyte into Whirlwind, an actual use for his cards.
Yeah, so that's good as going to get.
Of course, the Whirlwind being used does mess up the Sleep with the Fishes for later, but he had to do something, right? He needs cards that aren't rubbish.
Well, if he, by whirlwinding, he picks up the second whirlwind from his deck. So the more cards you draw, the more you pick up the more you pick up the second copy.
Nothing's working. Oh, he's going to do it. That can't be right. It kills your own Acolyte.
You get the card from it, though.
Huh. Okay. Wow, that came down rather quickly.
You can get a 3-mana 1/4 that discovers a 3-mana 1/4 Silverback Patriarch. No, obviously you go for the Blood of Brave. There's very little choice here, I would say, because you could just get the Blood of Brave next turn and get the Sulfuras on the same turn. I don't like this. Sometimes people, they surprise me with the picks, and I have to reconsider. I just don't like this. I don't know if it makes much sense. I suppose what you can do is brawl to play Public Defender and then Sulfuras, but you can't actually Ragshot afterward?
Yeah.
I think you're better off clicking the Bloodhoof Brave.
Yeah, let's have a minion that does actually have an attack stat.
Like, the reason why you go for a lower cost minion is so you can fit it in, right? And I think that Bloodhoof Brave was already low enough where you could fit it in.
Yeah, I don't think he's in a massive super hurry. Like, he's got double brawl. This isn't going to be a super fast game, even if he wins or loses it. So,
well, even if
he's got time to develop a Bloodhoof Brave in this match.
Well, even if he is in a hurry, like, you can just do it with you can be in a hurry with a Bloodhoof Brave anyway, right? Like, did he really need to weave in warrior hero power and armor up? Is that necessary?
No, I'm with you. I think that was an error. Okay.
And if you had the Blushproof Brave, then he probably takes a little chunk off Karen here, and so you can finish off with Sulfuris. Yeah, I think you do attacking the Dirty Rat just in case you might. Now you have a 2 and 3 to hit phase or hit the Karen, and hitting Karen is kind of a big deal because you need to kill him in order to brawl. So that's the best or the second best option, depending on what you think.
Yeah, I'm just trying to plan ahead here. How he gets through this. So, Nygod's still got that double equality. He's still got N'Zoth to come. He's got... Anytime he wants a turn to repopulate a board, he's going to have one. He's obviously saving that for after brawls. One of those brawls will be designated to N'Zoth.
I think it's under Lay on Hands. I know that it's one of the... I know it's one of your healing, spells, or one of the few healing things in your deck, but your hand is just really garbage right now.
I found that playing Lay on Hands preemptively is surprisingly good, because when you actually need the cards later, you probably haven't got time to play the Lay on Hands.
Yeah.
So when you get a turn like this where it looks kind of garbage, I feel that Lay on Hands is actually really good.
And you are getting at least 5 healing, right? The thing is, you've played this Grimestreet Protector right now, you're just leading yourself in the brawl, and without anything to refill the board with, it ends up being really good for your opponent.
Yeah, you feel like you're giving up the tempo when you play Lay on Hands, but again, the truth of the matter is that you're actually giving up more tempo later when you have to Lay on Hands and you can't play anything afterwards. So that would have been a good spot to do it. But
Nygod wants to have a Divine Shield win, does not get it. And in fact, oh my god, the King of Brawls. The King of Brawls.
And this is exactly how the match went earlier, where the Armorsmith won the brawl.
Step aside,
and suddenly a surprise 8 to the face, though, in that game actually won it for X-Hope in the end. And I think it was the exact same health total as well. I think it was 17 then as well.
I was gonna say, step aside, Armorsmith. The new King of Brawls is the Dirty Rat. Oh my goodness. This guy. It's every time.
Yeah, and I mean, this sequence of plays is really, really similar to earlier.
Lay on Hands will help Nygod, heal from a rag shot, but like, say for instance this rag shot hits the rag. Now Lay on Hands doesn't do anything, and you have to do it, and you don't have the tempo. This ends up being okay still for Hamster.
Silence it. You save your silence for Tyrion, but yeah.
You're just gonna execute this guy.
Rip guy.
Had to face tank 8, and Nygod gets a better heal, but that's what you gotta do. And all of these Fireworks in hand, I mean, they're okay. They're reasonable. You get to start taking out some of the smaller dudes, including the actual dudes, the Silverhand recruits.
And this is exactly what I was saying. Okay, so the Silverhand, the Ivory Knight saves it. I was going to say about the Lay on Hands, it's what I was saying earlier, where you end up playing it when you don't really want to later just because you have to, rather than having the cards in advance preemptively. It was almost that exact situation.
Dino Size. What is... Actually, all of these are pretty reasonable. Dino Size is really good because it can't get killed by a rag shot.
Yeah.
But Humility is nice to save you some of the damage on the field. And finally...
Silver Moon Portal.
Yeah, the Silver Moon Portal is nice because it makes another minion and obviously helps you trade with the other ones. But the Curator is really massive here. Also, this rag shot is... being able to kill Iron Knight is nice because now he has board control, and having board control means that he can get rag shots to the face. And if Nygod has to spend time clearing the board, he's not developing his own board.
Yeah, and everything looking pretty difficult for Nygod.
Nice Lay on Hands you got there.
Yeah, I mean, we said it. We called it in advance. It's like, why? Oh dear, this is just going to be really sad. I think you Spellbreaker this. Well, perhaps you don't. Perhaps you try and get rid of it another way.
Well, you could execute it.
You want to Spellbreak Tyrion because you don't want him to have the weapon, right? But also, he hasn't got Tyrion.
Tyrion could kill you. The weapon could kill you, but you have so many taunts that it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're doing so much damage. Like, you need Tyrion now or lose anyway with all this damage coming in.
Yeah, this preserves your Dirty Rat as well, so you get the extra 2 damage this way. You also get a minion on the board. Now this has to be almost certainly Quality Consecration. But you could just die if you just make a dude. So are you playing Quality Consecration, Forbidden Healing? You're losing 3 health essentially because the dude takes the axe sometimes.
Nygod's getting more and more confused. I think he forgot that Spellbreaker existed in that deck. He looked really shocked at himself when it came out.
I think he's just really regretting not playing Leon Hens earlier. He's like, oh, this is why I should have done that instead of doing whatever I did.
Yeah, it's not obvious the first few times you play the deck, but after a bit of play, it's like, this always ends up stuck in my hand, and I've got to find a different spot to play it where the board's in a kind of neutral state and it's not going to make anything better or worse while we're waiting for brawls to happen. And it's looking really, really grim for Nygod here, in case that wasn't obvious. Like, he just can't find a way to... I think there's going to be a lethal shot next turn for Hamster, almost exactly, no matter what happens.
Well, for Forbidden Healings, let's see, he goes up to 18. So he's not quite dead at that point.
So this is the version where you end up just putting a load of stuff on the board, though, if you're a Hamster.
Oh, he's hero powering in Forbidden Healing. So now he's going to go up to 14, which means he's not dead no matter what. There's no rag shot to hit it. Are we going to see just the Drake come down? Looks like that's going to be the case.
Yeah. And that sets up lethal 3 different ways with the face, with... Oh, my goodness.
I'm thinking if there's any opportunity for a good Dirty Rat here, but I guess it's not really worth it to give your opponent time to put minions on the board.
Of course, he has the second weapon in hand. He can even put Nygod down to 3.
This is just really sad. I think that Nygod loses.
I think you're right. I think Hamster's going to take this, and he's still in with a chance.
I'm trying to think. I don't think there's a single thing that Nygod can do, right? Because if he plays the Aldor plus the Stonehill Defender, like, he's going to make a 1/3. So that's lethal, because he gets to execute, he gets to fire War Axe. He gets to just fire War Axe in the face, for God's sake. Like, he doesn't even need the rag shot.
Newfangled shenanigans. We don't need your silly new cards. Oh, we can do it this way as well. How would you like to do it, sir?
Yeah. And that's going to be...
Hamster goes to 2 and 4. Nygod goes to 3-3. And Hamster plays Rain next, who is on 3-3. He could go to that score. And Nygod plays Jason Zhou, so one of those is going to lose. We should put 2 people on 3-3. And if one of those people is Nygod, I think that Hamster would have it on head-to-head.
Well, Nygod's already 3-3.
Yeah, so, but if he loses to Jason Zhou, he'll still be 3-3. Jason Zhou will go to 4.
Wait, what?
Dog will be on 4.
What?
Well, 3-4.
Yeah, 3-4. I was gonna say, like, how do you go from 3-3 to 3-3 after you lose?
Yeah, so Nygod would go to 3-4. Jason Zhou would be through. Dog would be through. Trunks would be through. Rain would be 3-4, and Hamster would be 3-4, and he would have beaten the other 2 3-4s.
Wait.
So I think if Jason Zhou wins and
Rain...
Hamster beats Rain... Alright, so Trunks is on 5 and 1, so we can forget Trunks. Dog is 4 and 2, we can forget Dog. Black Magic is 1 and 4, we can forget Black Magic. So Nygod, Jason Zhou...
Who plays
play
Jason Zhou?
each other. Nygod.
Right, so why are you talking about Rain? Who does Rain play?
Rain plays Hamster.
Right, so if Rain beats Hamster, then he's in. If
Hamster beats Rain, he's on 3 and Rain's on 3. And then Nygod and Jason Zhou are playing, so one of those will be on 3 as well. So Hamster can still go through.
The fact that Jason Zhou and Nygod are playing each other is really good for Rain, because if Rain wins, then he's in, because those two
Right,
knock
that
each
as
other
well,
out.
yeah. So the Hamster Rain match will guarantee Rain through that way. But also, if Jason Zhou beats Nygod, the people on 3, if Hamster won, would be Hamster, Nygod, and Rain, and Hamster will have beaten them both, which I think will put him through.
All right, well,
so lots of permutations, and surely they will let us show those 2 matches.
Right. We will try. We'll try to make sure of our math here during the break, but we'll be back right after this, guys.
OTK 或者让你险境黄生逆转等等。
安格洛这个版本，我最喜欢的一张牌可能就是战士的那个任务城。
战士的任务卡，
火雨之心，因为它可以让战士具有反攻能力，就跟之前玩的那种豪战一只苟活的思路不太一样了。
感觉这张卡改变了防战很多劣势对决。
现在的战士虽然他前期需要防守，但是他后期有进攻，这样就决策点会更多一点，能攻能守嘛，所以我就特别喜欢这张牌。
勇闯安格洛版本我最喜欢就是盗贼的任务城卡吧。盗贼的任务卡，探索地下洞穴，它所有的随从都能变成55，而且还有配合各种暗影步之类的，非常有意思。
它带活了一整个卡组，所以说我喜欢这张卡。
任务贼这套牌就是特别的灵活，然后也很需要大局观。我觉得就是这种卡组很考验操作嘛。
安格洛里面我最喜欢的一张卡是远古雕纹。
远古雕纹，法师那个雕纹，我觉得这张卡就特别有意思，而且我觉得这张卡很强，帮助法师快速的做完任务，而且他发现那张法术可以减2费，可以非常低费的打出来，
能让法师后面的费用变得更加灵活，然后也能让一些非常厉害的法术在更低费的时候就可以起到它的效果。
勇闯安格洛里，我最喜欢的卡牌可能是开拓者伊利斯。
开拓者伊利斯，因为它的特效。
现在我们不光在游戏外可以给自己卡牌收藏，每盘游戏之中我们还可以开新的卡包，给自己带来惊喜。我觉得这张卡非常棒。
新版本我最喜欢的话应该是王爵德吧。
暴龙王爵德出场效果很酷炫，然后他的技能效果也很酷炫。就属于一个打你一群的那种，就感觉看起来很爽。
勇闯安格洛里边非常喜欢的卡牌应该是杀手蟹了，
海盗杀手蟹，因为我之前觉得海盗卡组确实，对我来说不是那么的让我喜欢。
上个版本的毒瘤海盗战被一张杀手蟹几乎打的是天崩地裂的，
然后这次确实出了海盗杀手蟹，我觉得我挺喜欢它的。
我最喜欢安格洛的一张牌叫凶恶的雏龙，因为这张牌的话。在打脸的时候，它如果能触发一个风怒，能形成一个2次进化。这张卡到一个中期3费4费的时候，可能是形成一个战场，战场以后它是一个滚雪球的效应，会无限变大。
勇闯安格洛，我最喜欢的单卡应该是萨满的5费 AOE 这个熔岩喷发。因为这张卡感觉大家都低估了它的那个质量，就是在我使用这张单卡的时候，发现这张卡作为 AOE 就要比闪电风暴以及元素毁灭更强力一些，而且它是以随送的血量为基数单位的，所以说感觉更容易达到清场效果。
安格洛里我可能最喜欢的就是那张5费8-8的多头蛇了，因为那张卡在速攻体系里非常的强大。
哦，我印象最深的一张卡就是那个蜗牛，因为我记得我在开包的时候开到了很多小蜗牛，然后我看它的卡牌描述是好像是什么我要一步一步往上爬那样的，就印象很深刻。
在现在安格洛的版本里，我最喜欢的一张卡牌是一个中立的野兽547的一个双头的大雕，因为我刚刚看完了新版的《射雕英雄传》，我觉得这个大雕能够勾起我在这个电视剧里的回忆，让我感觉到很开心。
朋友，全民实力赛报名又开始了，即刻登录官网在线申请，展现你的个人魅力，结交实力相当的对手。快来吧，少年！记得带上你的朋友们，参加全民实力赛。2017全民实力赛春季赛火热报名中。
猛犸年来了，我们去勇闯安格洛吧！嘘，别出声，嘿嘿，这话不错。2017双人线开赛来了，16位知名选手协办参赛。我很好奇那一盘会是谁呢？技术和才艺如何？有趣的进化，变化莫测，看谁才是天选之人。 关注暴雪游戏频道，为你喜欢的选手点赞。就在4月21日，双人线开赛。来和我喝一杯。
元素之灵，指引我吧。时间不多了。
It's good to see you. Pull up a chair by the heart.
欢迎回来，欢迎收看由我。
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the China Spring Championship. This is the tournament that determines the 4 Chinese representatives at the Global Spring Championship Games, and we have our customary change of Chinese casters, though a bit different from yesterday.
They're looking very coordinated there. We should do that more often ourselves.
I think we have... No, we're not getting paid. That's okay. We have Valera on the left side, not the actual Valera, but yeah. And Richard Knight in the center. And I am totally blanking on the guy on the right. He was in BlizzCon the same year that Zoro was. Oh my goodness. It's been a while since he's done anything. He's also lost a little bit of weight, it looks like.
Sounds like me. Well, the first part. Anyway.
About going to BlizzCon?
The middle part. The bit where it's a long time since I did anything.
Oh, Love CX. Love CX, that's right. That's his name.
Love CX? My goodness. There's a guy that used to exist.
Apparently still exists as a caster. He's been reincarnated in caster form.
Hopefully he doesn't watch English VODs. Anyway. Yeah, he was around for a long time doing quite a bit of stuff, like you say, Team Story, and he did appear at BlizzCon. So he knows what it's like to get through one of these events. Although, I don't think they've ever had the round robin 8-man thing. I think it's working out really well.
I don't think he's ever played seven round robin matches that are best of 7. That's kind of insane. Look at Jason Joe. He's gonna die. Please help that man. Usually it's just good old smug Jason Joe. But today...
I think it's killing him.
He's a broken man. He's like, I know, like the NetEase and Neo TV, it's like, we know you're so smug, Jason Joe. We think you think you can do it all, huh? Well, try this. And they just concoct this evil plan to just break him. 7 rounds of best of 7 Hearthstone over 2 days. Let's see if we can handle this.
See if he die at the end of it.
Oh my! And look at his opponent. Nygod just can't handle it.
Jason Joe has had a bit of a break. Nygod's just finished playing a grueling series, and now he's straight back into it. And the good news for all concerned when it comes to casters and maths, that the winner of this goes through.
By the way, a surprising number of people are from Shanghai. Both of these players are apparently from Shanghai.
Okay.
Which is interesting. I don't know.
Why is it surprising?
It just seems like the majority of Hearthstone players in China.
It's in China.
Right, but not everyone from a country is from a certain city. I don't know.
Sure.
Perhaps it's the opposite, right? You don't really have the opportunity if you aren't from Shanghai, so it's just kind of...
That's sort of what I was thinking, is like, if you're from Shanghai, you probably have all the setup required to Hearthstone well.
Yeah.
But I'm going to stop there before I say things that are wrong.
Just speculation.
Just speculation. But yeah, it all comes down to this one. For these two guys, the winner will go on to the Spring HCT Finals. They will also be in the China versus EU event, along with 4 players who will be chosen.
I can't help but say the last man literally standing is going to go to HCT Global Championship.
The last man standing, the last man who is capable of raising a fight will go through. The EU's lineup, by the way, for that event, the EU versus China, is Kalento, Orange, Pavel, Radu, Stanudachi, Super JJ, and Zigzo.
It's the same as last year, except for...
I missed one off. I've only written 7 down. And mystery player.
Pavel?
Kalento, Orange, Pavel, RDU, Stanudachi, JJ, Zigzo. I'm so sorry to the other player that I missed off there, because they're bound to be a very high-quality player.
It's the same as last year, except for instead of Life Coach, Osaka, and another player, they have, let's see, they have Pavel and Stanudachi and another player. Sensivka. Did you miss Sensivka?
I missed off Sivka. Yeah, the guy who's just been winning everything recently. So yeah, nobody important there.
Oh yes,
Sorry, Stan.
6-0 replaced someone from last year, because I don't remember being there with 6-0. Yeah, 6-0
Okay,
wasn't there last year.
so apart from the fact the team is entirely different, it's exactly the same as we're going into Pirate Warrior versus Druid, and I'm getting facetious in my old age.
There's a very good chance, by the way, that the winner of this is in and the loser is out.
Right, that's the winner is in. That's a thing that happens.
Oh, okay. The winner is in. The loser is likely out, but possible they somehow finagle their
Yeah,
winner.
yeah, let's go with that. That's good. I like it. I think the loser might be 50-50 depending who wins the other match, but we'll look into that at the time. The winner is in on 4 and 3.
Was Nygod the player that didn't attack face with patches? Did he learn his lesson from last game? Or are we casting a different player?
I don't know anymore. No, this is the same player we just cast. This is the
But I mean,
modified totems.
Right, but was it 2 matches ago? Is what I'm wondering.
I haven't got a clue.
Because remember, he didn't attack face with patches. I suppose he's gone over it. Maybe his teammate just yelled at him. It's like, I don't care what else. Anything else doesn't matter. Just attack face with patches. Just do it.
Do you happen to have the dates? It's being asked in chat for EU versus China handy. Do you happen to know them?
It's pretty soon, which I would know because I haven't gotten hired to do it, apparently. It is... start date May 4th, end date May 14th.
Okay, so May the 4th be with you, EU. Taking on China.
Oh my goodness.
Jason Joe there, just showing that the problem he's going to have is that he has lost to somebody really important that I can't remember who it is, Hamster.
It was on the screen, but yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately I only read some of the Chinese. I actually worked out all the Chinese symbols and he beat Hamster according to that. That's good.
Well, Hamster's the only one with 4 symbols to his name. The other ones have the teams in it.
Yeah.
Trunks from Team Goku and Rain from Team Whirlwind.
I just remembered Hamster because there's like a symbol or a character or whatever you want to call it that looks like a gravestone, and I thought he was out of this tournament at the start of the day.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, you remember it any way you can?
So morbid.
I could actually just learn what it means instead. Anyway.
Jason Joe, by the way, is massively ahead in this game. The fact that Nygod is on turn 5 and he's done 1 damage to his opponent is a really big deal.
Yeah, he's got double Fell Rage in hand as well, has Jason Joe. Which is also a big deal. That's an extra 16 that's got to go through. I guess if anything's going to go wrong, it'll be over the next 2 turns where... Oh, never mind. Now you just develop Aya, right? And then you put up a 4-6 block the turn after.
Jason Joe, yeah, typically you do that, but this is a little bit different. Usually the reason why you go for Aya first is because that is the only way you win, right? The only way you win is if you play a greedy game and you barely hold on. Whereas Jason Joe's in a little bit of a different spot. He's allowed to say, I am so far ahead that I just need to, go for the best chance of, bringing my percentage. He's not bringing his percentage from 5% to 20%. He's bringing his percentage from 60% to 80% or more. And
so where most people say things are safe, that's actually the thing this time. It's what most people call safe.
Right, exactly.
Whereas normally what most people call safe can actually be dangerous, and it all gets confusing, and we try to talk about it and mess it up.
Yeah, usually against Pirate Warrior, safe is wrong. You want to go for the very risky play because that's the only way you're going to win. In this case, now that he's ahead, he needs to actually go for that safe play.
Yeah, and I can't see how this goes wrong for him anytime soon. Burgley Bully Wrath looks like the safe play this time around.
Yep, seems like it. Or I could just draw a card.
Now you've got Fandor, you might want to... Actually, you might Fandor, you might even Fell Rage, You gain 5 armor and kill the Phoenix, effectively.
Yeah, but you don't take any damage this way, and you could just gain both Feral Rages, and you probably have board control anyway.
Sure.
And there's an Earthen Scales. I think this one's very, very over. Which is not really something you can say for the Druid... to the Druid's favor by turn 7. Usually they're barely holding on at this point, and then it gets to turn 10, and then they're like, okay, there's like 8 taunts in the way. They've finally done it. But Jason Cho from basically turn 1 has had this one. While we were looking away and talking about the standings, I think he had like Coin Enervate Jade Spear or something like that, and no turn 2 play for Nigod.
Totally distracted by the Panda there. All the others have had the number 1 written on them. That one had number 4, so that was like Super Panda. As you can see, my interest in this particular one game of Hearthstone, because Jason Joe is so far in front, has waned very slightly.
Just a tad bit. Jason Joe could have just raised at this point. He can go double fail rage at the face, and then Nigod would have to trade with him.
It's a big deal because this is like a bonus win for the Druid. It's pretty underdog in this game, so winning this is okay. Although I don't think it's as underdog as people make out, especially with a double feral and the Ancient of War. But it's still a hard matchup when it's not in your control for the large part. If the Pirates does its thing, you just lose, and then you lose some other games as well.
I would say it's like 1.5 wins for the Druid. The thing is, Druid could have won against anything, right? If Naga just picked a different deck and Jason Joe had Druid against that would have been nice. So the fact that it wins against Pirate Warrior, I guess there's just kind of like the psychological effect, right? That the Druid was able to get the win, and the fact that this was supposed to be a win for Nigod because he picked it correctly.
Yeah, exactly. And 1-0 to Jason Joe, and he... As we were saying at the start, it's been a long old day, and actually being that 1-0 up could... I don't like the psychological thing in Hearthstone when people say, oh, look, he's going to be more likely to win because he's won now. But I feel actually that the pickup from going 1-0 up here when they're so tired might actually be relevant.
Yeah. I know I'm feeling the fatigue because I'm kind of reluctant to admit this, but whenever I watch Hearthstone, either I'm watching in 2 times speed on YouTube, and by the way, Nigod finally concedes. Whenever I'm watching Hearthstone, I'm either watching it really fast on YouTube, or if I'm watching on Twitch, I'm constantly pressing the right button, the right arrow key, right, just to skip ahead. Because if I know what the player's going to do, then he's just crossing his T's and dotting his I's and making sure it's not the worst play, then I don't need to waste time to do that. And I found myself just like reaching for the right key right now. I'm like, come on, I got to keep going, because I usually watch my Hearthstone in VODs. I usually watch in VODs for that very reason, because it's
turbo
hard
speed.
Yeah, just
you'll have to start multi-boxing your Hearthstone viewing.
I don't know. Usually there's only one like major event at a time. Though in this case, I would encourage the viewers to do so because HCG is on right now.
Oh, I've been trying not to mention that. Yeah, no, HCG is on right now. China obviously a big player in that event.
We're not going to tell people not to watch HCG. We're just telling them to watch both. We're telling you guys to watch both.
Multi-box, HCG. Japan played earlier. I don't know how they got on. I haven't checked any results.
No spoilers, please. Oh my god! Now that I said that, they're going to totally spoil it. Dang it.
Dang it. Foiled again. But China play again next week after...
I'm going to get Barbara Streisand. It's like, don't say it. Oh no. Then they just go nuts. Anyway, maybe because... This is actually a good thing that we have like lower viewers now. because because there's probably nicer people in here. Whereas when it's in the thousands, like it was yesterday, you get people who are immediately just like, oh, we're gonna spoil it. But anyway,
keep digging, D2. It'll be fine. Hunter versus Shaman.
Yeah, it's decent for Hunter, especially when you get a start like this.
And we've seen what this can do if it goes unchecked already once today.
Nygot immediately went for 1.1, and we haven't seen the punish yet, but finally is the case this time.
It is, but it's going to get some work done, and part of the deal here is not only is he going to get the work done, while you're hexing, this animal companion's going to get Houndmastered. So animal companion comes down, you have to hex the 6/4, and then next turn you Houndmaster the animal companion. And
that's pretty good.
You're calling it a punish, but it's still a whole bunch of damage going to go into the face over the next 2 turns.
Huffer was by far the worst there for
Jason
Joe, because you trade in. Yeah, your opponent gets to Houndmaster the Frog, but that's not as bad as Houndmastering Amisha. And now you've dealt with the Hyena, which, by the way, only costs 2 mana. And now you have to deal with this 6/6 bear hitting your face. Good girl, Misha.
Oh, and Jason Joe's favourite card, just make sure that things just keep coming back to life.
Dynamancy.
Yeah.
Except right
Dynamancy.
Except right now, you probably just want your steady shot since you're already ahead.
Yeah. Because now it doesn't do anything. Yeah.
Although right now you do have Rat Pack, so maybe you do go for it. Steady shot's really tempting here, but you could just Dynamancy now to set it for future, because you've seen one hex, right? And then just never mind. There's another hex. But if you do get the Dynamancy, it's just so annoying to deal with.
Right.
That we do see the Maelstrom Portal in hand.
But he's got tracking here, which will be a big deal. It means he's going to be able to find some gas. He might wait till next turn if he's looking for high main with it, but no, he's going with it for it straight away.
I
see what he can pull out.
Might have been better off, by the way, does get the high main potentially, or he could go for the nesting rock.
Or he could go for the kill command. All 3 are viable, depending how he wants to go with it.
Yeah,
I wasn't even joking. I don't think you take the kill command, but actually your opponent's on 14. 5's a chunk of 14.
Or he's on 12, isn't he?
Yes, because the 2/1/1s. Sure.
But that means you're hero powering. If your opponent barely holds on and plays Kalamos, if your opponent even plays Hot Spring Guardian, you're in a lot of trouble.
Okay, so you take the rock. I like it. You play this turn. Putting it in the middle. Weak against Meteor.
Don't think your opponent's playing Meteor, and I don't think you can discover it either. Well, Hex, Maelstrom Portal seems pretty good here. You need to start racing your opponent sometime.
Yep, seems good. You haven't got that long. So if you've got no heroes in hand, you've got plenty of stuff you can do. I don't see why not. Oh, is he going to double portal and trade in the 5/3 and then put his Flame Tongue in a really awkward position? This is weak against Unleash, right?
It is weak against Unleash. It's a bit better for Bloodlust. And you have the Hex for potential high main next turn, which Jason Joe could have in his hand, because the left side hasn't been played for a while.
And he's just tracking, although you saw he tracking for rock, actually, so that's...
Yeah, so Jason just considering this Dynamancy a dead card in his hand, just going to go ahead and get as much damage to face as he possibly can.
And to be fair, whenever he's had that Dynamancy in hand, he's sort of nodded sagely as if to say, yeah, this Dynamancy plan. I'm going to blame whoever's fault it was that I put this in my deck.
5 plus 12 is 17, if you consider that the Mana Worm gets bigger with the Bloodlust. I mean, everything gets bigger, but Mana Worm gets even bigger. No room to play.
Yeah.
No room to play this Blaze Caller. You can just play on the left and just get the damage in. I think that's probably your best way to win, right? You play that on the left. That's an extra 8 damage that you can get the following turn. Along with the Bloodlust, you just have lethal. If your opponent doesn't kill you, obviously. And you want to save your minion on the board. If you're not facing Unleashed, then that's extra damage the following turn. So it's just looking most likely like you put the Blaze Caller on the left, Healing Totem and Mana Worm, take off the minions in the field because you don't want to die, and then the Timberwolf goes face. The one thing that Nygot's considering is, do I just die? Is it safer to hex one of my own minions? But yeah, this is his really only chance. If he just tries to delay the inevitable, then he's going to just
33% chance of unleash the doggies or kill command does not pick it up.
All right, if Jason Joe kills off the Flame Tongue Totem, there is 6, 7, 8, 9 if you include the Manworm getting bigger, 10 if you talk about the hexing something after it attacks in. 10 plus 12 is 22, or
yeah,
20,
you're probably
22.
right. I estimated because I'm
So you can double buff the Manworm if you hex your own guy. So yeah,
But
he's
this
off.
way he's just dead. Yeah. Because he went face.
Yeah.
He didn't do the thing we were talking about, so he just loses.
Mm.
And it goes to 1 game all in this spot decider for whoever's going to go to the Spring Championship to HCT. We don't know where yet, so we can't say in the Bahamas because it's probably not there, but it might be.
I was kind of hoping that the hex would have been exactly though. He ended up being 1 over because of the cute hex play making his Manworm bigger. But that would have been really funny.
Could have gone spot the lethals in future editions of this show.
Yeah, I was actually sad that he wasn't exactly at the amount that he needed to be at, but it's kind of funny.
I like the one where you have to bounce the Wrath of Air Totem to your hand so you can play 2 of them. That's the best spot the lethal.
I hate spot the lethals in those situations because they don't make sense in the context of a normal Hearthstone game, right? Like, I like spot the lethals where it actually matters and you're actually playing real Hearthstone, like things that could actually happen in a real game.
That's old. That's an old person way of thinking. I should know these things. I'm a kid. Okay. You're traditional already. Hankering for the olden days. 1 game all. The olden days feel like the start of the day.
By the way, I was thinking about, I was kind of in the lethal on the one side. Was it better to kill the Flame Tongue Totem, or did he need to just go for the face there? Because if your opponent doesn't have Bloodlust and he just plays the Calamos the following turn, then you die the following turn anyway, I think, right?
He had a lot of outs.
Or not Calamos, if he just played like some other big minion.
Yeah, he had like 33% outs according to the Chinese stats, which I don't know if they were right or not because that seems high. But he had a lot of outs because he had 2 dogs and 1 kill command.
He did tracking, so he didn't have many cards left in his deck since he tracking. So
right, he had to weigh up whether he thought that 33% or whatever it would have become, 36 or something probably, whether that number was higher than the chance of the opponent having Kalimos kill or rolling a Taunt Totem probably as well.
The other thing is that he didn't necessarily have lethal even if he just hit the face, right? Because his opponent gets a taunt and he can't get through that.
Right, so he still needed that out anyway.
Yeah, so
probably, it's
yeah.
kind of close because he did have a second axe in whatever.
You typically don't want to assume the player is wrong, but I think, judging all sides, I think that it probably would have been better to kill the Flame Tongue. Anyway, all aside, we have this particular matchup where both players are trying to smork, which sometimes leads to a lot of trading, strangely enough.
Yeah, oddly enough, because you're trying to get your smorkers to get a free run at the enemy's face. And so, like you say, sometimes that means you have to actually trade. Wow. That really was a trade. The reason I don't like this play is because... Oh, he's got to upgrade, I guess. Yeah, it's probably fine. Okay, I'll backtrack. Just means that your development's a bit strange now.
Yeah, he'd really like to have some sort of true drop. The perfect card next turn for Nygod would be the Bloodsoul Raider. Because
Well, he'd also like to be able to attack a 3 health minion this turn, right? Without having to mess around with the upgrade and then missing something, etc.
Yeah, and those guys can get pretty annoying, especially with Crackling Razor Maw potentially in hand. Here is the South Sea Captain, which will pull out Patches.
Which is super relevant, actually.
And the question is, do you go face with Patches? Do you trade into the Rat Pack with Patches?
And yeah, this is the punish, if you like, for his play last turn. In that he doesn't have a weapon charge to throw around now. Okay, he's not facing down a 1/1 minion, but he's got far less options because he wants to play this upgrade to keep his weapon alive, but he can't because he wants to spend 3 mana doing a thing.
But also, if he killed the Rat Pack with his weapon this turn, say this is his first charge, if he kills the Rat Pack, then he's leaving 3/1/1s on the table, so that's kind of problematic as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's necessarily a mistake, just that it was interesting, it was different. I'm not sure I liked it, but yep, he's going this way, and I think you just go face because you don't really want to bump into the rats. I guess you can't miss the Houndmaster. Yes, you can, because it's turn 2. My goodness.
And they've already used the coin.
I guess you can't miss the Razormaw going +3 attack. Because you haven't got a way of killing 5/1/1s as Pirate Warrior.
So this is an interesting pickup here for Jason Joe. This allows him potentially to go for that Razormaw like you mentioned. Going for the Pantry Spider, it just doesn't feel too good considering it doesn't really trade well with much stuff. It trades for the little guys, but none of them are little if you're facing down the South Sea Captain.
I was going to say, I like the Deadly Shot here.
Oh, okay.
You've still got the kill command if he plays Frothing Berserker next turn.
Mm.
And if he hasn't, you've just used your Deadly Shot on probably the second or third biggest, most important minion in their deck.
Look at this play.
Yeah, this is the play that he wanted to get going last turn and just didn't have the mana for, basically. This turns this game around. Now he can start just smashing some faces in.
God, look at that weapon. It's a 5/2. It's going to be a 6/3 next turn. That was a Fiery Horax. What is going on? Anyway, has to use the kill command. Looks like we're having a raging battle in chat about the last game, but that's okay. We're going to stay above the fray and smack the face for... Let's see, 13 damage this turn. Oh my goodness. Hunter thought it was going to smoke.
Developing the Phoenix here, by the way. Just point of interest, he's going to smoke face. But I think you make the Phoenix and kill a guy. You protect your 3/3 and develop another one. And you've still got the 4 charge in hand for next turn.
Right, but you get the 4 charge now. And then maybe you get the 4 charge again. So.
But now your 3/3 dies, so that's 3 damage gone already.
Well, if your opponent doesn't taunt right now, you have lethal with the 4, 3, and 6, so. Or sorry, 4, 2, and 6.
I don't think it's particularly terrible. I just feel that you can set up lethal the other way and have more things on board. But yeah, it's not going to make a difference either way. I don't feel.
All right, so he needs to go for taunt right now. He's almost certain of it, and that is not taunt.
It's Wind Fury, which is kind of concede mode.
Yep.
And that's going to be the damage exactly on the number. In fact, exactly on the number. You choose to go 1 less if you want, but you probably don't want to do that. 2-1 to Nygard. Best of 7 to see who goes to wherever the Bahamas is this year.
I believe it's China.
Oh, you think they're actually playing in China?
Yes.
Interesting.
So
That would be
it's kind of a big deal to go to this year's global championship because you're playing. It's like a hometown championship.
Oh, you mean the final, like the 2018 final for 2017 will be in China?
Huh?
So there's a spring championship. Where
No, I think the spring championship is going to be in China. That's what I've heard rumors.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
So that's why this is particularly important for the Chinese players to qualify for.
Right, I see. That would make a lot of sense.
So, yeah, important for both of these players. This is an immensely important match. Like we mentioned before, the winner does go to the HCT Global Championship for spring, I should say. And, yeah, Nayagod takes that 2-1 lead. Pretty crazy when you completely outsmork a Hunter. That's the thing. If you get your massive amounts of just, crazy pirate stuff going, obviously you kill anything, including Hunter. But
yes.
that aside, sometimes Hunter just has too much stuff on the board for you to deal with. This is an interesting matchup because it's almost always completely one-sided. Because Hunter is notorious, I should say, for extending a lead and also notorious for not being able to come back from a deficit. You combine those two things together and one side typically just crushes the other.
Yeah, quite often one guy going first, which hasn't happened here, just goes alley cat into scavenging hyena, and that's the end of the game. Because your opponent makes a play, and you kill that, and your hyena gets bigger, and then they make a play to try and stop it, and you play a Razormaw and make your hyena indestructible, and you just win.
But even throughout the history of Hearthstone, even when scavenging hyena wasn't a minion that you played, it was still, this matchup was still vastly favored for whoever got the early lead, because you just can't come back once you've taken all this damage.
Yeah,
you're spending all your turns trading, and they're spending all their turns just hitting face, and they don't really care if they take bad trades.
Yeah, the only way you tend to come back in the real world is usually if you get a high main down and they sort of whiff a couple of times and have to play 1-drops.
Well, speaking of high main, comes out here for Jason Joe. And Jason has an interesting decision. He can just start buffing up his hyena right now, but it wouldn't be big enough. So it looks like he's going to go for the Crackling Razor Maul once more on this Jewel Macaw, who is getting pretty buff. He's pretty crackling.
I wonder how his beast buffing will go in this particular game. It might be a lot more valuable in this than it has been in some of the other matches.
Right. With the Hunter, just getting those value trades is really important. Even though eventually you do want to kill your opponent quicker. And the Steady Shot can be very valuable. But if you're not close enough, you're probably better off going for the Dynamancy. Just get the plants. And I'm curious if he just attacks face here. If he attacks into the Rat Pack, are you going to get punished by Unleash? You kind of are.
Yeah, I think you're in a stronger position than risking that if you just go face here. Because how does your opponent deal with these 2 health minions in one turn? Remembering that you can start buffing them next turn. Oh, this is one way of doing it. Okay, that's fine.
So he trades his larger minion so that he just gets a more annoying board.
Yeah. Yeah, this is absolutely fine, I think. It's guaranteed to leave something over.
If he went the other way, he could have had a 3-2, a 3-2, and a 2 and 2 1-1s. And your opponent has a 1-1.
But then you're weak to Unleash.
Yeah, but Unleash is kind of okay because you just develop the next turn and you're ahead and you keep your lead as far as initiative is concerned.
I think because he has Hyena, I think he wants to be the one making the trading though. So not letting Unleash happen means that you're the one in charge of some of the trades.
Maybe this is a bait, right? Because if the 1-1 trades
Yeah.
into 2-1, and then he has the 2-1-1s and he makes his Hyena bigger, so perhaps that's what he's thinking. He just baits his opponent.
Yeah, that's how it feels right now. Oh my goodness. And it's worked as well.
Yeah.
This is going to be absolutely disgusting. And he's played for this. Yeah, we've got to give him the credit where it's due. He made that play.
Oh no, but they're plants though. That's the problem. They're plants. So he baited successfully onto his other minion. I'm surprised he hasn't gone for Dynamancy. He doesn't have that much of a lead quite yet, and being able to buff your minions is kind of a big deal.
He hasn't really been able to find the time to do it. Whether there was the time, I don't know, but he's struggled to have the time.
I mean, it would be pretty nice right now, right? Because you can buff your Hyena out of range. You can play the Kindly Grandmother. He can still do it. He can still just Dynamancy buff his Hyena. But then you're running into a host of problems like the Tundra Rhino on your opponent's side.
Yeah, trying to work out how he can get his Tundra Rhino to stick here. Maybe it's Dynamancy time. Or maybe you just play Grandmother and kill command is 3-3 and all the trades turn out quite nicely.
Well, his Tundra Rhino ends up working out fine, right? Because you're forcing a trade into your own Hyena. If Nightgod wants to come back with his own Tundra Rhino, then if he kills the Tundra Rhino, the Hyena gets bigger, so that's really a no-go. So yeah, playing his own Tundra Rhino probably works out here. And then he has his own... Oh, he's going to kill it off. That's surprising to me. I was expecting just to go face and then have 2 really big threats on the board.
Right. It's quite difficult to remove both of these, which is really, really good, though, for Jason Joe, because you can see why. Either the Hyena gets impossibly big, or the Tundra Rhino wins and you start getting beaten down by a Savannah Highmane flying across the air.
The thing is, I feel like he could have had that same situation, but still gone face. Right, if he goes face, like,
Yeah.
how do you deal with both?
But then his Tundra Rhino then hurts you, because you get to run in your 1/1s into his...
This is his opportunity to clear the whole board. If he gets poisonous or +1/+1, does get the +1/+1, that's all he really needs. Or just 3 tech, whichever.
Yeah, he clears the other way as well, because he plays the Tundra Rhino, and then puts both into the opposing Tundra Rhino, and then he puts the proc 1/1s into the Hyena. No, that doesn't work. Okay, sure. I can't do numbers. I should shut up.
Yeah, I didn't really see an opportunity for that unless he rolled the Huffer, but Jason Joe gets the first Highmane down, losing on the board at the moment, but he does get the smack into the face, right? Because he got the first Highmane down, he gets to hit Nightgod in the face, and Nightgod now has to clear the Highmane of Jason Joe, and not the other way around. This is actually not too bad. I'm forgetting the name of this card because it's never actually played. The 3/5 that only gets attacked when you attack.
Yeah, it was played in somebody's deck, which turned out to be a troll. I think Zalay put it in a deck just to see if people would copy it, and a lot of people did.
I don't even know what set that is. Is that Gadgetzin? Is that before Gadgetzin? Is that Old Gods? I don't even know. Oh my goodness.
I can't remember. it's got to be Old Gods.
I think it's 2 sets ago. Yeah, I think
it's
Old
definitely
Gods.
old. Okay, so the damage coming in from the high main, like you said, and this changes it a little bit, I think.
The Houndmaster? The Houndmaster, yeah, you could Houndmaster and go face and then play the Ironford Grizzly behind it.
How does Tundra Rhino into Grandmother work here? And then you trade, and then all the things that proc out your death rattles then can also, yeah, here we go. He's going to do this. This is fun. This kills a lot of stuff. I just don't know how much stuff.
He clears the board, I believe. Because he can attack the high main in, and the 1/1 goes into the 1/1, and then the 2/2 and the 3/2 go into the other minion.
Yeah, there's loads of ways of doing this that are really, really good, and that's what he's going to do.
So, but as amazing as this is, he still gives his opponent the ability to just develop on the board and clear off the Tundra Rhino with just 0 mana. This is a really
the
big...
difference is now that Jason Joe has nothing in hand, and Nygod has still high main and stuff.
I think he should Dynamancy right now. I don't think he should Hero
I think
Power.
he should as well, because he's finally managed to get the board, and this is going to be the last chance he gets to get the board. I guess maybe next turn he can Dynamancy.
Thing is, if he Dynamancy'd and buffed something now, he could buff it again next turn, which is a really big deal. I just feel like he needs the board to finish out this game. He's not going to just Hero Power his opponent to death, even if with a kill command.
This is a tricky turn. There's so many ways of playing this now.
Yeah, on the side of Nygod, it's like you said, really tricky.
The obvious option is high main Hero Power, take a beating for 1 turn, and then next turn your mana works out lovely.
I think the double 3/3, the double 3 drops works well here because it's unlikely that this hyena gets too big.
Right.
And then you can Houndmaster and allow yourself to trade well.
And the other thing you pick up next turn as well will probably cost 3 or less. Then your high main doesn't get used, but it just comes down eventually and hits them. Okay, he's gone this way in the end. It was really interesting decision, that one. But maybe he decided if he doesn't play the high main now, it never gets played when you actually sort of extrapolate forward 3 or 4 turns.
Right, but I'd rather just win the game rather than worry about whether the high main gets played. Well, Jason Joe's decision to use the Hero Power last turn, I suppose, is working out for him because now he gets the Huffer to his name. It's so much damage to face that I don't see a reason to trade. If you're trading here, like, yeah, you get your hyena bigger. Okay, he's just gonna get the extra 1 damage, so he's just getting maximum damage to face. Okay, and now he gets the Hero Power. Now he's just lethal next turn. Okay, this is the best way to go about it. So yeah, he did do what I said. He just made sure to get the most damage to face as possible.
Yeah, whereas the other way would have protected against that with the taunts. Whether it had been enough, I don't know, but that's
it.
Pretty much, yeah. Just to see if there's anything absolutely ridiculous we've missed.
Well,
the ridiculous
it's
wins
lethal
usually,
or not.
Yeah.
It's lethal or it's not.
Tundra Rhino and Hyena in your hand. That's the only way you usually get these really crazy wins. Or Razormaw, Tundra Rhino and Hyena. That's where you can do like 36 in a turn and stuff like that. Just nuts happens. Okay. 2-2.
I'm still perplexed as to the use of Dynamancy in the deck. Perhaps he just got it from one of his teammates. Because he just isn't using it.
Yeah.
And he's played a variety of matchups.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him play over the course of 2 days. I think we saw him in one game where it looked like he was going to win him the game, and then it didn't. And every time he picks it up, there's sort of this even more smug little smirk comes across his face. If say, yeah, I don't know why this is my deck either anymore.
I think he would have won if he had played it, by the way. Even though the taunts would have come in the way. But, well, ends up getting in there at the end on the back of good old Huffer. Paladin and Warrior left over for him, going against the Hunter and Paladin. So obviously Paladin, that... Sorry, what?
You spat out the word paladin as if... Were you thinking about another paladin best of 7, by any chance? It was like, paladin. Huh.
I was transitioning to the next thing I was going to say. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I interrupted your transition.
My Americanese is a bit off. So anyway, I was looking at the matchups. We're going to start off with the Hunter versus Paladin. I was just looking at who was favored from this spot, but getting to get the Hunter into the Paladin is very nice here for Nygod. And it begs the question, if he was going to play Hunter... I guess the Hunter was not as good against the Warrior, and it's better against the Paladin, so it's basically just a coin flip as far as, you know, what you feel like your opponent's going to go for.
Yeah, Conquest pick order is something I very much steer away from if I can possibly help it, because it usually makes no difference whatsoever. Do you pyro coin here?
You might need to save pyro for equality later. I think it's probably better to
Doomsayer and close your eyes instead.
Yeah. Kill command's really one of the only things that deals with this. Or Crackling Raisin Law.
Yeah, now do you play the rat pack anyway? Here's the next question, because you've got the hyena in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, this makes sense because you have your turn 4, you have your turn 5, and you don't want to get behind the board at any point, and this helps you not do that.
And now he gets the coin play off. Nice ordering of everything. And he's actually going to end up with some sort of board out of it all, as well as the desperation clear. No getaway Kodo there. We haven't seen many getaway Kodos, given their 60% chances.
I was just looking to see if Jason Joe was going to pick eye for an eye, just to go against what he's been doing the last few days. But
wow, that's a burn. All right, taunt and not stabilized, but honestly looking pretty good here for the Paladin.
This is as good as you can get for the Paladin. Like, and everything in his deck is just, you know, one of the clunky minions that you want to be drawing off the top and not already be in your hand. His hand is absolutely perfect. Because you don't want the board sweepers, because you're sitting there thinking, well, I can't do it now, it's going to do the next turn. So getting just little things to deal with, you know, individual minions is the best way to go about it. Guess the Huffer, though, does Nygod, so that's really good for him, because he's able to really buff his Hyena. There is an Eldor to counter it, though.
Yeah, obviously it's only a soft counter, but it's a counter nonetheless. Especially when your opponent's down to 2 cards in hand, it's a bit more of a hard counter at that point, I guess.
Ooh.
Still no getaway Kodo, but
Noble Sacrifice is reasonable here. It's a big deal when you're dealing with a Hyena and potentially another big minion like a Highmane. I would imagine he goes for the get down and attacks into this Hyena. Since he doesn't have time to play the secret now, it doesn't really make sense to pick the Repentance.
Right, I agree. And in a minute, he's going to start drawing into all his big stuff, by the way. He's just drawn everything that costs 3 or less in this.
Speaking of drawing into big stuff.
Yeah, I think that might not be... I mean, it's obviously what you need to start off with, but it's not enough on its own. They need more stuff still.
You highly underestimate Big Daddy Highmane.
Maybe.
So, it's tempting to go for Ivory Knight here, but you kind of want to just get this Noble Sacrifice out. Jason just says, nope, just kidding. I think he's at 24, so if he dynasizes, he heals to full. He does get an extra, let's see, 2 healing by doing so. If he doesn't do, but it's also just tempting to go for the most reasonable card here, which is probably a Blessing of Kings. I don't think the Hammer
he's got
Wrath.
3 minions on board, so he should be good with that.
Okay, just goes for the Hammer Wrath. Sorry, got you off there, but
no, it's interesting. All 3 of those were valid choices. I thought Hammer of Wrath was the least likely because Blessing of Kings just seemed to solve a lot of the problems, but also Hammer of Wrath is very versatile, of course.
Yeah, I suppose in this situation, trying to deal with the Highmane means that he gets to draw a card while dealing with it if he buffs his Hydrologist. Whereas if he gets to kill the Highmane with the Hydrologist and the Hammer of Wrath, whereas if he buffed it, then they would just die anyway, so you might as well draw a card. But that's not always how things work in this situation.
Obviously, when Highmanes get Aldored, it becomes awkward because they're actually hard to kill for the player who owns the Highmane. They want to kill it off. And Jason Joe's in a really good spot here. But will he have an accident with the Big Daddy T-Rex?
Actually, that's not Swamp King Dread. For some reason I was thinking of Swamp King Dread for a moment, and the interaction potentially with Aldor. He's like follow the rules, and he just attacks them.
This is the one that if they're injured, then they die, which is actually something that this high main can set up. Just casually bump things over the next couple of turns, and just destroy them all. Could be kind of horrible.
And Nygo's thinking about what he should do here. It's more useful for this high main to start picking up the minions so he can, clear the way for the rest of his minions to go face here. But if he kills off the Hydrologist, then it just gives, another minion for your opponent to utilize to attack him with.
Yeah. And it is going to die next turn just by being injured, but like you say, if you don't kill it, it's a minion to attack. I think he's just making sure it's not a card you use, right? It's a warrior card. You're playing Hunter. It's not a card that's meant to live in this deck, so you've got to work out the new interactions really rapidly.
And Hero Power Pass as Hunter on turn 8 does not feel good in the slightest. Leon Hands comes into play here for Jason Joe, and this feels like the beginning of the end. And Jason Joe's probably just going to win the race at this point.
Yeah, getting to play out Leon Hands early, like we suggested earlier, was the time that you want to play it. Not even drawing a card off his Acolyte, just sticking it all into the face. So he's done some numbers, and he thinks he wins next turn. 6, 7, 8, 9, plus 4 is 13. He needed that one. Nah. He's got Hammer Wrath. He probably didn't need that one, actually, but whatever.
Well, Nygo doesn't really have the greatest of times with, charging Hyenas if he does play the Sundra Rhino, so probably time to go for his big 9-drop here.
Kills some things. OneOffLethal.com.
One off lethal indeed. Why am I not finding this card in Hearthstone? Not remembering the name of our Mr. 9-drop here.
It is King.
It's literally not in the Hearthhead right now.
It's just a play on King Crush. It's like King Beast. I don't know. I actually can't remember what it's called anymore. You're looking at the warrior cards, yeah?
Oh, I was looking at neutral cards. My mistake. It is King Mosh, yeah. King Mosh.
Crush, Mosh. I think that's where they get it from. Something like that.
Jason Joe is a little bit off lethal here. 2 off lethal.
Yeah, it's really annoying for him, so he's going to have to actually try and win over several turns, because having a 9-1 hanging about is where accidents can happen.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, just get rid of that, because he's got 12 in hand. He can win over 2 turns. Just don't have an accident with a 9-1.
Yeah, and Hunter obviously doesn't have healing. They have taunts, potentially, but you should be able to get that in the long run.
And he's ordered it such that his hammers will do the damage.
Yeah.
And that is going to put him 3-2 ahead on the step of going to the championships, the Spring HCT Championships.
Jason Joe envisioned this day, or envisioned this moment. He was like, okay, I picked the Hammer of Breath now, and 6 turns from now, I'm going to be raising him, and I can just lethal.
Yeah, I mean, perfect. That's what the cast is supposed to do, right? Is just say that. Jason Joe with Dynamancy Hunter is 1 game away, and the Hunter has won. He's just got his Warrior left, which I believe is Quest Warrior, but
it is.
My notes have given up at this point. Yep.
It is. Well, of course it's Quest Warrior. How else would he be able to disastrously dirty red every single time?
Oh, no.
Are we going to see another disastrous dirty red from Jason Joe?
It might be against a Paladin, and honestly, if Nygod's got much about him, he will be tempted to keep Tyrion in his opening hand. Honestly, I think that could be a match-winning play. Just keep Tyrion, let Jason play his rat, and just Tyrion him for a 3-turn. That's the end of the game.
And then Jason Joe doesn't draw the rat, and then you're like, what? No! Come on! The question is, does he keep the dirty rat? He just happens to have it so often in his hand. Is this something that he both keeps and decides to play early on? That would be interesting.
It's interesting. He just doesn't. He's just not scared to throw it out there every time. He's obviously done the maths and thinks it works out that way.
I love how you make it sound like he's just delusional. That's what he thinks.
He's praying already. It's like, please, no, not Tyrion turn 2.
Or he's just dying and coughing into his hand, just like blood coming out. One of the two.
It's not that bad, guys. It's only like giving my opponent 3 innovates head start. It could be worse.
All right, here we go. Paladin versus Warrior once again. Typically, this is such a weird matchup because it seems like Paladin's always winning. We've seen players come back from the brink in both sides, where it seemed like, oh, look like Warrior's done it, and then Paladin wins anyway, and it looks like Paladin stabilized and Warrior just wins. Or
yeah, I mean the match earlier with X-Hope and Ray, what a game that was. I mean, we thought that each of them had won about 4 times each.
This is not the hand that Nightgod was looking for, however. 668.
He's just sitting there going, yes, he's going to rat this lot, and he hasn't got the rat.
He did it on purpose.
I've got you now, Jason Joe.
And then he pulls the Elder Peacekeeper.
Just don't top deck rat, it could be disastrous. Top deck rat gone. No, you want to.
So this is an interesting part of this, playing against the Control Warrior, or the Taunt Warrior, the one running Battle Raids that we haven't seen in quite a while, where he probably not a good idea to attack the face so that they have to, or so that they can't get good Battle Rage value. Because if they get too high with the Armor Smith, then it's really hard to get back down, especially because you want to simultaneously get damage for the Battle Rage value, but you also want to get a lot of armor before you get the Sulfurous online. So Jason Joe's not going to want to purposely damage his face if it means that he's going to be too far low in the future, but he might have to. So yeah, I don't think you attack face with this Silver End Recruit. It's something that people haven't dealt with for a while because it's the last time you had to deal with it was Patron Warrior. But
Patron days, yeah, like you say, whether you armored up at all on turn 2 was often a thing for the Warrior in that deck. Sometimes you did, sometimes you didn't. Just because you wanted to stay at 29 health for the whole game. Yeah, Nightgod putting a lot of time into what to do here.
Elder Peacekeeper isn't the greatest tool in this matchup because you're turning 3 into 1 and 2 into 1. It's not that valuable.
And he didn't attack, but he didn't attack into the Armor Smith either, which is interesting to me. This is why, obviously.
Yeah, I don't think you really need to attack the Armor Smith, but not attacking face is a kind of big deal. Unless if your opponent's going out of the way, your opponent can just use their axe on the Elder Peacekeeper anyway if they have axe. So very little reason to attack with the Silver Hand Recruit into that. So Jason Joe, decision time. Do you go for? Okay, he goes for the relatively cheap one. The Stubborn Gastropod is a bit too weak, particularly against something like Consecration. So goes for the minion that potentially could be 3 mana. And it's time for Nightgod to play his own dirty bet.
Oops. That's not ended out too well for him either.
Well, you're denying the quest is a really big deal, right? And if you deny the quest one more turn, even if you lose tempo, if your opponent's 1 turn later on the quest, it's a big deal. Or for several turns later because they never end up drawing it. But Jason Joe says, I can draw 3 cards of Battle Rage just fine, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Dirty Rat! Dirty Rat, he drew it! Oh no! His biggest weakness.
Rat tonight.
It's Rat tonight.
It's like, just, wow. I hope he plays Dirty Rat at the Championships if he gets there.
By the way, oh my goodness, I can't believe... Nightgod, that's like one of 2 cards that is not playable in his entire
Yeah, I mean, the
deck.
rest of his deck must be all playable from this point, apart from maybe a second Ivory Knight.
Yeah. How? Like, that's just never lucky. But at least Jason Joe, at the very worst, is going to pull a 4/4.
If he plays it. If he plays the Rat. He's going to be turn 5. He's going to have better options, I think. Like Ali Armorsmith.
There is no better option than Dirty Rat. Let's be real here.
That is true.
Now he can Battle Rage. He can Battle Rage and Dirty Rat.
Oh my god.
It's happening.
Don't do it, Jason. We like you. Stop hurting yourself.
Cap Pride. Okay, anyway. Sorry.
Okay, so he's managed to fill up the board with some stuff. And there it is! There's the other Ivory Knight, the full house of complete garbage.
Well, it's good now. It's good now that he's at this point. You'd rather have this.
It'll be good on turn 16 when he can play 3 of these things at the same time with 16 mana, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't want to have a bunch of just nonsense. Right, he doesn't want to have a bunch of just like, you know,
Yeah.
a pyromancer and a consecration and some other stuff and hydrologists. He wants to have this stuff, right? At some point.
Jason has legit only done 2 parts of the quest as well, and so with all the joking I've been doing, he might actually have to play this dirty rat at some point. He doesn't have brawl in hand. He does have brawl in hand, so he can dirty rat.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and play another hatchling here. So he's running 2 hatchlings, unless he discovered the other one. But it's really nice because he's battle raging through his deck, and he's getting a lot of taunt out. But he's gonna have plenty of time to just, you know, shoot fire, shoot rag shots the entire time because he's getting
fire.
So, yeah, pretty much.
That's what he does.
He's not gonna have to worry about, you know, fatiguing with the matriarchs in his deck, and the matriarchs, if you pick them up off the top, are very nice.
Sure. And both of these hands are interesting and going to take ages to resolve anything.
I think it's under Ivory Knight. I don't, because if you play the Stonehill Defender, you really just want to get Tyrion or Sunkeeper, right?
Yeah. One reason for holding on to the Ivory Knight, we have seen these games a couple of times go a bit close on their health. Maybe having the extra information late from the Ivory Knight and having the health actually matter, it's relevant. So I can see maybe why he's waiting.
Yeah, but this seems like the mistake he made earlier when he didn't play Lay on Hands. It's like
Right, it seems like he's just doing nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's actually kind of lucky he had something to do here. He's lucky he didn't get. If it was Wicker Flame or Tyrion, he'd pick the Tyrion and have nothing to do. But
does the warrior play any way to not losing fatigue? By the way, like I can see this going to fatigue and Jason just dying because he's 6 cards ahead.
Well, he could die to fatigue if he's way far ahead, but the fact that he got 2 matriarchs into his deck is really a big deal. So I don't.
But there's no cheating mechanism to stop him from dying. When he dies, he dies. There's no way of putting more cards in his deck. He's put the 2 hatchlings in there, for instance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Well, that should be good enough.
Sure. And board is starting to develop. Jason also has to assume that a quality consecration is in Nygod's hand because Nygod just did nothing for so long.
Yeah, there's a few things that could be. It could be the hand that he has, which is like kind of.
You can't put him on this hand. This is too ridiculous.
You could. You can and you will.
Okay. So Tyrion comes to town.
Oh, it's dirty rat time.
Yeah, he's gonna. But this is because it's gonna be a brawl, not because he's lost.
Juicy. That is juicy. He's not even gonna brawl. Looks like. Look like he's gonna go for.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what he's gonna go for.
So the quest went from 5 out of 7 to 7 out of 7 in one big swoop, and
getting the Ivory Knight and the Sunkeeper Charm is absolutely massive.
But now you've got to do something about them or they kill you. Yeah, he should be able to do plenty. He's got the brawl, obviously. Oh, what a mess. All these taunt minions are so... Ugh.
It's kind of okay. You're not taking that much damage. You're at 43.
Yeah, 45. Okay, sure.
No consecration.
Blizzard have definitely achieved what they wanted in terms of making minion combat more important. Look at this board.
4 on each
Here's
side.
some stuff. Work it out, boys.
Well, that's Dirty Rat, right? This board nearly wasn't as big before. It's just like double Dirty Rat. It's like, let's all get in here. Both sides. Not even just Grim Patrons.
Hydrologist could be important here. If you can trade off the 4-2, get Hydrologist into Getaway Kodo, then Tyrion would be the first minion to die from a brawl. So that's a relevant thing. Yeah.
Would it? I think it's Bane, isn't it?
No, he's going to trade that in, though.
Right, or
if he got the Getaway Kodo, which he has, he trades those in now.
But you can attack into the Stonehill Defender first. And I think, by the way, I think the Stonehill Defender was first even before that because he played the Stonehill Defender into the Wicker Flame Burn Bristle and then the Tyrion.
Oh, yeah. So
wasn't it? Or not?
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, we're going to find out. Oh, we're not going to find out because this.
But Stonehill Defender's good anyway. Stonehill Defender gets another Tyrion. Just a long way, the scenic route of getting another Tyrion in your hand, right?
Right, the Fishes does good work. One of the harder cards to manipulate to get it exactly how you want it. And Jason Joe's on a high enough health total. He's just not scared of 3 shots for 5. He's managing to save that brawl for later.
Yeah, you absolutely have to save the brawl. It was just between whether he wanted to use Execute or the Sleep with the Fishes there. That ends up getting a pretty reasonable option, though the Ball Creeper doesn't stand very well in the face of rack shots. He could just go for the cheapest one, the Tauren Chieftain on the right side.
Huh.
Wicker Flame Burn Bristle is really nice in this situation, by the way. Just the Divine Shield is so annoying. Having to spend an extra card just to get rid of that Divine Shield before you even fire off a rag shot, which might not even hit it.
Yeah, I think as soon as the rag is played, he will then play the Wicker Flame, but he's waiting for that moment. So he'll take 1 hit from an aimed rag shot, if you like, and then he'll drop the Wicker Flame on a more secure board. That's my prediction for that.
Nightgod does want to put stuff on the board that, you know, Jason Joe's board can't deal with, but I don't know about this Ball Creeper here.
What's your beef with this?
Because the rag just kills it and he's not going wide on the board. So if
Okay.
this rag shot, even this rag shot misses, he can just execute it. He wants to hit it, obviously, so you can get the 5 damage to face easy peasy.
Yeah, Nygod's shaking his head, but that had to be a thing he had expected to happen. Right.
I think
there's
he
a
overthought
50-50
it.
chance.
I think he
Right.
overthought it, honestly. He's like, okay, well, I can't... His first thought was like, I can't play this because of the rag shot. And he's like, wait, if I just play this, then it gets taken up by X, Y, and Z. And he's like, oh, okay, fine, I'll play this. Because, and then he just didn't go back to square one, where that was the reason, the initial reason why he didn't go for it.
And we've seen this every time today, where the Paladin looks like it's probably going to win, and then the Warrior just has a couple of turns where it clears everything up, starts hitting you in the face.
I don't know. I think this
and
game...
the Paladin finds it surprisingly hard to go wide.
I don't know. I feel like this game was really in favor of Jason Joe in the beginning, or the entire time, just because...
I mean, Nygod's hand was terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Well, time to go wide this time. Get away Kodo. I feel like he should have drawn the card first.
Yes, twice he's done this with the Hydrologist. One time he did it in the middle of a turn, when I'm sure he should have done it first as well. He's obviously... I mean, it's been brutal, right? He just played a really, really long series, had 10-minute break, and then got straight back to it. After playing 5 series in the space of 24 hours, best of 7s. So he might be just feeling it a little bit, to be perfectly honest. Whereas Jason Joe at least got to rest for a while.
I'm not sure why he didn't kill off the Matriarch either, because this was very likely to happen. His opponent just clearing the board and just hitting you in the face with the Matriarch, and now what does he do? Did he think that board was likely to hold off the opponent's side? I think, as he was thinking, if my opponent whirlwinds, then it clears off his own board, so he can't whirlwind, but there's still the possibility. There's still lots of things your opponent can do. But here comes N'Zoth. Pretty big deal here, because it gets back a couple of very annoying minions.
Tyrion and Cairn. In hand, though, is Brawl, Whirlwind, Sleep with the Fishes. So, should be able to deal with this. Just in case of how he wants to go about it.
The problem is the Matriarch just kind of does nothing here. Almost no matter what. Unless he wants to face tank the Tyrion for some reason.
Can he lethal? Is there a way he can lethal if the right thing wins?
Yeah.
If N'Zoth wins, he wins the game, right?
Well, if your Matriarch wins, you win.
Okay, sure. Because you've got Whirlwind, Sleep with the Fishes. Oh, I see. So what he's wondering, actually, I think, here is, do you bump the Matriarch into the Tyrion? Because you're going to Whirlwind, Sleep with the Fishes anyway.
You might.
And that takes off the Divine Shield.
Bro, so is the 1-4 just lethal right now? Other things give you a decent chance at lethal as well. Tyrion's pretty bad, because now the Ragshot doesn't even kill it. He could Whirlwind and Ragshot, but then you're wasting your Whirlwind, and he's not.
This is what I'm saying. If he bumps in the Matriarch first and got that result,
right?
But that result was more likely. That's the problem.
Right, but you know, bumping your chances, just having lethal 1-4 times is really hard to pass up there. I feel like.
But I think it's 1 in 3 the other way. No, maybe it's not.
No, but the Kieran comes back.
It's 50-50. It's 50-50.
The Bane,
sure.
but the Bane comes back. So
right, but you just kill it with Sleep with the Fishes and Whirlwind.
Sleep with the Fish's Whirlwind does not kill Bane.
Okay.
It's only or you can
Oh, it's
Whirlwind,
only 3 damage. Sorry, I'm just going crazy.
You can Whirlwind execute.
Yeah, I always think that Sleep with the Fishes just kills everything that's injured, but that's because that's how it's used by good players.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we're gonna see an execute here. We're gonna see a smack to the face with the axe. Gets rid of 1 charge of Ashbringer. Dread Corsair gets confused for a couple seconds as he goes from 4 to 0 to 4 again, or 0 to 4 to 0 again, and now Nygon's in the position where he has to use this every night.
No!
Kind of have to go Forbidden Healing, don't you?
Yeah, it's actually a really huge deal here. But if you go for it, you kind of have to cast it.
The good news is you can go for Dread Corsair right now, and then heal for
either 2 or 4, or 4 or 8, whichever. Because you might make a dude, you might not, basically, depending how you feel.
I suppose you can heal for 4, because the Fire RX. This is one of those awkward spots that warriors seem to find themselves in a lot, where the 4, your opponent's at 12, and you're like, oh, I can't even lethal him this time.
Yeah.
And the 8, then the 8 it just ends up being like 4 is the same thing as 8 in this situation, but he's gonna go just 1 over. I guess 1 is the same as 4, but
caster math at its finest.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go as
I know
wide as
exactly what you
possible.
mean, but yeah.
Well,
okay, so this is a situation where Sleep with the Fishes actually works.
It does. It's true.
And you just setting up such a great situation for next turn.
Right, because you can. The Primordial Drake takes out the 2/2 anyway next turn. Yeah. And on board, the Ashbringer does not kill off. Or the Ashbringer in conjunction with the Slime doesn't kill off that Primordial Drake anyway. And the True Silver doesn't really help.
Yeah,
if you do if you use the Ashbringer right now, you go down to 4, which means that the Primordial Drink and the Fire Arrows kill you. I suppose if you go to 7, then it's the same thing. Looks like he's going to go ahead and kill it off this way, which means that no matter what happens, there's a chance that he dies the next turn. And that feels not very good.
I think he's just dead.
Yeah, he's... Well...
Because Primordial Drake and then Hero Power into the second half of the Bane.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's just dead. And Jason Joe, if he sees it, which surely he will, is going to go back to the Global Championships, the spring version this time around.
Is he dead? Hold on. The redemption doesn't changes things a little bit, because now if he goes Primordial Drake...
50-50 redemption, but... Sure.
If he Primordial Drakes and attacks into it, then it comes back. Yeah, so let's see. What is the best way to go about it here if you are Jason Joe? Do you just Acolyte a Pain? First of all, there's a 50-50. You don't really need to worry about the redemption.
Can you so how high do you want your odds to be? Obviously you've got at least a 50-50 and you leave nothing at all on the board and you have a thing. Or you can just...
I guess you want to put the biggest...
Drake.
Yeah, you want to get the biggest minion down, right? Because your opponent didn't have a way to deal with the last turn. And they can't really They can't face sync it.
Yeah, I think this is the right play, because you don't know what it's going to be to start with.
If this was Get Down, that was wrong. If it was Redemption, that was wrong. If it was Eye for an Eye, it didn't matter. If it was...
Getaway, didn't matter. Anyway, Jason Joe takes it down one way or another. He got it done 4-2, and I believe that My God has to wait and see. I think he can still get through My God, but I'm not actually sure. It will depend on tiebreakers, which we don't have access to at this moment because we've got to see the other results. But Jason Joe back to Global Championships, so there's one that most people in the West will recognise from previous games.
Yeah, definitely. And I know Jason Joe has a lot of fans. I know he has a lot of detractors actually in the West as well, but certainly has a lot of fans where...
It's good, right? It's got both, which always makes for interesting viewing experience. It means you're picking on one side or the other to win.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good play by him, or good job by him. I guess. I'm sorry for the lack of enthusiasm. It's been a kind of long day. And apologies for the end of that match too. I was like, I wonder which was better. And meanwhile, he's going on to the Global Championship. but yeah. So, as long as we're nerding out and figuring out the math on this stuff, let's figure out completely.
Okay, so
let's just
through to the top 8 is Trunks, who's at least 5 wins, Dog, who is at least 4 wins, and now Jason Joe is at least 4 wins. Nygod is finished on 3 and 4, and the only people who can catch them are Rain, who is already on 3. If Rain wins, he's through. That's your top 4. Rain is playing against Hamster. If Hamster wins, he will be level with Nygod, and he beat him. So he'll have the better tiebreak.
And he will have beaten Rain as well, because he's playing Rain.
Sure. Yeah, that's correct. The one problem, the one thing that messes everything up is that X-Hope is also on 2 wins, and he is playing a Dog. If X-Hope wins, he'll be on 3. If Hamster wins, he'll be on 3. And if Rain wins, he'll be on 3. And I have no idea how those tiebreakers work out.
I got information from Sin saying that they don't take into account the win-loss, and they just play a tiebreaker match.
So I don't know if it's a 3-way tie or...
It might be I think that either it's a 4-way tie or it's not, and it's decided. I think that's how this works. Or it's how this played out. I'm going to go ahead and refresh this page.
It will all depend on whether X-Hope has got tiebreakers on everybody. If Hamster's got tiebreakers on everybody as well. Because Hamster definitely has tiebreaker over Nygod. One thing I think we can say for sure is that if Hamster wins, Nygod's at best got a playoff chance.
This thing is really screwy.
If Hamster loses, that means Rain is through.
This chart on the site says Jason Joe's at 4 and 2, but that doesn't make any sense because we just saw him on 3 and 3 on screen.
Well, he's on 4 wins.
Yeah, he's at 4 and 3, but like this site has him at 4 and 2, which is, I'm guessing, the result that we just had.
Yeah, he definitely isn't 4 and 2.
He was not and will never be and is not presently 4 and 2.
I think the site is only updating games that were on stream. So he's 4 and 2, and there's been one game off stream which we know he lost.
No, the game on stream he lost.
No, he just won a game on stream. Okay, so
he lost to Trunks on stream. Right. Remember?
Yeah, that makes him 4-2. He started a 3-1. That makes him 4-2, and he lost the other game off stream as well. I think it's only doing the stream on the table.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure. So the simple version is Jason Joe, Dog, and Trunks are through. If Rain wins, he is through.
And Rain is up 3-1 right now
against Hamster. So the simple version is if Rain wins one of the next 3 games, he will be going as well to the Global Championships for spring. And
are we sure Dog is in?
He is called. Dog's 4 and 2.
Dog's 4 and 2. He's in.
Yeah, wait, unless I've messed up horribly, but I'm pretty sure because I think Dog beat somebody, which I've written down somewhere.
Trunks?
Yes.
Is that that result's not shown.
That's a yes. He beat Trunks. But I mean, this is me pausing the stream at one point because I didn't see it first time to double check on a legitimately small amount of sleep time between streams. Let's see if Rain can get through. Well, let's see if Hamster can rain on his parade.
We've seen this matchup a few times, and the way it typically goes is Shaman wins because it's kind of like the way it goes for the Druid versus Shaman matchup, where the Shaman gets tempo via its value, right? It kills stuff while making stuff, which is how it gets its value instead of just being really annoying, like Tyrion, for instance, which can be dealt with Hex.
Yeah, and Paladin is getting on top here, but like you say, can it actually stay there? There's a heck of a lot of Jade stuff going on in hand here. This could just be an old school make a Jade, make a Jade, make a Jade. We don't need the other stuff.
Well, yeah, they've gone... There's varying degrees of, Jade Elemental.
Jadeness.
Yeah, some people are running 0 Jade, some people are running just 2 Jade Claws. For Rain's version, obviously, he's running a lot of Jade.
And the card advantage versus the tempo. The tempo doesn't seem to be enough at this point to carry it over the finishing line, that's for sure. And Hamster's going to have to dig deep and find some other cliches to get himself out of this one.
Interesting choice to go for the kill onto the Hydrologist for this very reason, the getaway Kodo. Even though the Hydrologist gets even more value potentially, it prevents the double value going onto the N'Zoth, because you don't really want to deal with 2 Infested Torrents come out, even though it doesn't seem that bad.
Yeah, it just snowballs out of control. So he's going to put up with the awkwardness of this situation rather than invest in awkwardness later.
So getaway Kodo again for Hamster, which means he's not going to play Hero Power. It's a pretty dead giveaway, but not a whole lot that Rain can do about it because he has to eventually kill something.
There's the confirmation of the scores so far there. All of his matches have been 4-3.
Oh my
he
goodness.
He must be dying. Oh my.
No wonder at the end of yesterday's stream, he definitely was just on his last legs, like literally.
I mean, I want to see him, if he does win this, I want to see his celebration because he'll be crawling out of the room. For people who don't think that 7 best of 7s over 2 days is a lot, trust me, combined with the tension, combined with the fact you're sleeping away from home, combined with the fact that in between games you're talking to teammates, you're practicing or doing stuff, it's a long old time for those guys.
Yeah, I think like the worst I had it was, well, the worst I had when I was like super jet lagged, but as far as being at a specific LAN, it was just like 4 or 5 matches in one day that were just best of 5s and they weren't that long.
Right.
Like, the worst was when I was at BlizzCon because it was so stressful, right? When I went to things, like what's it called? When I went to like some of the dream hacks, right? It was just really kind of laid back and we're just kind of playing our matches. I was only on stream 1 time. But being on stream like constantly, like half your matches and playing all best of 7s, it's just brutal.
So how many times, sorry just to interrupt that, how many times have you had a 0 mana frog in your hand in Hearthstone?
A few times. It's not that unlikely. Black Magic beat Dog 4-3, which
so I'm pretty sure it makes Dog 4 and 3, but it does mean I need to be right. Also think it means that Black Magic's either 2 or 3. Oh my goodness, Black Magic hasn't snuck to 3 without us noticing, has he?
I think he's 2 and 5. He lost at the beginning of the day, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so he's 2 and 5 then. That's cool. Because I sort of ignored him as couldn't do it, and that's why. I think you're right. He lost the first game.
He beat Hamster early on, or maybe I'm crazy. What if Black Magic just sneaks in? He's like, Black Magic! He's like, Black Magic MFers, and we're just like, what? We're like, where did you come from?
This guy we ignored because he was significantly worse than the other 7s for some reason.
While you weren't looking, I aggroed, I out-aggroed my opponents. But
no, that's magic, guys.
Oh my goodness, that'd be hilarious. That'd be just really funny if that's like, this is like catchphrase too, because his name means Black Magic. He's like, he just says it in Chinese, like, Black Magic. Gotcha.
How did you get through it? Yeah.
He's like, gotcha.
So, something that's happened in this game that makes this really, really good for Rain, and one of the reasons we're talking about other things a little bit, is that he managed to hex the Cairn, which is a big deal, and still have a hex in hand for Tyrion, which is the other big deal. And when those two are gone, your N'Zoth is kind of turned into nothing in this matchup.
Yeah.
Or in the modern environment, because the N'Zoth doesn't bring much back.
And he didn't even give him the infested Tauren value, so it's like he gets 1 infested Tauren out instead of 2. The getaway Kodo got a frog, so yeah. Though
meanwhile, Hamster's in an okay position in value from what we can see in hand, but he needs to turn this rapidly into something that's going to turn this game around, because those Jades are starting to sneak up in size now.
This would have been a big deal. The giant Mastodon is, something that your opponent might have to hex, but looks like he's going to reroll again and realize he needs to get that N'Zoth value, and gets the Tyrion. Wow.
I was not about killing 1 Tyrion, but killing 2 Tyrions, not so easy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying as you were going on about that. I was like, this Stonehill Defender is a big deal.
I just ignored you. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just really funny because it seems like in between today and yesterday, it's either Tyrion, it's either like the trifecta, right? It's like, should I pick Sunkeeper Terem or Tyrion, or it's just Silverback Patriarch and Hired
Wicker
Gun.
Flame's the other one, yeah, because he's the other class one.
Yeah, but it's usually, Wicker Flame's like whatever, but the other, it's just either massive value or just no value, right?
Yeah. There's not much in between.
He is going to overdraw. Uh-oh.
I don't think he minds.
No, he's going overdrive by 2, right?
Yeah, but does he mind?
No, he minds because you're overdrawing 2 cards.
Yeah,
Or one,
do you care?
actually 1 card.
It's not going to fatigue, so it doesn't matter, right?
Right, but that could be Kalmos. I think
It
you'd rather
doesn't
have a random card in your deck than a healing totem. Okay, it ended up being J-Claws, which is not that big of a deal. It kind of is, but not really.
Huh.
Get ready for this frog to get redeemed, by the way.
Again. These frogs are really, yeah.
The frog shank redemption.
Frogception. We can do this all day. Oh my god. I don't think I can do this all day. I think I'm proving that at this moment.
How many cards are death rattles in Ngoro?
There must be some. I can't think of any off the top of my head.
All right.
I can't think of a single one, but there must be some. Let me go and find out.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that too. Death rattle.
Beat me to it. Damn it. I should have had it open.
Well, some of them aren't really, like, reasonable. Some, like, Primal Fin Champion is not... it's like death rattle return any spells you cast in this minion to your hand. That doesn't really count for... I guess you still do get it back for N'Zoth, but it's not really that big of a deal. But there's things like Eggnapper, Devilsaur, Igneous, Sherazin. There's a few death rattles that could be reasonable here. And even if it doesn't have an effect, the fact that it has a death rattle on it means that it comes back with N'Zoth. So any sort of reasonable sized minion is impactful potentially.
Meanwhile, lethal is threatened next turn, so Hamster can't mess around. He has to clear this board up with Equality Consecration, which is sometimes the beginning of the end. Because another wide board will be made again next turn by Rain.
Okay, he is going to take it seriously, it looks like.
The threat, you mean? Not the fact that he's got a chance of playing in the World Championships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because he played the Stonehill Defender first, and I was like, if he's going to call the Consecrate, then it's not the best idea.
That's bad.
Alright, well, threat averted. He has
own threat created as well.
Yeah, another Tyrion from a Stonehill Defender. This card is nuts. He hasn't even... I don't think he's drawn his own Tyrion, has he?
You asked me that like I would know. And I should know, but hey.
If only Servant of Kalamos could discover Hex. That's an elemental, right? Froggy? The frog elemental? Frog Sauron? Hope's End?
Frog Sauron. I think we've hit rock bottom, boys.
Hey, that was a Ronti cartoon.
That a Frog Sauron joke.
That's classic memery at its finest.
Okay, so Tyrion and Stuff threatening 18 damage.
He's thinking of playing the frog. It's kind of funny. Well, there's a volcano. This is kind of awkward, right? Because I mean, you can kill the Tyrion, but then you just die on the opposite end, or your Kalmos, excuse me, die on the opposite end. I suppose you can protect it with the Stone Sentinel, which it looks like he's going to do. It still dies to Consecration, but then your opponent uses an Equality Activator, so that's not the greatest. Alright, so looks like it might be time for Dirty Rat Equality Consecration in the eyes of Hamster here.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. The only problem is with all of these plays, do you play Doomsayer afterwards? I think you do, right?
Yeah, it's a...
And then that gets you the tempo back to play your N'Zoth onto an empty board.
Ouch. So now that he's picked up just a measly Flame Elemental, he could probably just Consecrate. You probably attack into the 2/3 first before you Consecration. Oh no, the 4/4 side's over, never mind, not the 2/3. Okay, use your face in the 2/1. Use your 1/1 on the 0/1 because as long as you have the border control, you're not really worried about dying. Because he doesn't really care about his 1/1 because he's a monster.
Do you play the frog here alongside your Doomsayer to protect it?
Probably. I mean, how much value is your frog going to get from now on?
Exactly. And it could get quite a lot of value here. Like game-winning amount of value, almost.
What if you just smack the face if you're Hamster here? Because he's surprisingly just suddenly got your opponent down to 16. You could have gone down to 11. There's no healing in hand. He's already played Calamos. Did the Calamos come off the server in a Calamos? I'm having a hard time keeping track of these things.
Does what, sorry?
Or did the Calamos that we saw earlier?
No, I have no idea. I've got to be honest, guys.
This matchup's like 3 Tyrians versus 3 Calamos. Which will win? Enter the battlefield.
So there's the option now to trade into the Dirty Rat Volcano and just get on with your life. Drop your 3/3 back down, Golem. But that doesn't get you very far.
I think that Hamster wins the game.
Hooray! More Hearthstone. 2 Tyrians seems to be pretty good.
It's not 2 Tyrians. 3 Tyrians have been played. Only 1 survived.
Sounds like a really bad reality show. 3 Tyrians enter, only 1 will leave.
Well, Volcano clears up a lot of this. This is why I felt like it would have been useful to go face. I know we have a good view of the board, and perhaps he could have taken care of the Doomsayer if he had a Flame Tongue Totem, but...
Alright, so Hamsters... Oh, it's weird because he's so far behind in terms of everything, but the health total is so low on the side of Rain here that actually it's kind of close.
Blessing and Wisdom is a really big deal because now he gets to start drawing, and look at the card counters, right? Rain, part of the reason why he has so much more value in hands because he's just drawn more, and if Hamster's able to even up that card count, then he could really do it. And the thing is, Hamster, now that he's falling so far behind in health, he needs to start clearing his opponent's board pretty aggressively. And by that
he needs to get taunt by next turn.
Yeah, and by that I mean he needs to eschew value, right? He needs to just do anything he can to stay alive, rather than be concerned with getting the most out of his cards.
And he's dead. Unless it's a taunt totem. Dead.
Wow.
3-2, and Hamster's dreams are still alive of going back to the big wheel.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see just, the same old guys, the same guys who went to BlizzCon last year just go to the Spring Championship this year. Hamster, Jason Joe.
And Hamster does seem to be taking everything a lot more competitively. He took it seriously before, but his reasons were different to most players. But he seems to be now, he's made the friends he wanted to make, now he wants to win some games of Hearthstone is how it comes across to me. But then it may just be that he always wanted to play control and stay true to his control values, and the meta shifted in a control direction.
I'm curious if we're going to see them move to the main stage, because it felt like, let's get in there while we can, because it might
Let's go over, watch Rain qualify. Oh, yeah, they might pause it. They might well pause it.
Yeah,
and I would like to see the winner's reaction in this one because it is really, really important.
Did they have the classes that won and lost? What?
If they did,
on screen,
I happened not to notice them. Yeah, they did. We can see them now, but
well, Hamster needs to win with Shaman and Warrior. We haven't seen Shaman. Have we seen many Warrior versus Shaman?
I'm going to say no and have a quick look through my notes.
It feels... you probably have, and I've forgotten, just because Shaman
We actually just haven't.
Shaman versus Warrior feels exactly the same as Paladin versus Warrior.
Yeah, we just haven't seen one today at all.
But
just gone through my notes, unless I've misread them, which is a possibility for sure. We just haven't seen it.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This could end right here. And this matchup is basically Shaman versus anything but mirrored. I know that sounds very, very simple, but
yeah,
Shaman's trying to do the same exact thing it does against any opponent, which is just chain all of his elemental stuff together. And if whoever does that better wins the game, right? So
yeah, we saw earlier with Nigod refusing to chain elementals, instead going for killing a Mana Tide, and I think we both felt that at the end of it, if he'd actually just decided to chain elementals and give up that little bit of card draw in return for having the board, he'd probably have won that game. There's by no means certain that he would have, but there was just that feel about the whole game.
Speaking of chaining elementals, that is a pretty good draw here for Rain, even though he's slightly behind on board, but does get the healing totem, so now Hamster can't really get through.
Sorry while I scream. I'm not quite sure why people... I realise you're trying to go wide on board all the time. You've got flame tongues and stuff to back it up, but People seem to be really keen to play all of their elementals in this deck onto the board.
Yeah.
Like their little one drops. I feel like keeping those back is something that, as the meta progresses, we'll see more people doing.
This is kind of tough because you can go for the Earth Elemental, but it could screw you up in future turns. But at the same time, if you're going for the Hot Spring Guardian, you're just losing value in exchange for gaining value later. But you might as well just get the value.
Yeah, I think the Earth Elemental is just really good on turn 10, 11, whatever. When everything else starts running out, you just plop down this huge 7/8 with no downside at all.
Ooh,
because you have 7 mana the next turn anyway.
Baron Garen finally makes an entrance. We've been waiting for him. Kalamos always outshines him.
Right, and he's going to be pretty handy on this board. This exactly mirrored board. Which is kind of terrifying, actually.
Yeah, but when you have a mirrored board, going first is a huge advantage because you get to get the healing off of your healing totem.
You also get to choose which way the trades go, of course, which means it's not going to be a mirrored board for long.
Hamster can just Earth Elemental, and he allows himself to go for Tar Creeper next turn, and it won't stop the chain. He still has 3 mana. Earth Elemental is really annoying because it overlords for 3. It's kind of nuts. I suppose he can go for something like Tolvir Stone Shaper and Lightning Bolt, and then follow that up with the Tar Creeper. But yeah, just get this big guy in the field, and this really breaks your opponent's chain. This is like the combo breaker, right? Because if they hex this, then they can't play their own elemental. But Wayne is able to pick up the Firefly. Doesn't play this turn though.
Yeah, it was a really, really good turn there from Hamster, but the Flame Tongue has definitely equalised things up, and this overload now, you have to pay the price of what you did last turn.
Pay the iron price. The thing is, like, for Rain, he didn't play an elemental last turn, which means he doesn't get the Blaze Caller. And he was probably thinking, like, oh, okay, I can just use my Baron Geddon, but Baron Geddon is not very good right now.
Right.
And he might just have to take a turn off and play Firefly plus the Jinyu Water Speaker and just kind of do nothing. It looks like he's just going to not even play the Jinyu Water Speaker. He's like, you know what, I might need this healing later. I don't really need a board because I'm going to get the board back later because elementals are kind of nuts.
So many cards.
I think Blaze Caller could be pretty good here. You're not taking out you're not getting full value out of it, but you're still taking out a Flame Tongue, which kind of needs to go. Kind of need to just kill that thing. You don't really want to use a Lightning Bolt on it, but looks like he thinks differently. You could also just play Lightning Storm along with something else like the Stone Shaper, but then he would break the Elemental Chain, which is a big deal because he doesn't have his own Firefly in hand to just get that going again. He'd have to just lose value.
So yeah, he keeps going this way.
Fire Elemental or Alakir. Alakir is just kind of inherently more value most of the time.
Yeah. But I think you're just going for more value. Is good here. The tempo seems to be equaling out. You've got enough stuff to do that no one's going to, trash the other one with any tempo play anytime soon. So you can afford to value trade, I think.
There are some situations where the Alakir is inferior to the Fire Elemental because you can kill something and have a bigger board.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, regardless, Servant of Calamos gets ripped to pieces by Mr. Blaze Caller.
Feels to me like Hamster should be very slightly ahead just by the amount of stuff he's put in the way, but it's been dealt with very, very efficiently by Vayne. And so, I mean, from what we can see, there's nothing in it. I'm just expecting Hamster's draws to be very slightly better from this point on.
This is certainly a very swingy matchup, right? Because
every turn, yeah.
When we've seen Shaman play against other decks, either they die to aggro, or if they're playing against a control deck, they end up out-tempoing them because, again, their value plays are also tempo plays. But, the swings that one side gets in this matchup, it just gets mirrored, but on the other side, as long as, the RNG isn't completely one-sided.
And now, this is a harder choice, but, yep. Earth Elemental, same logic as before. But at some point it'll be good, and as we look at their hands, Rain is definitely just a fraction in front right now. That devolve's important.
One thing to keep in mind that we saw in the prior game to this is that Rain has a lot of Jade mechanics in this deck, whereas Hamster, I believe, doesn't. So that could come into play later when, right now it's not making that much of a difference, but when he's starting to just pop out 4/4s and 5/5s, and Hamster doesn't have access to that, could be pretty big.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing to watch out for. I agree entirely. Like you say, as soon as they get to 4/4, which is just 2 more spells away, and they're basically free tempo gain. They're just a way of ending the game that Hamster doesn't have access to. That's a very good point.
Kalamos. Good card. So, Kalamos plus Maelstrom Portal is a possibility here. He leaves behind a 3/1. And his opponent's already used Hex. Also,
I feel like this is premature.
Well, it's reasonable. His opponent's kind of commit to the board, and you kind of feel like you want to Lightning Storm. You do have the Baron Geddon too. In the future, you can Baron Geddon plus Lightning Storm, which is a guaranteed Lightning Storm on your opponent, or Flame Strike on your opponent's side. I suppose, maybe it would have been better for him to just do that this turn, though.
That's what I think, and then hang on to your Kalamos as long as possible, as then you know for sure you're getting the absolute thing that you really, really desperately need out of it. But I don't think it was a mistake necessarily, just a path that I wouldn't have taken on that occasion.
I'm going to go ahead and check if there's an Elise in Hamster's deck, and there is.
It's in his hand.
Huh?
He drew it while you went looking.
Oh, in Hamster. Oh, no, not in Hamster's. I mean, Rain's deck. It's in Rain's deck as well.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. That's the Servant of Kalamos, my mistake. There's no Elise in Rain's deck.
So that's some value that Hamster's going to get back then, obviously, when he gets that pack. And let's see what he gets from this Devolve. Bunch of wisps.
Wow.
And that worked really, really well. A bunch of whole vanilla Battlecry things, which is perfect for Devolve.
Yeah, Devolve is so good against overloaded minions because they're overloaded, but their initial cost is the one that gets devolved. So you're paying 8, and your minion turns into a 3/3.
Yeah, and the other thing to consider here is this wide board is actually really threatening with the Bloodlust.
Yeah, I think it's time to just storm here, and just hope that you roll if you roll high, the game might just be over.
Yep. Except that your opponent's got another Earth Elemental in hand, but
he has a Wrath of Air Totem on the field. One talking about. Of course, you roll high. You roll high every time. Yeah, so that works. And now Rain is super overloaded because of that. It's Earth Elemental. Gonna have to play another one.
Yeah, this is very, very close to being over. It's not close enough. We can't call it, that's for sure, but it's getting there.
Golakka Crawler not going to be too much use. Bloodlust means that 9
I think it's 21. I think if he rolls a charge minion from the portal, he's got lethal.
Wait, so he gets a guaranteed 3 damage off on that guy, right? And then Bloodlust is 4 damage on one of the other guys. So he doesn't actually get through it guaranteed, though. If he rolls high...
Oh, he's overloaded. Sorry, I was thinking he had portal as well. But he's overloaded, my bad.
Yeah. So he can Storm and Bloodlust, which means if he rolls high, then he has 9 plus 3 is 12 plus 8 is 20.
And he's got a Taunt Totem in the way now as well, anyway. Which will go... But then 20 is quite a lot of damage if you've got anything in your deck at all that goes to face, which you've got a deck full of elementals that go face. And this is where saving your Kalamos might have been a thing earlier rather than your Baron Geddon.
Well, he rolls high there, which means he doesn't need to trade. The thing is, the Bloodlust saves his bigger minions, which is the biggest deal, which is why Hamster's doing it right now. Because otherwise he has to trade his minions in, and then your Bloodlust is just not going to get value ever. So here comes a Genie Water Speaker just to stay alive. But he's not going to stay alive unless he gets a top totem, but that's going to be Maelstrom Portal away, so we are going to game number 7.
Hamster still in with a chance. He would be tied with Rain and Nigod
for
top sure.
Deck. The BM, the top deck. Oh my goodness.
He beat Rain if he wins this. He beat Nigod. If Hamster wins this, he will have very, very good tiebreakers, and it will all be about whether X-Hope managed to beat somebody else who he's playing right now. He is playing Dog. No, he's not. He's playing... Oh, my God.
Okay, we can go process of elimination if you want.
I can do this, right? His Night God played Jason Joe, Dog played Black Magic, so it must have been Trunks that X-Hope is playing. If X-Hope beats Trunks, he could be in the shake-up here if Hamster wins. If he loses, then Hamster, I think, just goes through by beating Night God and by beating Rain. All doesn't matter if Rain wins this Game 7, though.
This is an interesting spot, right? Because Trunks could just let someone through if he wants to, like, try to win.
I mean, it won't happen, but this is the downside of why round robins aren't often done. It used to happen in the chess in, like, the 60s in Russia, where the right people would win when it got to the end.
The right people, of course. Alright, well, we haven't really seen this matchup all that often, but it acts somewhat like the Paladin matchup earlier. The big difference, obviously, being that Paladin just has inherent value from having annoying minions and death rattles, whereas the Shaman gains value by tempoing onto the board, which in theory, in some ways, is worse for the warrior because they have less time because they lose tempo whenever Shaman's able to do that. But on the other hand, Brawls just clear the board because there's no death rattles other than Aya.
The other really important factor is the Shaman has Bloodlust in the deck. Doesn't have to have it in its hand. The warrior has to be aware at all times that a Bloodlust on a 5 janky minion board could just be lethal. So they have to use their board clears more than they would like to, just because danger of death is a thing.
Alright, well, Hamster's going to go ahead and play out his Acolyte of Pain. Oh, they were getting ready to show the Stonehill Defender. They were ready. The production team was like, alright, we're going to do it. But he played the Acolyte because of the Searing
The 1-1 roll. Yeah, the production's been incredibly good again, by the way. Shout out to the Chinese guys who can't hear me right now for how good this production's been.
Yeah, well, it is Stonehill Defender time, and they are ready this time. And this is interesting because if you pick the Hatchling, which he does go ahead and do, it makes it so that if you draw the Matriarch later, it's a nice card, but it's not like removal, it's not like a Brawl or something like that. But it is reasonable. I mean, you're not really too sad about picking up a 5-mana 6/9, so it's you're kind of happy with that. And just the Ally Armorsmith, the 2-attack is just really bad when you're dealing with massive mains on your opponent's side.
Might put in this 1 point damage here. Yes, he does. That means that this is now challenged by the Tar thing warrior.
Not anymore. Slam Fireworks.
Yeah, Slam's obviously a good way of taking care of things right now. You've got to keep this board under control. The fewer times you have to brawl, the more chance you have of winning. That's basically your aim here as the warrior. Kill everything without using brawl. But the way this is progressing, these Jades are getting big quicker than normal.
I was going to say that Rain probably doesn't want to play an Elemental this turn because he probably wants to Aya next turn, but now that he's overloaded, he's playing that so he can just go for Sherburne of Calamos next turn. So
Right.
Just a different, way of going about it.
Yeah, there's two themes that go against each other in this deck. 3 if you count overload. You've got to progress your Jades, progress your Elementals, and not overload. And all of those things kind of run into each other. But the Jades provide that long-term value. And obviously, Rain will be trying to take advantage of that.
Well, the reason why it works is because you're dealing with Shaman cards, and Shaman's just broken, right? The thing is, if you're doing with Jade Druid can never be two things at once because all the Jade cards, you have to expend so much energy into them, right? You have to you have to be cycling and then putting back on the board, and Shaman just like incidentally just builds Jades. They're like, oh yeah, I'm clearing yourself, and oh yeah, here's some more Jades, which is why you're capable of doing this with them.
And the Hex will probably be saved for later. It must be so tempting to use it now to force through a bit of chip damage, but there are bigger and badder things than a 3/6 you're going to have to worry about later in this deck.
Well, it's not that bad of a Hex if it filled what he was trying to do, but he wants to Servant of Calamos is concerned. And if he Hexes now, then he has to play, and it looks like he's going to be doing that.
Yeah, okay.
He has to play, the Flame Elemental for future development of his Elementals, which means that, if ever the chain gets cut off in the future, then he's in a bit of trouble. So,
but that board is developing into this bloodlust threat that I was talking about. So it's fine for now. Hamster has got plenty of taunt options for the time being, but these silly little boards are actually just a menace to warriors, and have been for the existence of Shaman, really.
Well, this time the Armorsmith comes down, which is one of the few times that it does contest a board.
And this would be brawl number 1 if it was in hand, I feel. Oh, setting up for next turn so he can draw from the
Servant of
thing.
Calamos.
Thank you.
The thing.
From the servant of
That guy.
Sleep Moss.
servant of Relic.
It's not like it's even badly named, right? It's a servant of the guy whose name we know. It's really easy.
That's the one. Yeah, it's one of the few names that I actually have no problem remembering at all.
It's just trivially simple.
You know,
but...
for some reason, even though he's played almost every single game, I just slip up every once in a while as Stonehill Defender. It's like, for some reason, just something weird about it. It's like a turtle. It doesn't feel like he's like Stonehill Defender. It just feels like he's a little goofy guy. I don't know.
Stonehill Goofy Turtle guy.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me.
Alright, and this Spellbreaker that's in 3 of Hamster's decks just takes care of Aya.
This is about as good of a Lightning Storm as you're going to get if you're Rain, but he has committed to playing the Servant of Calamos, and well, maybe you go for the Storm anyway, sans the Blood Mage, and yeah, I would agree with this.
And just pointing out that the Spellbreaker is a big deal because it makes all of the future Ghost Storm, and here comes a big Rainstorm. I've been waiting for that, and
3/3/2
going to clear up a load of stuff.
The low roll is on the least impactful minion, so that's pretty big here.
Okay. Doesn't force as much damage as it looked like it would, but it does demand an answer. However, this warrior deck is full of such things.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't have to take any damage on his larger minions means that Primordial Drake is just... it doesn't really do a whole lot here. You could go for Acolyte, Whirlwind, Sleep with the Fishes. It wouldn't clear out the Servant of Calamos, which is kind of sad. You could go for Whirlwind... if you're really desperate for some reason, you can go for a Whirlwind, Ravaging Golden Sleep with the Fishes, but that doesn't seem great either. Everything is just kind of awkward right now for Hamster. Primordial Drake seems okay. And you can save, you know, your crazy Whirlwind nonsense for a rainier day. You don't really want to wait till turn 10 to go Primordial Drake, Sleep with the Fishes, even though that clears a lot of stuff. Because that's a bit too long. He could be saving for that, but it makes the turns in the interim very awkward.
Let's see what he decides to go with. He must fancy his chances from here, to be honest. Must Hamster. So take his time. This seems fine.
Yeah.
It's not great or anything like that. It's just fine. It's a sensible play.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning earlier. I'm like, this just, even though you want to wait, it just doesn't... you don't really have any other options in hand right now. And you
We have seen some real garbage, by the way, come up for that today, Discovers.
Well, it's one or the other, right? It's like a Moz math. It's something amazing, or it's something pretty garbage. But
Devolve to a 7-drop, what do we think? Don't like it. Forces through 7 damage, though. Oops.
Not really. You'd rather... if you're Hamster, you'd rather have something with high health and not this. But it's going to be the Sleep with the Fishes this turn. Takes out the remaining minion. Plays likely a Curator? No? Okay. Oh, if he plays this and it dies, it gets back into his deck and he can play the Curator and get it back. Okay.
Yeah, that seems good.
I don't know if he has another beast in his deck. He might.
Defender. Oh my goodness. Would you like a 1/4, a 1/4, or a 2/4?
Stonehill Defender's not quite as good in Shaman. You can get Wide Eyes, but it's not the amazing, you know, Sunkeeper or Tyrion nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. And I keep thinking that Hamster's got this, but then I look at the health total and think just one Jade Lightning to face suddenly changes everything.
I've been thinking the exact opposite. Of like, I've been thinking from the initial vantage point of, please keep holding on to Hamster. I mean, obviously you shouldn't be playing favorites, but it's just like, it doesn't seem like he's holding. It seems like he's holding on to a thread, right? So,
yeah. No, I think as casters, as people who watch a lot of Hearthstone, it is natural, unless you know somebody is deserving and hasn't had the big result like a Hoy or a Crane or somebody like that, unless you know that the guy is underrated, you naturally root for the same guy to get back who you already know. I think that's just a thing that comes from watching a lot of Hearthstone.
I've never seen this animation before. 9-minute Ancient War.
It looks quite nice. I wonder what it's like if you like have it go up to 530 or something. What if it gets a spike through 6 or 7 times?
I suppose he wants to save the healing. He thinks this is going to get executed anyway, but we see that that's not the case. And if you are Hamster, do you just start firing off these rag shots right now? Seems pretty tempting.
I mean, what are you saving these blizzards for?
Blizzards?
Blizzards? These brawls. Same thing. It's like
Blizzard.
warm, not cold.
Blizzard would be pretty good right now, I suppose.
Snow fights.
Alright, so his last armor up before he starts throwing these fire shots out. He can do this with Acolyte of Pain as well. Really wants to hit the Osrook. I'm not sure, wait.
Yeah. No, I don't know either. Is he thinking of just trading them in anyway and starting to do damage to face?
He can do that. He can just double trade, but that didn't make any sense.
No, I think he was considering just to see what would happen. And now he's going to double trade. Okay.
Alright, so doesn't think he's going to die to the Shaman, especially if he has board control. Like, if he's giving a board control, then he's just going to die to any amount of damage from Bloodless anyway. So he's never going to... He's just playing a never-losing board control. And
this is a lot of damage if you want to stick it all in the face, though.
That is true. This is very true.
And there's more where that came from in this deck.
And there's no way for Hamster to gain more armor.
And he's activated the magic.
Unless he has, actually, doesn't he have Armorsmith?
Armorsmith or possibly Shield Block. He'll have one or the other. Most of them have one or the other.
No, he doesn't have. No one runs Shield Block these days. And I haven't seen a Shield Block this entire time. I'm pretty sure. Let me just go really quickly check. Hamster is not running Armorsmith.
Ouch.
So
he's in a bit of trouble then.
Yeah. Maybe think twice about.
From nowhere, he's managed to look like he's in trouble. He did face tank a lot of damage the last couple of turns.
Yeah, not expecting that to be the case. And wow, Blaze Caller and Calamos, 21.4%. That's a really high chance for 2 cards.
But look what's happening on the other side of the board as well. Look how much damage is coming through.
Right, so it's now or never.
One shot away from lethal, so Rain needs to do it now.
That is not enough.
That's not it, but he can heal up.
Yeah,
he can put a taunt and heal. He can also put the water speaker and heal.
He can kill. He can start dealing with the board too as well. So he deals with the board. You know, the Blaze Caller is still lethal, and so is Calamo. So he doesn't really need to get any more damage to face. Is it better to go for the Jinyu, or is it better to go for the 2 minions? Goes for the Jinyu. Wants to save up these elementals just in case. If he commits all the elementals to the board right now, and your win is 2 cards off, then you're feeling really bad.
So, are there any charge minions in any way that Shaman could ever get, ever?
You can
Ask
get it
for a friend.
You can get it from Maelstrom Portal, but I don't think that helps all that much. Hamster wants a hero power every turn, but I don't know if he has that. If he's, has that leeway here, that has that luxury. I think
he might not have the luxury to not do it because he might just have to take the 1 in 3 brawl, for instance, here.
Well, he can play the Matriarch. That's a big boy. It's a big girl. So this fits in. It fits in pretty well.
All right, so he's stabilized if he doesn't die, which seems kind of obvious.
I suppose he was perfectly fine with the rag shot hitting Facer, which is why he did that after he executed.
Is there any way for Rain to do anything good here?
This Spirit Echo is not bad. It's not lethal, but it's not bad. He even gets a taunt totem that Spirit Echoed. That's pretty nuts.
So, you can brawl, or you can do so many things here. There must be a lethal here, I just can't see it.
I don't think there's a guaranteed lethal.
So you put the 6/9 into the 2/4 to make your brawl odds better, right? And you dirty that as well.
Well, he can just Primordial Drake. He doesn't need to brawl. Because now he gets a 50, he gets a 50-50 anyway. without having to brawl.
Sure.
And he gets 1 damage regardless. So this is for
Good
Hamster
luck.
potentially begin. Gets it, which
Hamster's
means
back.
now we have a Clown Fiesta on our hands, folks. Rain would have been in. Hamster came back from 1-3 to win that series 4 games to 3. So instead of Rain being guaranteed to go to the HCT Global Championships, we now potentially have a 4-way tie. But we need to find out what happened with the other match.
What I can tell you is Nygod is 3-4, Rain is 3-4, Hamster is 3-4, and Hamster beat Nygod in Rain in the last 2 rounds.